know that your race and your gender is not a disadvantage, it's a differentiator. And I choose that mindset because I choose to say the essence of who I am is the difference.
This is our chance. COVID put a big fat spotlight on the fact that we have a lot more to do to get women in the workforce and keep women in the workforce.
And it isn't about talk. It's not about policies or vague HR statements that are on the wall. It's about taking action.
Even though you're looking at over $3 trillion spending power of African Americans and Latinos, they still didn't believe in the fact that they could make money, especially big retailers. But we changed that.
It's also very important to have diversity objectives to hold leaders accountable.
Something I've been sharing recently is the perspective that we're not going backward, we're going forward. And that applies to how we should flex every muscle to advance gender equality, diversity, equity, and inclusion in our workplaces.
Welcome to Day 2 of the WBC 2021 Virtual Annual Summit. To begin our program, please welcome the WBC's Chief Executive Officer, Edie Frazier.
Wow, and wonderful and special. Lynn Bourne, our Chief Strategy Officer, and I are going to look back, look at today, and Lynn's going to challenge the movement for tomorrow. When we stop and say, yes, this is equality can't wait, and that we're about achieving gender parity and diversity with total engagement from all of us. And today is American Business Women's Day. And let's look back as we saw some of a quick highlights from yesterday. Those that are saying, let's be game changers. As Cassandra Brown Duckett said, let's accelerate and really know the power of our sisterhood. And yes, we will reflect on our brothers with us. And as Magic Johnson, and you'll hear from Indra Nooyi, are saying, let's be trailblazers and make sure we're transparent in all we do. 10 quick points as we open. WBC overall. It's hard to believe this miracle of 2.5 years ago as we focus together on faster together. If we could collaborate and build this giant collaboration of engagement. And with that, we moved equal position, pay, and power as our mission, and all we do together is advance that mission. It is we, it is never I, as we look at millions of us engaged. And to our board and to all of our stakeholders and supporters, thank you. We, number 2, are about bold and transparent action. We're clear on where we're going by 2025 and 2030. And those we measure with data. And yes, as we said over and over, with stories. We have a clarity of purpose, and our goals are opportunities. We are about achievement and measurement and uplifting. Go back, number 3, and look at our summits. Lynn and I remember well on May 2019, when we invited 22 of our women business organizations together, and each signed 2 proclamations. One was that organization would come together and pledge to be a collaborative leader. The second proclamation that every CEO of the women's business organization signed, would they as leaders would compel. And with that, let's look at the one comment about leadership. Leadership is not just bringing followers. Leaders turning everybody into leaders for action. So with that, as we hit 3,600 registrants today for our third Women's Summit, we are so grateful to share the empowerment and the stories. We're about daily action and achievement and acceleration. So let's take that fourth area of leadership. Think about our CEOs and our Trailblazers and all of our CEOs, heads of our organizations. And we're focusing on what was said yesterday, intentionality, integrated strategies, acceleration of where we can lead together. And we celebrate all of those. Our CEOs are all committed, and half of them have reached gender parity on the board. Most of them have reached 35% women in the C-suite, but where are the women of color? Because we are achieving the data of real change, but we must make sure our sisters of color are at our side. So WBC is thrilled to have 34% diversity on all we do, but we never can stop until our sisters of color are by our sides in every one of our 9 actions. So fourthly, let's call a call to action and think about what your teams can do, your organizations can do, and then your action. Are you taking 5 actions every day? Are you helping 5 other women every day? And then number 6, are we all about results and impact so that we do that amplification and we build? And again, let's add the communications, the marketing, the social media, because if we bring our voices together in this giant chorus of change with the men as allies, we will absolutely drive change together. And yes, celebration. We are celebrating and we will do it. And lastly, it's gratitude. So our gratitude is, yesterday was International Gratitude Day. And let's hope we live that every day. WBC expresses our gratitude. And with that, I turn it over to a partner in crime for leadership and action, Lynn Bourne.
Thank you very much to Edie, our powerhouse and resident shining star. I've worked in finance in Silicon Valley and New York City for 20 years and have the pleasure of knowing many outstanding women's business organizations across the United States. All of these organizations have been working tirelessly towards similar goals, but we're all aware that progress is too slow. We still have a long way to go. At the Women Business Collaborative, we think progress can be accelerated by not working in silos and instead unifying our efforts to collectively generate exponentially more results. So we formed the Women Business Collaborative and partnered with 55 women's organizations and then added hundreds of executive advisory and leadership council members, men and women. And in only a year, we'd created something unprecedented. We all feel the passion and momentum from our group efforts, and so we'd realized we'd formed a movement. We are a collaboration and a movement focused on a single, unifying, overarching purpose to accelerate equal position, pay, and power for all business women. My name is Lynn Bourne, and I am one of the many co-founders of the Women Business Collaborative and chair of strategy on our board. I'm also the chief practice officer of Aspiriant, a national wealth management firm with $14 billion under management. In addition to providing a full range of services to our clients, we also have a program called Women Taking Charge, where we help women align their financial lives with their personal values. All successful movements in history collaborated together to achieve results. The Marriage Equality Act unified efforts at the county, state, and federal levels. The suffragette movement unified differing opinions to create sustained pressure through a collective commitment to their goal. For our movement, we achieve results through our 9 action initiatives to push for acceleration in 3 key areas. More women in leadership positions in the C-suite and on boards, women in control of institutional capital and women entrepreneurs, and supporting initiatives that should cascade throughout the organization, like inclusivity for women of color and gender and compensation parity. The speed with which our powerful ecosystem came together has amazed even us, and we're energized and excited to be part of this momentum. Our shared network now includes millions of stakeholders, literally millions, are part of our movement, driving real change, and we continue to grow. Our phenomenal progress is fueled by core drivers that all successful movements have in common, and I'd like to talk about 3 of these drivers. All movements have a strong and unified vision and purpose rooted in shared values. Our vision is equal position, pay, and power for all business women, and our collective values are rooted in parity, fairness, and equal opportunities for all. Second, just like any great business organization, successful movements need more than a vision, they need a structure through which to drive and scale results. These are big challenges and opportunities we're solving, so like all successful movements, WBC has created a shared structure for all of us to drive this vision together forward. A third common thread among successful movements is commitment to the long haul. And wow, have we demonstrated commitment to the long haul. We've been committed for centuries. Let's place this mission, our long haul, into the highest and truest possible context. How did it happen that worldwide political, social, and economic discrimination around women is this long-standing and so acceptable that it's become standard operating procedure? How is it even possible that Afghanistan thinks it can stop education for girls at this point in time, or that worldwide economic disparity for women is so dire that the United States still has to include gender equality in its Sustainable Development Goals program? The deeper significance of our movement goes right to the heart of this wide-reaching economic and social significance, to resolve once and for all that promotions are treated equitably, that compensation disparity and its associated long-term negative economic impact is finally eliminated, and that opportunities are shared fairly among a circle of equals. Multiply this impact around the world, and our commitment to equal position, pay, and power takes on a whole new meaning to create concentric rings of positive impact for us professionally, for our families, and for our communities. The Women Business Collaborative, in partnership with all of you, with all of our members, all of our stakeholders, is accelerating progress to make this shared vision a reality now. And even though we're in a virtual setting, if we were in a room together, I'd be asking you to join me in saying this now. Let's say it together. Now, now, and now. Thank you so much for your support. Yesterday was amazing. Please enjoy today, the energy and the momentum. And I'd like to introduce Gwen Young, our COO, to continue this powerful day together. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. The WBC is committed to accelerating progress and driving impact, as you've heard. We do this through collaboration and transparency. We do this by building the movement dedicated to equity for women in business, and as we keep saying, equal position, pay, and power for all businesswomen. As of this summit, we have 57 partner organizations and resource partners with whom we work to collaborate and coordinate, aggregate and amplify, and convene and support, much like having you all here today. The WBC collaborates and coordinates against our 9 action initiatives. The first three focus on executive women's leadership in business. They are CEO leadership and sponsorship of women CEOs, women in the C-suite and executive leadership with P&L responsibility, women in the boardroom. Our next three action initiatives focus on the underrepresentation of women in business in specific sectors: women's entrepreneurship and access to capital, women in capital and finance, and women in technology. And the final three are critical to equity for women in business and cut across all. These are diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender and pay parity, and women in the pipeline. You will hear about all of these in our breakout sessions at the end of today. But let's talk about our targets. This is where we're going. Where are we going? Well, we want 15% of Fortune 500 and S&P 500 CEO roles to be women by 2025. We want women to constitute 20% of those being considered for CEO roles by 2025. We want 10% of all women in the C-suite to be women of color. And we want 8% of women occupying the C-suite to have substantial P&L responsibility by 2025. As we talked about yesterday, we want 25% of candidates assessed for the C-suite to be women. And of course, we want gender and pay parity in the C-suite by 2030. But also, and importantly, we want a 20% increase in women-owned business generating 5 million or more by 2025. We want the percentage of venture capital available to women founders to double by 2025. It's only 2.3% in 2018. And we would want to decrease the female quit rate in the tech sector by 50%. So to talk about these targets, progress, and our collaboration, we have the key leaders of some of our partner organizations, including Jose Zelstra, the CEO of Gender Fair, and a WBC board member. Jose, welcome, and let's take it away to talk about targets and collaboration for impact.
Thank you, Gwen. There's been so much progress made, and the following three leaders of Women Business Collaboratives partner organizations are going to share how they are advancing on some of these 9 action initiatives via their work. First, I'd like to introduce you to Camille Burns, CEO of the Women Presidents Organization. The Women Presidents Organization is a nonprofit membership organization of more than 2,000 women presidents of multi-million-dollar companies around the globe. Their mission is to accelerate business growth, enhance competitiveness, and promote economic security through confidential and collaborative peer learning groups. Next, we have Anna Mock, President and CEO of Ascend. Ascend is the largest Pan-Asian business professional membership organization in North America, and their mission is to drive workplace and societal impact by developing and elevating all Asian and Pacific Islander business leaders and empowering them to become catalysts for change. And lastly, we have Candace Waterman, President and CEO of Women Impacting Public Policy. WIPP is a national nonpartisan organization advocating on behalf of women entrepreneurs, strengthening their impact on our nation's public policy, creating economic opportunities, and forging alliances with other business organizations. Welcome to our panelists. So let's begin this conversation by talking about why targets matter. Can you each share what your organization is measuring and how progress is being tracked and shared? Let's start with Anna, then Candace, and then Camille.
Thank you, and thank you for the great work to WBC. Ascend has been so thrilled to be part of this collective and collaborative, and the recognition, frankly, that women, all women of course, but women of color play a very important role, and that we are not forgotten that Asian women also are women of color, which sometimes we forget. So thank you collectively for all remembering that and having us part of this. Now, this discussion about tracking and measurements has been a very complex one for us as an organization, and actually for the Asian and Pacific Islander community, in the sense that this sentiment of we don't want to get there just because there was a goal. We want that seat at the table because we know we deserve to be there. So it's very nuanced, and I think all of us grapple with that. Whether setting goals creates a dynamic that has unintended consequences, because we again don't want to get there because people were forced to get there. We want to get there because we earned it. So, but as an organization, as community, and learning from so many great women organizations, we've realized it's very important to do that. Because if we don't set the goals and we don't have that measurement, it's too much disputed about what success looks like. And there's not facts on the table. So I believe us having those numbers and having the goals allows for the conversation, first and foremost, to then unveil what are the misunderstandings or misperceptions about the realities. And so as for Ascend, we've done a few things. If you've tracked our research, you've seen we've done a lot of research in particular around Asians and women into the C-suite and also corporate boardrooms. And that is where we are most focused on. I think many know for at least the API community, it has been in general less about getting Asians, again, it's varied by segment, into the professional workforce, but it has been very much about advancement, similar to, I would say, women at large. And there is so much unknown about the successes of Asians. So for example, people don't realize that only 3% of women executives are of Asian descent, in spite of more than doubling that in the professional workforce. People don't realize that in a corporate boardroom, that there are only 4.4% of all Fortune 1000 board seats that are represented by Asian voice. So I use those as examples. So we have heavily focused on our research and creating data to make sure we can look at and baseline, in particular, those two segments. And we will continue to do more, even beyond that. But there's so much work we've had to do just even to get those facts out there and people understanding that.
Thank you, Anna. How about yourself, Candace?
Thank you so much. I have to, of course, start by saying thank you to Edie and the powerhouse that she is. And of course, as Anna stated, WIP is so proud to be a part of the WBC. And I say congratulations to all on the 3,600 registrants today. That reach is amazing. You know, Anna really laid out a good foundation in saying getting the data sometimes is difficult, but very, very important. And for WIP, as we focus on sort of three pillars, if you will, advocacy, community, and education, we are really entrepreneurial focused. So that is where we are looking as we talk about tracking, right? So if I take each of those three pillars and look at them separately, particularly from an advocacy perspective, we are tracking our impact on public policy as it relates to women in business. You know, like ensuring that women have access to contracts. So looking at the infrastructure bill and being really engaged in the new percentages and the new increases for small businesses from 23 to 25%. You know, we've worked over decades to advocate for the WOSB federal contracting program because women, you know, were not at the table and now we are. Though the goal has only been met twice, one of which in 2019, the goal of 5% was exceeded at 5.19%. We have asked in this new infrastructure bill, as we look at increasing overall 23 to 25%, particularly for women-owned small businesses, a 7% increase, right? So when I look at how we're measuring, it is, can we have these policies put in place, which ultimately affect the access that our women business owners have to contracts and therefore to equity, right, and parity in the marketplace. One other that I think is really important from an advocacy perspective for us to mention, particularly again from a measurement perspective, is the Runway Act. This is where they take a 5-year look back at revenues instead of 3. That was huge for women to have, again, an opportunity and access to those procurement opportunities in the marketplace. There's also the Women and Minority Equity Act that was introduced in 2019 prior to COVID, right, disrupting our world. And those things are important. So those are the kinds of things that we measure from an advocacy perspective. What policies are in place, that is where sustainable actions occur and sustainable impact occur. Now, as we look at our community from a community perspective, it is really about how our community is moving from contact to contracts, right, in both public and private sector. And is the community answering our calls to action as we have laid out here today, right? There is a call to action for all of our community to be involved, particularly from a policy perspective. As I say, it's policy, not politics, and our business owners need to be involved in that process along the way. And then lastly, when you look at education, which is probably the most difficult to measure, if you will, we track our impact on programming. And is that having a positive effect for our business owners as they get procurement ready and capacity expansion? So all 3 of these components sort of make up our ecosystem of success and what we are tracking. And each year we are looking at how do we course correct on tracking, because it is, can be very difficult, as Anna has stated.
That's great work. Thank you. Camille?
Okay, first of all, I also want to thank you and thank Edie so much. I have to say, as someone who's been in this women's business space for 20 plus years, Candace has been along with me the entire way. It's just such an incredible feeling to see all of these different organizations coming together. So I really want to applaud you on all of the work that you've done and congratulate Edie. I look at our role with Targets as a little bit different. We're kind of a niche organization working with business owners that are running multi-million-dollar companies. So where I see our role is what can we do to help organizations like WBC achieve your targets? What can we do to help Candace and help WIP achieve their targets? We have a couple programs we do where we're tracking some data, and a couple that I would like to point out. First of all, we do a 50 fastest women-owned led list every year. We're partnering with JP Morgan Chase this year. And that list is a combination of percentage and real growth. And the women who make this list are running incredibly fast-growing businesses. The data that we track with this list is seeing what do those women look like. And over the years, watching the women in that group, they're younger, they're more diverse, and seeing the kind of impact that these women can have. And then looking at that and talking about the recognition that Edie was mentioning, getting these women the kind of recognition and visibility to tell the world there are young, diverse women running incredibly fast-growing companies. And women are making a huge impact in all sorts of industries. These are not some of the industries I think people typically think of as industries that women may be running businesses in. The second study we do every year is we do a business outlook survey. We partner with EY and their Winning Women program. And with this survey, we're able to look at what benefits are women business owners providing? What are their funding sources? What are their obstacles to scaling? What are their business priorities? And we can take this data, analyze the results, look at what has shifted, and then look at goals like those set by WBC and see what are these obstacles and what can we do as an organization providing learning, providing peer networking opportunities to support the women in our communities to grow so they can help achieve these goals. One of which I can think of off the top of my head is the access to capital issue. And we see when we run this survey every year, we just recently conducted the survey, that the majority of women in our community running these larger businesses are still funding their businesses with their own money, with their friends and family, with lines of credit and credit cards. And I think it's really important to look at, okay, what can we do to help these women have that access to capital so that we can help organizations like WBC and all of these other women's organizations achieve these goals.
Thank you, Camille. You know, the WBC is all about collaboration. It's about being faster together. So I'd like to ask our panelists to talk a little bit about how you are collaborating with others in the public, private, and or nonprofit sectors in order to achieve the targets that you've laid out. And how has collaboration accelerated your progress? So let's start with Candace, then we'll go to Camille and with Anna.
Thank you. I am so happy about this question because I think there is a misnomer to dispel, right? Because I truly believe that we go further together. Therefore, I never look at any of my peers or peer organizations from a competitive perspective, even though we're all in the women's business space, right? Because none of us do the same thing in the same way. And that's the beauty of collaboration. And that is the beauty of bringing like-minded organizations together. Looking at what it is that we are delivering and where there is alignment in what we're delivering, let's partner on that. Because we know one big, strong voice, right? A collective voice is stronger than what I call popcorn voices. Particularly as I look at the work that we're doing on the Hill, it's really important to go in and have a collective, concerted effort because you just get further, right? Faster, if you will. One of the ways, just as most recent, that we're collaborating is we put together a survey with NAWBO, shared it with our other partners to obtain feedback on issues that are affecting our women businesses as we're looking at this infrastructure bill, reconciliation bill. We needed feedback on wage increase and from government contracting perspective, and how is that going to affect our women-owned businesses, childcare, and of course, everything else, right, in the infrastructure bill. And really obtaining this information and doing so in a collaborative manner helps us with conversations as we work so hard to level the playing field for the 12.9 million women-owned businesses across the country. And as a W20 delegate to the G20, it is doing so across the globe as we talk about, you know, what do we do to help our women across the globe in moving the needle forward with the support that they need. And just as it was mentioned earlier, you know, with our women in Afghanistan, to look at how can we support them to get what they need so that they can be viewed and have some kind of parity, right? So it really is, I think, imperative for us to work together. And the WBC is a great example of how to do that successfully. And that's why we're so proud to be a part of the collective.
Well, we're happy to have you as part of the collective. Camille.
First of all, I can't tell you how much I love this question. To me, collaboration is everything. And Marsha Firestone, who started the WPO almost 25 years ago, the tagline from day one has been reaching further together. So we've sort of had collaboration in our blood, running peer advisory groups. It's all about the women coming together and collaborating with each other. And I have to say, through the pandemic, it just became so clear to me how much we as a community have to collaborate, that I feel like it's really a new day for women, and that we're seeing how much value there is when we collaborate. I watched women get through this pandemic because they had other women business owners at their side in completely different industries, helping them make sure that they could navigate everything that was going on. And I look at all of these organizations coming together. We're never going to achieve these goals if we try and do it alone. There's nothing WPO can do by itself to achieve any of these goals. But when we all work together, the 3 organizations on this call and all of the other organizations that are part of this collective, when we work together, these goals aren't that hard to achieve if we actually put our minds to it and put in the effort necessary. So we partner with women's organizations, global organizations, but I also want to give a shout out to the corporations that support organizations like ours and other organizations in our community. Without the corporations who really not only put their money where their mouth is, but also put people on the ground and put the energy and effort into helping the women's business community. It's extremely important. And I'll just speak of a recent collaboration we're working on with Walmart, where we've had a long relationship with Walmart, and we started having conversations about our diversity goals. And they came to us and said, what can we do to help the second stage, the multi-million-dollar woman of color who's running a business? And so we're in this process of working on a program with them together. And I look at the WBC goal of helping increase the revenues for minority-owned firms. And I think, well, Walmart and WPO looking at these multi-million-dollar companies, if we can help people scale, then we can help WBC achieve that goal. And so I really, really am so happy that all of these organizations have come together, because I really think that we can achieve so much if we all work together on all of these objectives.
Great thoughts. Thank you. Anna, how about you?
Thank you for asking the question. You know, the roots of many of our organizations, and in particular for Ascend, is about collaboration. Now that we're 16 years old, I think people forget the history that organizations started being seeded by the Big Four. So some of you may know I'm a partner at Deloitte. And when I think back to that, we asked all the firms to suspend their competitive interest with each other to help us get started over a decade and a half ago, which meant that we asked companies, to Camille's point, we asked companies to really act for the community at large on a common goal. And I think really sticking to that core has been what our organization has been about, right? We've taken industry by industry, working with companies that, again, at times were fiercely fighting for market share, fighting for talent, fighting for mind share, and really being a facilitator in getting us together on what is most common about our struggles and our goals, and to drive that. So at the companies, we've been doing that and playing a very important role to bring organizations together so they can actually collaborate, not only with us, but with each other. When I think about the community organizations, and back to Candace and Camille's point, you know, I would say, as leaders of these nonprofits, we can set these goals, but they really aren't goals of our organization. They are community goals. They are goals that we have taken the leadership to set on behalf of, so we can drive change. So without the collaboration, without partnerships like we have with WBC and many others, that's not going to happen in terms of achieving those goals. And also recognizing that collaboration leads to many voices of organizations and people that don't look like us. And that is very, very important. So Ascend has been spending a lot of our time, not only on collaboration with other racial equity organizations, but other organizations that really don't look like us. I'll just put that in the broadest sense. I firmly believe that collaboration leads to us really negating the negative effects of competition so that we can build stronger community. And so that is really a starting point in terms of driving the concept of community. And it is only with community that we actually can drive change.
Fantastic, Anna, and the discussion of collaboration, the importance of advocacy. So now, in a minute or less, as we're closing this out, to this very large audience of interested people, organizations, activists, what is your one call to action in 2021? What can what can you do? What can your organization do to really drive us towards target, doing this faster together, getting to where we need to go? Camille, take us away.
Sure. My call to action comes from watching what has happened through the pandemic, where we have seen that it's not just about enhancing leadership skills, it's not just about enhancing knowledge, but it's about enhancing the whole leader. And when I think about the leader as a whole person, I think it is so particularly true of women. So my call to action is to not just educate and make sure we're giving people information, but to remember that women are whole people. And we need to do what we can to enhance the entire person so that we can be better leaders, we can do more in our communities, we can have greater impact, and we can grow bigger businesses.
I love it. Anna, call to action.
One of the big call to actions we'll have as an organization is this concept that builds on what Camille said, which is belonging. I hear so often from our members and from others how they don't feel they belong. But that sense of belonging is not just an individual's responsibility. It is us as systems and organizations that help the individual feel and know they belong. And so I think if we adopt the mindset, if you as a leader adopt the mindset of how you are going to help others know and hear and feel they belong, then it becomes a shared effort versus an individual effort on getting to our goals.
Absolutely. Candace, call to action 2021 and beyond.
I will end with 3. Be involved, be engaged, be committed. Be involved in the political process and policy to understand how it affects business. Our businesses are paying taxes based on policy today and everything else. So be involved, be engage with all of the organizations that are part of the WBC so that you can get what you need from a success perspective. And lastly, I'll end with be committed. Be committed to the success of others around you because we absolutely go further together.
I love that. Involved, engaged, committed, transparency, collaboration, and we will get there. We will get to these targets. I would love to thank you all for being partners in the Women Business Collaborative, for talking today so openly about what your organization is doing, what we're doing together with the Women Business Collaborative, and how we're going to get to equal position pay and power for all business women. Thank you. Now we're turning right now to discuss specifically what our corporate partners are doing to drive gender equity and diversity. As we talked earlier today, we've got 57 women's business organizations and resource partners. We've got over 30 corporate partners. We've got 420 champions within the movement. And we want to talk about what we're all doing together, what we're doing in terms of targets, what are the best practices and where we're going. So in order to do this and to hear from some of these, I want to introduce Felicity Hassan, who is the president of North America for Adelis. She is a WBC board member and chair of the advisory council. Felicity, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gwen. Good morning. I now have the great fortune to speak with 5 companies who are leading the charge. As Gwen mentioned, my name is Felicity Hassan. I'm the president of Awardees, an executive search firm specifically dedicated to leveling the playing field for diverse talent, both in the leadership space and in the boardroom. I also have the great honor of working with the board of the Women Business Collaborative and co-chairing their advisory council. I am so pleased to be hosting 5 incredible executives today who all believe in our core message of empowering through gender diversity and are here to share how they and their organizations are representing and leading the charge in this space. So I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, their role and company, and why diversity is so important to them. So let's start with Amy.
Hi, good morning. I'm Amy Lenander. I lead the consumer auto business at Capital One. And regarding DEI, I just fundamentally believe that we're able to create the best solutions and innovations when we create an environment where people from different backgrounds and experiences just feel comfortable to contribute their best thinking. I mean, that's the environment I feel best being a part of. And I believe that you only get there with an intentional focus on DEI.
Thank you, Amy. And Kristen?
Yes, good morning, everyone. We're delighted to be here. I am Vice President of Government Relations at NetApp, probably the biggest company you might not have heard of. 18 billion market cap, it's B2B, anything data, that's NetApp. I came to NetApp actually being a consultant with them for a couple of years. I had my own woman-owned business for 13 years. I was the CEO, ran my P&L, and NetApp convinced me to come on board to run their program after I built it on the outside. The reason I joined NetApp, among many reasons, but actually the most important reason, is because their culture, their values, their priorities and DI&B aligned with my own. And I felt I could really move a needle, both within the company, help move forward their own program, as well as externally through the government affairs program. So delighted to be here, and I'm super happy to be able to brag about all the cool stuff we're doing at NetApp.
Thank you, Kristen. And Tony?
Hi, I'm Tony Cook-Bush. I'm the Global Head of Government Relations at News Corporation. Think of us as Wall Street Journal, HarperCollins, New York Post, and Realtor.com. I'm committed to DE&I for many reasons. One, just my personal experience of having come up in an environment where I was often the only African-American and the only woman in a room and meetings, whatever I was doing. But second, because it is critical to our businesses. DEI is important, diversity, equity, and inclusion is important for the newspaper business, for the real estate business, for book publishing, because we need to be able to reach a broad audience and present diverse viewpoints. And that can only happen if that's the kind of company that we are.
Fantastic. Nan.
Hi, I'm Nan Dasgupta. I'm a senior partner and managing director at the Boston Consulting Group. We are a global strategy consulting group. And I have to say, it's just a pleasure to be on this panel with such like-minded individual and kindred spirits, if you will. So DE&I is important to my organization at BCG to start with. I mean, it's part of our core values over 55 years ago when we were founded: diversity, inclusion, respect for the individual, and social impact. And for us, Tony, just as you said, it's a business imperative. We do better work if we can bring great, diverse individuals who feel included and be at their best in everything that we do. And for me personally, it fuels a lot of my purpose to help advance that cause and make sure we're the best that we can be. And I and my teams are at the best that we can be.
Thank you, Nan. And last but by no means least, Larry.
Hi, Larry Quinlan. I just wrapped up a long stint as Global Chief Information Officer of Deloitte, and I'm a partner in the firm. This is all about preserving our firm. We believe without an effective approach to DE&I, without an effective approach to the advancement, retention of women, we're at a competitive disadvantage and our longevity is threatened. This is about survival from my point of view.
Yeah, I think a great point. And I think you all reflected that. I think what we're talking about here is really kindred spirits, understanding that diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is a strategic imperative to everything that we do as individuals, but specifically in the corporate and business space. So without further ado, I want to dig into that in a little bit more depth. So I think we can all agree that DEI&B has never been more top of mind. And we applaud all of you and the organizations that you represent for really leading the way in terms of driving diversity, but particularly gender equity. So I believe that these changes can be organic. And by organic, I mean, some of these changes can evolve over time. And then there's also the opportunity for us to introduce more programmatic changes to really kind of show intentionality. And so what I was hoping to do in the first instance, just in the context of like us having gone through such a dramatic 18 months of change, is to really think about some of those organic shifts that we've seen within our organizations and how our organizations just jumped on board and got things started before the program started to kick in. So Tony, I'd love to kind of just hear a little bit more about how News Corp started evolving and what you started seeing.
I would say the biggest change, that has happened at News Corp really since COVID hit us was a dramatic increase in communications. We found that it's really important to communicate more with our employees. For my team, we actually have a daily meeting. At first, everybody was like, oh, we don't really want to do that. Now, it's just a part of our day. The senior executive team, we're having town meetings, but communication has been really critical as we move forward, and making sure that I think one of the things about COVID is that we have learned the fragility of our relationships and the importance of being in touch and communicating. And so communicating your policies around diversity, equity, inclusion, but also not just communicating them, but talking to employees, making sure those policies are evolving as we've moved into this new environment.
Absolutely. And I know that that Amy, you had talked about like the shifting nature of like the way in which you're communicating with employees. I'd love for you to expand on that as well.
Yeah, sure. I mean, building on Tony's point, I completely agree that communication just became so much more important organically as we all moved to work from home. But I think a piece of that also is just that the more context we shared with the broad team, the more they craved, and the more that we saw into each other's homes and saw really in live and real time the challenges that our colleagues were managing through, whether that's a persistent toddler or the need to manage how you work from a small bedroom with roommates. Just different sorts of conversations emerged. And those sorts of conversations were when it was much more frequent to ask, like, how are you really doing? And not just get a cursory answer, but actually get a very genuine answer. And I think those more personal interactions and caring across our business just made the team feel more included and supportive of different circumstances that everyone was managing. I think it also created a foundation for deeper conversations in both small and large groups about mental health, and especially last summer when there was so much life-changing momentum in the world around us with the Black Lives Matter movement, like that foundation of trust and support that organically was built early in the pandemic made it much more natural to lean into conversations about what could feel like a much more personal topic. And I think a lot of those really critical conversations about like the impact of the killing of George Floyd or the impact of hate crimes against Asians, like those conversations and ultimately our urgency to act were really fueled by those deeper connections that were forged early in the pandemic.
Yeah, and I'd love to kind of touch on that in more depth later as well. But I think that what we're talking about here when you're talking about those personal conversations is actually kind of really a fundamental shift of culture and values within our organizations. And I know that that's something which kind of NetApp really kind of dug into. Kristen, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure, and I certainly agree with all the comments that have been made so far. They're all applicable to NetApp as well. I think what we realized most during COVID, most importantly, was that we just really need to take care of our people. In this new strange world in which we all found ourselves, we need to make sure our team felt taken care of, that they had what they needed to do their jobs and had the emotional and personal support to do so. We needed them to be healthy and well and to continue our corporate growth mindset. It was a full package. So we kind of stepped back and we took a look at our values and we decided they needed a refresh. The old values, we just didn't think they addressed the shifts in culture and behaviors that were needed to reflect our vision, which was to ensure our people felt taken care of, to ensure we inspired their growth mindset, to capture new opportunities, and more directly reflect our strong focus on belonging and inclusion. We had a global all hands call recently, and George Kurian, our CEO, really said it best. He said, building an aspirational culture at NetApp is a choice we all must make. It means aspiring to bigger things, rising together, promoting belonging, embracing growth, acting like owners, and moving with confidence, purpose, and accountability. It's a choice we must make each and every day. And I think that verbiage is really, really important. So leading with caring, leading with intention, leading with clarity, and leading with authenticity, because that's what NetApp actually was already all about. So the 5 values refreshed are: put customer at the center. We're still a business after all, so that comes first. Number 2, care for each other and our communities. Number 3, build belonging every day. Every day, that language is very important in there. Embrace a growth mindset, and think and act as owners, because we're all in this together, wherever we're sitting, in our living rooms or apartments or wherever, as you said. As Edie said yesterday at the opening of the conference, if you have the right culture, you'll get great recruitment, great retention of great talent. And that's really our goal. So we try to capture all of kind of this new movement in our values more accurately.
Speaking my language, Nan, BCG, I know that you had kind of touched on like culture change in your introduction. What are BCG thinking about in terms of like that organic, that evolution of culture and values?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting way to frame it, Felicity, because for us, gender equity has been a mission, something we've been working on for well over 20 years. And we recognized early on that a lot of that wasn't going to need programmatic things to change. But a lot of that was actually just making sure our culture was as inclusive as possible and really set an environment for success up for all diverse individuals. So for us during COVID, I mean, what we learned quickly, and I would echo all of the comments of the how to do this, is like double down on the culture that defines us, double down on what makes our environment as caring, as empathetic, as psychologically safe, because people need that more than ever. And women have needed it more than ever through, you know, the circumstances of the pandemic. I think we've all, you know, seen in the data, women really need to be understood, you know, to be considered more fully for their whole lives, to really feel purpose in their work. So we've just doubled down on communications, on making sure people had a lot of visibility into the resources and the support that were in place for mental wellness, and that people felt not just, you know, able to take advantage of those things, but welcome to, encouraged to, and felt that, you know, people had their back. We've created a lot of forums for conversations. So conversations for people to sort of talk about their authentic experiences, their authentic backgrounds, so that those of us who are struggling to understand some of the turmoil that's going on in the world have a way to learn from each other and sort of air our questions and learn with complete safety of knowing you won't be judged. We're all going through something. Let's go through it together. So it's really just been doubling down on making sure that what's always been there in our culture was really felt through this crisis.
Fair enough. And Larry, I'm sure like a lot of that resonates with what you're doing as well. Anything that you would add to these comments on like culture, values, communication?
I completely agree. And I would say the only thing I would add is this organic recognition that people are different. And it sounds like a cliche, I know, but it really gets pronounced in a pandemic. Some people really want to get back into the office. You know, sometimes we have this notion nobody wants to go to the office. We have a lot of young people who really miss that. We have people who really want to get back out on the road. They want to get on a plane. They want to visit clients. They want to do those things. And then there are others who are not. So, you know, we ask the question a lot, when are we opening offices? When are we going to do this? How are we going to handle work from home? And very often I say it's our recognition now that, yes, you have to ask those questions, but they're not always the right questions. Some people are going to be at home. Some are going to be at client sites. Some are going to be in the office. And those who are in the office on Monday and Tuesday might be home on Thursday and Friday. So we just have to prepare for all of those eventualities and figure out how we're taking care of people and business, given that all of those eventualities are just going to be true.
Yeah, I think that's so true. And I think that speaks to everything that we've talked about today. And I'm really kind of like hones in on the point that you made, I think Amy and you, Tony, which was really like, it's so much more about the person now than the employee. This is about people, which doesn't mean that we were kind of inhumane leaders historically, but more so that just like we've really learned what people are about now. So kind of understanding people on a more personal level is really going to probably drive progress. So with that, I'll pivot over to, we've looked at like gradual evolution, but I know that your organizations are also putting in place like really cool, like macro programmatic changes to create like intentionally inclusive cultures for all. And some of them have been like really dramatic. So Kristen, I would love for you to kick us off with NetApp and some of their real estate decisions.
Sure. So I think the biggest one you're alluding to, Felicity, is that we've gotten rid of our old school headquarters in Sunnyvale, the whole campus thing that we had for a long time. And we bought some office space in San Jose that we're totally refitting for kind of the workforce of the future, if you will. Instead of having a lot of offices, it has a lot more collaboration space. So that's one of the programmatic changes. Another one I would highlight, which is closely connected, is something that we call Thrive Everywhere. So it's a very fluid approach, to Larry's point, of how do you view the office going forward? Some folks will work primarily remote, and I say primarily on purpose. It's not 100% remote. Some people will be primarily in the office, and the vast majority will be flex workers. The most important piece is that is based on what work needs to be done, not metrics of 2 days in the office or FaceTime or whatever. It's what's the work that has to be done, and where does that work? What's the work that has to be done, and where does that work have to be done from? And the idea of the flexibility and choice that this hybrid work model offers, along with aligning to those revised values that I talked about, the point is to enable every employee to thrive everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are, you're still going to be able to thrive in our environment. And I think another programmatic change I would point out is an intercompany platform we've stood up, which is kind of like an opportunity marketplace, kind of like an internal LinkedIn almost, sort of, where employees go in and put in their qualifications, their skill sets, things they're interested in. They're allowed to proactively look at building their own skill sets out in different areas. There's a whole transparency across the whole organization, no matter where you sit, what color you are, what gender you are, as to where the opportunities are. You can find mentors and coaches through doing that. So it puts everyone on an equal footing for having transparency across the company to find and apply for opportunities, develop themselves, and work with others proactively to achieve the career they want to have at NetApp. So those are some pretty cool tools that we've put in, again, aligning with those values that we've kind of shifted to represent both our internal culture as well as the changing marketplace. So kind of cool stuff. I'm very excited about see how they all work.
Yeah, and I mean, it really is super intentional. So incredibly impressive to be making those kind of bold steps, which are, you know, are big financial decisions, like really kind of focus on productivity and access for all, which again, like speaks to that belonging, that inclusivity, and like in this changing world, how do we kind of make sure that people stay included? And while we're on the topic of like HQs, I know that Larry, we had touched on historically that HQs have always been kind of almost less of an issue for you in your business because of like the nature of travel. So from your perspective, what kind of programmatic shifts have you kind of looked into really to kind of make sure that your clients are really kind of seeing ongoing effectiveness?
Sure. So we've always been a people business but a high travel business as well. So programmatic shifts around how we travel, ensuring that the needs of our people are considered in travel assignments. So in our systems, actually enabling people to identify what their travel and location preferences are, just given this new normal we find ourselves in. There's a decision around bringing people together in Deloitte University that we think is actually still important. So the notion that that's just going to go away and all learning is going to be virtual and no one will come together anymore, we don't believe in that. We actually believe that in the right circumstances with the right precautions, that it absolutely makes sense. And Deloitte University, for example, is an important element of our plans going forward. But we also believe in being intentional and looking at all of our talent lifecycle systems. So looking at performance evaluations and appraisals and really ensuring that diversity, equity, and inclusion, well-being are factored into those items and that we're being transparent and deliberate about them.
Fantastic. And in the spirit of that kind of data analytics, which has always been absolutely pivotal, but I'd say ever more so in this kind of remote and digital environment, Amy, how's Capital One like leaning into the data?
Yeah, well, at Capital One, I think we always lean into the data in everything we do, but that very much applies to our diversity efforts as well. And when I think that came to the fore when we launched a major program of work programmatically, the Capital One Racial Equity Initiative in August 2020. And a big piece of that was measuring the impact. And I'm getting ahead of myself, but the purpose of what we were trying to stand up was really to advance racial equity and grow diversity, inclusion, and belonging at Capital One and in our communities. And we looked, across the gamut at associate development and recruiting to evaluating our talent systems and talent brands and DIB learning, supplier diversity, and even looking outside our four walls of our business, our four very virtual walls right now, to our community impact, and even fueled an impact initiative that was a $200 million 5-year commitment to advance socioeconomic mobility. And the key with all of those is it's not just standing up a big program of work with a lot of visibility, but with that also coming the accountability and programming infrastructure that enables and monitors and reports on progress. I can't do justice to all of the work in that effort, but I think it was really important to us as a company to develop something programmatic that spanned across the whole of the company, as we know that sustained systematic impact only happens when it's fully integrated and embedded everywhere.
Yeah, and I think really kind of leaning into the data and analytics, as you say, particularly in the remote environment, has just been so incredibly important. And when I think about the impacts of the past 18 months and some of kind of the data that we've seen coming out of that is that something which is very close to our hearts on this call and in this summit is about gender equity, and we've seen women falling out of the workforce at a far higher rate. Nan, BCG did some fascinating exploration into specifically that topic about why women are falling out, and I'd love for you to kind of take us through that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to talk about this. So when you talk about programmatic change, as I said, this has been a 20-year strategy for us, a 20-year focus for us. But we have put several programs in place. The one that has made, in my opinion, the single biggest impact is what we call segment of one. So unrelated to COVID, although I can pull it back to how we've deployed the program in recent times, we did some seminal analysis about 7-8 years ago to really ask ourselves the question, really get to the data, if you will, the root of the question. Why were women opting out of the consulting career at a certain stage, if you will, of progress, which was for us around the project manager, project leader time. And I think at the time, the myth was, the prevailing wisdom was, well, women opt out at that time because the travel becomes inconvenient and, they're building their families and, it just doesn't work. And when we did the data and analysis, when we talked to the women, when you actually compared reasons why men leave versus why women leave, we actually found that was a factor, but it wasn't the defining factor that made the difference between the levels of attrition between men and women. The defining factors were far more nuanced. And one of the most important factors was at a certain stage in, the consultant's lifetime, in a consultant's career, relationships really matter. Professional relationships, feeling like someone has your back, feeling like you're part of someone's team, feeling like someone is really going to help you continue this career and develop yourself as a professional. And that was a big gap between men and women. Women were not forming those relationships as naturally. We can all, understand the reasons why. And we needed to be super intentional about figuring out, getting under the hood, how can we help that happen? How can we catalyze that relationship forming? So we started the program of segment of one. It's been, 7 or 8 years now. And what we essentially do is we look at our entire pipeline of women, approaching that career stage and asking the question, do we see the conditions for success there? There's, of course, a need to develop on the skill set, but are the relationships forming? Do we see the conditions for sponsorship? And does someone have this person's back? Are they being well known enough, or are they slipping through the cracks? And we've been doing this now consistently every 6 months, every single woman at that career stage with all of the leaders that have influence on those things. So in the practice areas and in the systems and the offices. And I'm super proud to say that it's been 5 years running. We've completely equalized the level of retention at that career stage through this super intentional programmatic effort. So this remains, of course, through the latest time. As you said, we all know that there are a lot of reasons why women might be questioning work right now and, opting out. And we've just sort of doubled down on those efforts and made sure that we're keeping a really expansive view of what can we do essentially to support women through this time.
Fantastic. And it's always really encouraging to kind of take a look and actually do the analysis on some of those assumptions that we make. As you say, like life stages, of course, are going to be a factor in terms of women kind of dropping out of the workplace, but it's really kind of understanding a little bit more about, like, again, it comes back to those points that I think that we've all made about access, about understanding the person, and like really kind of understanding, as Larry put it, the individual. We are all individuals, like rather than kind of like clubbing it all as like all women are falling out because like their life stage and they're looking after children. It's simply not the case. Really kind of understanding and doing that analysis. And I think some of the programs that we've had from all of you are really exciting. Tony, anything that you would add in terms of the programs that have been introduced over at News Corp that you'd like to highlight?
Sorry about that. I would like to just comment, and it's kind of something I think for people to think about, or just to follow up on where we are. One of the things I've thought about the experience we've had with COVID is whether or not it's benefited some women, and it'll be interesting to see the studies that come out. I mean, there's been a lot of reporting of women dropping out of the workforce. But, one question I had was whether more senior women have found COVID to be an advantage to them, because a lot of the issues around balancing, family and work, relationships are those things that have they been easier to manage during COVID. And so that's just something that I think will be interesting to see what happens. I do feel like for me and for a number of my colleagues, they found it was almost an opportunity to like relax a little bit and really focus on work in a way that they hadn't been able to before. So that'll be something to see. But going back to the question at hand, with News Corp, again, we have very distinct businesses, and because our businesses are geographically dispersed primarily in Europe, the US, and Australia, News Corp operated in a very decentralized manner. And as we've moved forward on addressing DE&I, one of the things we've done is to centralize our activities in that space. And I think it's having a really positive benefit of having the ability to, one, lessons learned from those parts of our businesses that are doing better, whether it's on gender or others might be on diversity, but also, creating metrics, and that I think is having a huge impact. For us, I do believe DE&I is an issue that's really led by leadership. And, our senior exec team is already 50% female. And so that sends a lot of messaging directly to the business units, just in and of itself. And I think leading by example, is one of the most important things.
I couldn't agree more. Definitely, the messaging needs to come from the top, and leading from example is leading by example is incredibly key. But I think what all of us have seen is that there's perhaps been a historical reluctance to move towards measurable goals. And now I feel like we're all beginning to embrace the concept of measurable goals to be able to really kind of reflect our intentionality in this space. So with that, I want to kind of dig in a little bit more depth into how leveraging these diversity programs is helping to drive that scalable and sustainable change. So really kind of leaning into those metrics that we have placed on our organizations. And, you know, for me, obviously, coming from 20 years in recruitment, my thoughts are always, you know, the most measurable component of all of these programs is talent. So Larry, how is talent acquisition being held accountable for sustaining some of these changes from a diversity perspective at Deloitte?
You're so right that for a long time, there's been the reluctance to think about outcomes, numbers, hold ourselves accountable. And that has changed. So from a talent acquisition standpoint, we have deliberately expanded the schools that we work with. We've dramatically expanded them. We want to ensure that we can find the right talent where it exists, not just in the traditional places that we have looked for that talent. We're holding ourselves responsible for not just going to those schools, but being successful at those schools. Can't just say, we tried. Let's move on. Actually holding ourselves accountable. And that means numbers, looking at the number of students we've interviewed, the number of students we've made offers to, looking at their retention, looking at their promotions, and really being truly intentional about that. All of our businesses are now holding themselves and being held accountable for results, for talent acquisition results, for retention results, looking at the performance life cycle, the entire talent life cycle, and no longer being uncomfortable about talking about those things and about ensuring that we have equity in the talent life cycle process. And finally, being transparent. That discomfort you referenced resulted in a lack of transparency. And now we have the transparency reports that lay out in gory detail exactly how we're doing and the commitments we're making to do better.
Fantastic. And Kristen, I know that that's an approach that your TA team has taken as well in terms of just like expanding that reach.
Yes, absolutely. And it's one that we really need to do because in the tech industry, our data, and we're all about the data at NetApp, is probably worse than most, right? If you're talking about women in tech, only about 29% of the workforce. The higher you get, the executive level, only about 10%, right? So we've got a real challenge to meet here. We have actually taken on some pretty significant metrics and goals ourselves. In fact, we're committed to reach gender parity at all levels no later than 2035. And that's an actual goal we've set for the organization. So to work on that, as you're alluding to, we've reached out in a number of different areas, starting with the younger folks, teenagers 12 to 16. We have a program called the Data Explorers Program that we've rolled out in under-resourced communities across the globe to bring in young people and talk about data careers and learning about what data is, the cloud, and all these cool, new, exciting topics to reach the young women and right, the young people of color that may not have thought about these types of careers. At the university level, and this touches my day job very closely, we are working very closely with HBCUs. We have a pretty heavy recruiting program across the HBCUs, internships, full-time careers, tech challenges at North Carolina A&Tech, for example, or A&T University, for example. And last week we announced we have joined the HBCU Partnership Challenge with the HBCU Caucus. So we're working with the folks in Congress, in my day job, to figure out how we move this needle forward. And our colleagues at the White House, President Biden, number 2 of his priority is diversity and inclusion. So NetApp is really taking this all company approach to seeing how do we move these needles forward and how do we change this data, because we really need to do so. So all hands on deck.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Nan, tell us a little bit more about how BCG have addressed that people process as well.
You know, I think this is such an important thing to discuss, right? Because it's one thing to do programs, to set goals, to hold yourself accountable, but how do you sustain the change? You know, make sure it's It's part of the machinery rather than something you're constantly poking and prodding on and reminding people. So the sustainability, I think, comes down to being bold, as Larry said. You have to be courageous, right? You have to be actually willing to challenge. How have we done things in the past? And are we willing to actually change the way we've done things in the past? Because they may be biased. There may be real biases in there that prevent us to really achieving our goals on diversity and equity and inclusion. So it takes a lot of courage, and it also takes the willingness to do the heavy lifting. It takes work to really, rethink your processes, rethink how we would do that. So I think we've talked already on the panel a lot about the acquisition front of things. When we think about sort of the development side of things and the people process, the promotion things, we spent quite a bit of time really looking at, are we developing people in ways that actually have bias in them? And a great example of something that we found is that, when we did this analysis, women were prone to get more developmental advice, constructive feedback, grow in this area on the communication side. And we found that we often found, some common themes like, lean in more, or take up more space at the table, or, be more assertive. And candidly, when we really looked at the range of styles that you need to be successful as a strategic advisor, as a consultant, it wasn't all about being the loudest voice in the room. We just had developed this pattern recognition of that's what good looks like. That's what it means to be a leader, without fully recognizing that actually what it takes is excellent listening, empathy. Sometimes the side one-on-one conversation is even more influential, makes more change happen than being the loudest voice in the table. So we had the guts to sort of rip apart the way we used to describe communication skills and that competency and rewrite it. Actually talk about that full range of communication skills and teach our leaders and our advisors, our career development advisors, to recognize that broader skill set and appreciate that actually different styles can work super well. What matters is the outcome, and are people adept or not at a good range in order to actually get to the right outcome. So it's a good example of you got to do the work actually, and you got to be courageous enough to challenge the way you used to think about it and maybe reframe the way to think about it going forward.
And hey, it's intimidating, right? And this is something that we talk about with our clients a lot. As you say, changing the inputs to get different outputs can be a really intimidating process. But I've always interviewed this way. This is how we've always done it. This has always been successful for us in the past. Why would we change it? But you make such a good point. It's about being bold and making those changes which reduce the bias that we might have seen historically, in order that we can kind of really make a sustainable shift. And really kind of thinking about intentionally changing the diversity of our organizations. And that kind of really speaks to, the retention component. And when I think about retention, I'd love to kind of hear a little bit more about what News Corp are doing, Tony. When you think about right, okay, these individuals are in our organization now. We've really kind of made some changes in terms of how we're sourcing and making sure that we've got diversity sort of landing in our organizations. How do we then think about, how are News Corp then thinking about retention?
Well, one of the things that we've been doing, and as I talked about, one is sort of centralizing our process so that we are gathering the important data that other companies had been doing before us. But the second thing is asking our employees what they want. What are the issues that are important to them? Because it's really interesting the kind of feedback you get. Increasingly employees are interested in what you're doing around sustainability and the environment. They want programs like that. What kinds of things they want to be more involved in philanthropy. They may say, we want specific training to, move into different kinds of roles, and then developing programs to respond to those specific needs. And I think it, again, goes back to the communication and having a two-way street of hearing from your employees what matters, what's going on. I think the kind of data, the changing data we're seeing about what women want, what diverse employees are looking for, that it's really critical that the lines of communication are open so that you're addressing them, because it's very different for an organization that's primarily made up of journalists than an organization that is primarily a digital, like realtor.com, which is, primarily a digital organization. I mean, we have different needs. And so we found that better communications both ways from our employees is what's made the difference, and is helping us with retention.
Thanks, Tony. And the other thing, which I think has become, really front and center as we look at kind of like the mental and the emotional impacts of the situations that we've been in over the course of the past 18 months, how people have been personally impacted by the BLM movement, how people have been personally impacted by COVID. We often think about, mental health and wellness, which I think is, critical in terms of the psychological safety required to return to work. I know that's been certainly on the minds over at Capital One. Amy, anything that you want to share about things that you're doing in that space?
Sure thing. As I mentioned earlier, just creating a more psychologically safe environment for associates to share like what they're feeling and what they need, I think has been a big move towards inclusion for us. And I think on the psychological safety front, it's not only talking about things like those big issues that have hit us from the outside, but also I think we've realized how important that is for retention of women and other underrepresented groups in the company overall, but also in sort of those positions of power. Because one of the things we've really thought about is, as we think about driving sustainable change to get higher representation of women in those like core senior P&L roles, we've realized that we need to make like the pipeline up leading up to those roles feel like a place where they want to be, where they feel safe to bring their whole selves to work, and the community in that space actually embraces them in that. And to get to that sort of result, to Nan's point earlier, it just takes a lot of work. It's a lot of like small cultural changes that we need to look not necessarily just helping the women along that, but helping the group that's predominantly a group of men understand how some of the small things they might be doing or ways that they've made decisions over time have maybe created an environment that doesn't feel as psychologically safe. And I think we've realized that, again, it's hard work over time to get folks to realize the changes that need to happen. But once they do, like that's really the sort of change that's more likely to be sustainable over time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Some really powerful thoughts here. And I think, from the organic shifts that your organizations have taken through to the more macro programmatic investments that have been made in diversity, which have really kind of led you into measurable goals and objectives in this space, are incredibly impressive. Like we've touched on like the human component, the increasing communications and transparency, the education, the empathy that's required to really shift on this. In one word, because I know that we are nearing our final minute, in one word or one thought, like what's your call to action? Amy, kick us off.
Continue the work. Like it's sustainable. It's going to take a while for this to be sustainable, but we all need to just continue the work in this space.
Absolutely. Kristen.
I would say together. No one can do this alone, and it's got to be at all levels and with all intentions and joined at the hip. So I think together would be my word.
Thank you. Tony?
Engagement, which I think is following up. I think that being personally engaged, because each person can make a difference.
Thank you. Nan?
I would say let's seize the day. We have this incredible opportunity and time to reinvent the way work works and make it more equitable for women. Let's not waste that. Let's think boldly, innovatively when we come back to work.
Larry?
I'd say you got to believe. That's got to be the foundation. If you're just doing it to check the box, but you secretly believe that women aren't as good in technology or something like that, you're going to fail. You got to believe.
Thank you, Larry. And thank you to our incredible panelists and for WBC for shining a light on this incredible topic. Thank you all. Over to you, Gwen.
At NetApp, we've taken a data-centric approach to building our pipeline of women leaders. This year, we not only increased our leadership development opportunities, but we saturated the available seats with women.
Coming up next, a Trailblazer Award winner conversation with Joey Reiman.
What a joy to recognize Joey Reiman with our WBC Trailblazer Award 2021. Congratulations to you, Joey, as an implementer of change and the father of companies of purpose. Congratulations on the WBC Trailblazer Award. Joey Reiman.
Thank you, Edie. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. I'm so honored and just blown away. Thank you.
What a thrill as we look at you, Joey, for the reimagination of the corporation. The founder of Bright New World Studios, and as Fast Company said, one of the 100 people who will change the world, and you are and have changed the world as you have presented a greater purpose for business. And with that, the father of ideation with Bright House, and clearly you have done the definitive book on companies of purpose. And we all recognize the millions of copies out and the action taken because of your citing the importance of building the brighter brand, a greater company, and a lasting legacy with your story of purpose. And with the advent of Mona Lisa Smiling and your work with Brad Siegel, we honor you today.
Thank you, Edie. Thank you so much.
Could you talk through why you use, instead of corporate social responsibility, corporate social opportunity?
Absolutely. Corporate social responsibility sounds punitive to me. It's actually an act of compliance. After Woodrow Wilson put new laws in place that would make capitalism more distributive, this notion of building libraries, if I had a lot of money, came into fashion, and that was CSR. The way I think about companies today with purpose is it's not a responsibility, it's an opportunity. I mean, that sounds a lot happier, and it's a lot more contributory. So a company, instead of becoming one of the Fortune 500, can be now one of the fortunate 500, in that they can make the world a better place. So if you're a large company, a public company, or you're in the private sector, you have the opportunity to make Earth brighter and better. And that's a gift, and it should be talked about as a gift.
And you talk about all size companies. So it may be the Fortune 500, the Fortune 1000, the S&P, the Russell, yes, the new advent of B companies that are trying to get those in investment capital to drive change, and the whole world of business stepping up to show that purpose leads to greater profit. Do you want to comment?
Yes, absolutely. In the world of purpose, and by the way, there's a difference between a mission, a vision, and a purpose. A mission is what I do every day. A vision is where my company's going, financially or geographically, but a purpose is a why. So again, mission what, vision where, purpose, why. When you have a why, your company will expand its orbit of caring to include not just shareholders, but stakeholders. And with that expansion, we will reach out beyond the four walls of our organization to outside the four walls of our organization. Up until a few years ago, we were very focused on what was in the what was within the four walls. Now companies are focused on what's beyond the four walls. That's where purpose lives. That's where we make the contribution to society.
Joey, as you think about CEO leadership across the board of individuals, such as Indra Nooyi, who was one of the first, and that WBC is honoring, and also whether it's Eileen Fisher and those companies and the great CEOs the WBC has that are standing up as individual leaders with their companies as leaders, building a holistic approach for their talent, for their brands, and for their communities, both US and global. Can you comment on that leadership?
Yes, the old leadership we used to call the boss, as in double SOB backwards. And then we called them gurus when we thought they had some very big idea, but the gurus didn't really work out because they didn't know how to run business. And then we had the predominant leadership called the general or the militant. You know, they were always talking about collateral damage and, you know, we have to take these people out, we have to be competitive. But the new leadership, the leaders you're talking about, the Indra Nooyis of the world, they're heroes. And heroes are dealers in hope. They don't just sell goods and services. They sell good and service. They're not just sellers, they are healers. And Indra Nooyi, you're right. She was, I think, one of the first to step forward and talk about the expansion of caring, of really taking better care of the world, of being stewards of the world. And she really was talk about being a trailblazer. She blazed a trail for other leaders, other female leaders. And while we're on the subject of female leadership, I should say that my consultancy, my global consultancy, Bright House, was run by 3 women. And I have to say, forgive me, all men out there, but I think a woman's guess is better than a man's certainty, because their intuitive nature and their nurturingness and still having the power of being a captain really served us well. Increased growth every year. We ended up selling the company to the Boston Consulting Group. And those 3 women are still running the company.
And we're so pleased with WBC to work with BCG. Would you comment on true leadership as with the CEOs that we're honoring at WBC for their authenticity and their action?
Right. So authenticity, it's interesting you bring that up, Edie, because when there was a study done with Gen Z, the Gen Z generation, as well as millennials, they said that I think it was 93% would not be hired by a company unless that company had an authentic purpose. And by authentic, I mean a genuine purpose that harkens back to their ethos, their beginnings. And Gen Z and millennials have built-in BS meters. If you're inauthentic, if you're just doing a sales mantra kind of job, they will not participate in the company. And you need, you know, the future of business is about participation and collaboration. I've often said that purpose without participation is just parchment. So we're going to have to take a look at our nomenclature, our lexicon in business to better reflect what we're actually doing. And we're doing much more than we've ever done before.
Joey, reflect on the leaders that we're honoring and what you believe as you have built a film with Brad Siegel called Why is Mona Lisa Smiling? But comment on the CEOs that we admire for standing up for purpose, authenticity, and action?
Well, I think you've got some of the best CEOs out there on your team. I mean, we talked about. The ones that come to mind readily are BlackRock, P&G, Walmart, and General Motors. But Mark Bertolini at Aetna, Albert Bourla at Pfizer, Brian Chesky at Airbnb. I mean, these are leaders who are doing things that no leader had ever done before, and they have the courage to go beyond the shores of reason. Reason was great in the 18th century, but it's time that we start thinking about things that are more ethereal, the spirit of an organization, the spiritual capital. Do I have a workforce or do I have a life force? And the heroes and the people that you've recognized are leaders of a life force, not just a workforce.
And so talk about the brand new world and the production where WBC is so pleased to join with you on Why is Mona Lisa Smiling?
Yes, and we are thrilled that WBC is supporting us and thrilled that you're such a believer in the story that we're telling. And that story is a story, once again, because we've heard the story before, back in the 15th century, when we had the Renaissance. And the two things that happened during the Renaissance were the end of the Black Plague, sound familiar? And the beginning of capitalism, agrarian capitalism, brought forth by the Medici Bank. Instead of coming down on the refugees that were coming into Florence, they actually supported them. And those refugees being supported by the Medici Bank, were able to create shipping, painting, art, architecture, public space, Gutenberg and the printing press. And it was an unprecedented explosion of creativity. Well, guess what? Here we are again. We have the pandemic, and we've got all these purposeful organizations now supporting people to not just be managers, but to be leaders in their own right. And my favorite part of the film comes at the end when we find out why Leonardo da Vinci put a smile on Mona Lisa. He was so merry, so excited about the end of the plague and the beginning of capitalism that he saw a new world, a brand new world. And he did something no painter had ever done in the history of humankind. Da Vinci put a smile on a woman's face. And that would be Mona Lisa. That began a revolution in creativity. And the film is about all of these CEOs coming together post-COVID and once again creating a new renaissance and a brand new world.
And Joey, as WBC looks at the sea change of women joining boards close to gender parity and in the executive leadership and changing the brands with chief marketing officers and across the board with commitment to community, comment on gender and diversity, the backbone of change leadership of purpose.
Well, I would sum it up by saying being a young woman is not a hurdle to overcome anymore, but a force to be reckoned with. And this is what we need to be, we need to understand. I've seen it in my own career. I've seen it in other companies. I've witnessed a sea change in large corporations that are now run by women who were previously run by men. And I see three kinds of revenue happening where when women are in power. One is financial revenue. The other is intellectual revenue, innovation, and emotional revenue. How excited am I to come to work? I mean, that's what we need. We need people waking up in the morning and jumping out of bed because they're so excited about the purpose of their company and the leadership of women.
As we close, Joey, and you think about galvanizing human capital with capital, as we see companies of change and as you work with Fortune and others, what's the action?
The action is, well, it's in your name, Edie. And I don't mean Edie, I mean collaboration. You know, collaboration is different than cooperation. If the call to action is to cooperate, then we have to do our own little bit. That's what cooperation is. But if the call to action is to collaborate, It means all of us focused on the same thing to make the world a better and more beautiful place. So collaboration trumps cooperation, because it's just like in the pandemic, we've got every country working on a cure. That's collaborative. We have healthline workers who are doing their own little bit, which add up, and that's cooperative. So I'd say the call to action is to collaborate. And if we don't collaborate, we will evaporate.
With that, and with your focus on purpose, with action, and with authenticity of sharing results, how would you close on that challenge for our future today?
Well, I would close with Mark Twain's quote, my favorite Mark Twain quote, which is, "The two best days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why." And it's no different for companies.
Once again, can we all salute Joey Reiman, the father of purpose, and such a true partner with WBC. Congratulations, Joey.
Thank you, Edie. Thank you very, very much.
BCG is proud to be supporting the Women in Business Collaborative at this year's summit. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative at BCG is near and dear to my heart as a critical component of our purpose as a company, to unlock the potential of those who advance the world. The Women at BCG Group is one of the largest diversity networks at our firm today. Over the course of its 50-plus year history, Women at BCG has supported monumental strides towards parity. We're excited to share BCG's contribution to WBC's 2025 and 2030 targets.
Across the board, women at BCG have been able to advance at the same level or even faster than their male colleagues. It's all about partnering and commitment and achievement for clients. BCG has shown true commitment to women leadership. The EC, which is the highest level of leadership at BCG, is now comprised of 35% of women. And to further this commitment for the future, 42% of the incoming class of new hires is women. So it's just I am so proud to be part of BCG, and I'm so excited to see all the energy that the women have in the firm. In fact, 79% of the women report high satisfaction with their experience and their career development at BCG. BCG is committed to helping the WBC surpass their 2025 and 2030 targets. Thank you.
Stay tuned. In our next segment, we hope to answer the question, why is Mona Lisa smiling?
Good afternoon. I'm Wanya Lucas, and I'm the president and CEO of Crown Media Family Networks, also known as the Hallmark Channels. I know I'm thrilled to be here today to moderate this discussion of the film, Why is Mona Lisa Smiling? The Reimagination of the Corporation. So let's get started. Let's now hear from one of the filmmakers and the WBC Trailblazer awardee, Joey Reiman. Joey?
Thank you, Wanya. Let me set the stage for you, and it's a great segue from BCG, because before I joined Brand New World, I was a fellow at the Institute, the Henderson Institute at BCG, and my focus was the Renaissance and why the Renaissance came about. And I really, focused on this amazing time when thousands, actually 40,000 Greek refugees marched into a place called Florence, and instead of being met with adversaries, they were met by the Medici family, who at that time, well, the Medicis were like Bill Gates. It was the most lucrative company in the world, and it was a bank. And they did something that no company had ever done before. They backed these artisans. They backed these refugees who were carrying books called the humanities. And then I joined Brand New World. I shelved my work on the Renaissance until the pandemic came about. And that's when I had the revelation. You see, during 15th century Florence, there was this thing called the Black Plague, which wiped out 2/3 of the world. And it was interesting that we had something horrible like the Black Plague. We had no Dr. Fauci, no CNN, but we also had an enlightenment, the end of feudalism and the beginning of capitalism. So think about how this is, the parallels here are amazing. Something horrific, the death knell of the Black Plague, something horrific, the pandemic, and something incredible, enlightenment of the corporation, and a rebirth of what business is all about. And that rebirth is what this film is all about. It's about how the role of business will actually expand its orbit of caring to include others, not just shareholders, but stakeholders, and how this will be, again, a time of enlightenment when things like shipping and art and public space and the printing press come about. I mean, this is probably the second most important time in the history of business. And best of all, here we have Leonardo da Vinci, an amazing painter, an amazing sculptor that does something in the 15th century that no painter had ever done before. And that's put a smile on a portrait called the Mona Lisa. And that smile was symbolic of the optimism of the time, of the merriment. He called the merriment of the time, when the Black Plague was ceasing and invention was on the forefront. So the question becomes, who will be the Renaissance leaders now? Who will be the Renaissance men and Renaissance women who will give a rebirth to business and a reimagination of the corporation?
Thank you. So, Eileen, this film is about the reimagination of the corporation.
Good, it's time.
We're in a particular point in our, I think, the evolution of our history where people have really lost faith in almost all institutions.
Much of which, depending on who you talk to, was directly the fault of capitalist pigs who just wanted to take big bonuses, and there's a ton of greed, and it wasn't kept in check, and that is where capitalism can get out of hand.
The risk is that if people do not see a better future for themselves in the way the community at large is operating, they're going to want to try a different model.
Something that was devised 100 years ago may not be the best thing for today. So you got to find your way to amend that. And I think capitalism needs guide rails. It needs the ability to say, it's not just about the shareholder, but it's about everybody else.
It's what sort of people today demand. And I just don't think there's survival without doing better.
A corporation that believes its sole reason for existence is to maximize shareholder value is, in today's world, an exceedingly dangerous entity.
So there are still a lot of CEOs, investors that say this stakeholder capitalism thing is not a good idea. What do you say to those people?
No, I think I respect their opinion. I think they're wrong. It's like dinosaurs. They disappear mainly because they couldn't adapt rather than because something hit them.
In a time when the Black Plague threatened civilization, a family-owned bank would spark the most innovative age in history.
This pandemic, like the Black Plague, has really forced everybody to completely shift.
The way that we measure a civilization is through the humanities. Languages, art, literature. These are the things that the Renaissance realized really mattered more than just money.
The pandemic was that timeout and trigger to really step back and examine.
There is an opportunity to capitalize on this moment to make the world a better place.
We're going to use our position to create a more inclusive society. Racial inclusion, economic inclusion, gender inclusion.
We had just had a massively big press conference with the governor announcing that we were moving into North Carolina. They gave us the bowl of North Carolina. And 2 weeks later, they passed a so-called bathroom bill, which allowed for the potential discrimination against somebody for their sexual identity. And I literally walked out of my office and said, we're going to pull out of North Carolina within a week. They asked for the bowl back and we couldn't find it.
Somebody once said to me, like, you live life with a sense of urgency. And I'm like, why shouldn't I? Like, I don't know what world you live in, but it needs to change fast.
The World Economic Forum said it would take 117 years to reach gender parity. And we said, no, we'll all be dead.
You know the concept of preventative medicine versus going to the ER? In sort of the agriculture and climate worlds today, we're constantly in ER mode.
It's about the land. If we want healthy people, we have to have healthy land. If we want healthy land, we have to take care of it. Fundamentally, the way we've done it for the last 50 years has to evolve.
We've launched a collection which has cotton blended with hemp. Hemp is a much more sustainable fiber because hemp requires a lot less land and a lot less water to grow. It's a weed. It is weed.
It's easier to reimagine the corporation than have it reimagined for you.
Exxon has been notoriously slow to recognize the changes we're talking about. And what happened to them? An activist investor who cares about the climate has picked off 3 seats on their board. The world is changing, and if you don't change with it, you're going to be knocked out.
From Fortune Media and brand new World Studios comes the most important business film of our time. A deep dive into a broken system. As told by the visionaries who are reimagining the way we do business.
A little over 20 years ago, I was on a spiritual retreat. The spiritual leader came up to me at the end and said, I hope you know the good you can do, because business will someday be the greatest force for good in the future. If you choose to do so, you can do a lot of good. And it was like one of these blinding moments of clarity. We had just done the Easy Breezy Beautiful Cover Girl campaign, and our spokespeople were too young, too thin, and too white. And I thought, we need to change that.
Featuring Anjay Banga, Chip Berg, Mark Bertolini, Jim Coulter, Jeff Dunn, Eileen Fisher, Edie Frazier, Rebecca Henderson, Margaret Keane, Rob Lake, Ellen McGurk, Sarah Menker, Alan Murray, Mark Pritchard, William Rogers, Ginny Rometty, Dan Schulman, and more.
I do believe we are on the cusp of a Renaissance moment.
I have a lot of hope that the change is happening fast enough.
It's time for action and to be held accountable. And it's happening.
It will create a better place, and a better place for everyone.
The last time a plague met purpose-driven business, Leonardo da Vinci gave Mona Lisa a smile. Who will ignite the 21st century Renaissance and make the whole world smile?
The idea that business could save the world? How eccentric could you get? But here's the thing. I think we're in a desperate place. And I don't think we have many other ideas.
Alan, you're on mute.
classic, right? How many times a week do we do that now? My name's Alan Murray. I'm the CEO of Fortune. I'm one of the executive producers of Why is Mona Lisa Smiling? And as a journalist, I've been covering the intersection of business and society for 4 decades. And what became clear to me over the last few years was that something very different is going on. The CEOs I talk with are talking about, thinking about, and acting on their responsibilities to society in very different ways than they did in the past. Some of it's the result of pressure from their employees. Some of it is a reaction to the failure of government to effectively address so many of these problems. You've begun to see pressure from consumers, pressure from investors, and some of it reflects fundamental changes in the way business operates. Let me give you an interesting fact. 50 years ago, if you looked at the balance sheets of Fortune 500 companies, you would see that 80% of the value or more was in stuff. It was plant, equipment, buildings, oil in the ground, inventory on the shelf, physical stuff. And having access to that stuff, to capital, was what gave you power in the marketplace. If you do the same exercise today, look at the balance sheets of Fortune 500 companies, what you will see is 85% of the value comes from intangibles, from intellectual property, from the value of the brand, all things that are rooted in not physical capital, but human capital. And so in a way, what's happening in business today is exactly what happened to architecture and art in the Renaissance. It's becoming more human. Human capital has become the key to corporate success, and inspiring people, motivating people, providing moral leadership, giving them a North Star has become more and more important to running a successful business. And that's really what we're trying to capture in this firm. And of course, diversity is an important piece of that new puzzle. When you're talking about human capital, you obviously have to pay attention to half the population. It's been diversity for women has been way too slow moving at the top of corporate America. Again, look at the Fortune 500. Only 8% of Fortune 500 CEOs today are women, but it's moving. It's moving slowly, but it's starting to move. And I want to thank the WBC for what it's doing in that area. It makes a difference. So in closing, the one thing I'd like to point out, Edie, is that yesterday Fortune appointed the first female editor-in-chief in our 92-year history. So we're doing our little part. I think this film will help push things forward. The world is changing.
Hello, I am Joanna Durr. I am the director of the film. This film is the passion project of my life. My background is not as a director. It is not in film. My background is in business. And I believe deeply that business can be a force for good in the world. I believe that corporations can and should do better than they've been doing for the last couple of decades. And this film is about telling the story of how and why business can do better. I think corporations are fascinating institutions because in the world, there are very few things that are as good at directing resources to solve big problems and address real challenges. I mean, that's what they do incredibly well. And to steal Colin Mayer's comment, a corporation's value comes from people and the planet. So it is self-enlightened interest that corporations would try to solve the problems and address the challenges that people and the planet are facing. And I think that's the awakening that's happening across CEOs right now, across the business world right now. You know, I think we want the film to be inspirational, of course, but we also want it to be a little bit instructive and hopefully influential too, that it will get other business thinkers acting and leading in this way along the lines of purpose-driven business, along the lines of stakeholder capitalism. And I think that's really, you know, the power of film, to be both inspirational and instructive. And maybe to Edie's point, the comment she made in the trailer there, hold people accountable. But in kind of in the light of speaking to the power of film, I'll introduce Brad Siegel, one of our executive producers.
Hi, thanks, Joe. I think for us at Brand New World Studios, this is the first feature documentary that we'll be releasing. And I have made hundreds of films and series over my career in television and film. And I think this is perhaps the most important one I've ever been involved in. It's a story that needs to be told. It's a story about how business is going to be the life force of changing society. As the previous speakers had mentioned, government, religious institutions in the past had been left to do that, and now it's business taking those reins once again. And in this film, we meet CEOs from major corporations, Fortune 500, 1000s, but also from startup corporations, and how they are embracing purpose and how they are embracing change and moving from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. I do think this is one of the most important business films of our time. And that's why we said we can't wait for anyone to back this film. We're going to pay for ourselves. So Brand New World Studios has made our big investment in this film. It will be released in first quarter or early second quarter of next year. It will go to film festivals and to the top 25 business schools, and really hopefully all the business schools around the country for premiere screenings before it goes into general release. So I think that's let's turn it over to Wanya now.
Great, thank you so much. Clearly there is passion and there is purpose when you think about this film. And so, Joanna, I want to go to you. Joey talked about the parallels between the Renaissance and what's happening in the world today. And can you elaborate a little bit and talk about the parallels that you're seeing in this current business environment? And also, can you explain why you feel this is really an important storyline?
Sure. So, Joey mentioned, and I think obviously the most self-evident one is the pandemic relative to the Black Plague that they suffered, that kind of led to a lot of self-reflection at that time and led to a lot of self-reflection for us at this time, including in the business world. On the heels of that, I think there is the self-enlightened interest of corporations, and that parallels really what happened with the Medicis, right? The feudalism wasn't going to work anymore when 3/4 of the population had been wiped out. So that's but the third thing that I think is really interesting, and Joey mentioned the printing press. The impact of the printing press during the Renaissance was the democratization of knowledge and power. And we have a similar technology that we're living with these days in the internet, specifically social media, that has led to a democratization of knowledge and power. It's led to transparency. It's led to new voices being heard. And I think that combination of things really lays the groundwork for something different. The other thing, though, that I learned in the context of these conversations, specifically talking with a Renaissance historian, there was a sense in the Renaissance among the leaders, among the Da Vinci's and the Michelangelos of the world, they knew they were changing something. They knew something was happening that was different. And there's among the CEOs of the big companies, there's certainly that recognition, but especially the next generation of entrepreneurs that are building for profit, for good organizations. They know they're changing something. They know that what will come is going to be different than what is now. They understand the tools that they have at their fingertips to kind of solve these problems. And that's inspiring. I mean, it's creating something new and an awareness of it. And I think that's really what's important.
Incredible. And so, Joanna, you talked about this next generation. And so I want to turn the next question over to Alan. And the question is about, this film, which really talks about the changes in the business world, and some of which we've heard already, but what do you think about the role of women as it relates to this change? We just heard about the next generation of leaders and how they're leading. What are women doing?
Well, a couple of things. One is, I think there are some prominent women in leadership positions that are driving the change. I mean, I love the conversation that Joe and I had with Eileen Fisher, who you saw in the trailer of the film. Ginny Rometty, who was CEO of IBM, was one of the people leading the effort at the Business Roundtable to change the statement of corporate purpose that had an important part of this. So I do think women, I don't want to slip into gender stereotypes, but it does seem that there have been a number of women who have played an important role in saying to corporations, hey, you really have to pay more attention to your responsibilities to society and your responsibilities to the planet. So I think that's one thing. But then the other thing is, as I said earlier, this is really all about human capital. And a business world that isn't making full use of the incredible female talent that's coming in is simply not doing its job. You can't expect to survive and thrive without using the best of what we have to offer in terms of human capital. And so I do see a new seriousness among corporations around their programs for women and for diversity and inclusion generally. Time will tell whether it makes the kind of impact it needs to, but it's clearly an increased focus from what existed a few years ago.
Right. Thank you so much. It's really, I will start by saying, full disclosure, I'm a beneficiary of a man who really did give me my first chance in the media business, and that is Brad Siegel. Our next question is going to go. Brad, who saw something in me as a woman, as a person first, but as a woman and as a woman of color. Many years ago. So Brad, this conversation is still happening in many conference rooms, in the media, but also on Zoom calls. And, we've heard a lot about why this film is important. Can you speak specifically why you think this film is different and why we need this film right now?
Yeah, I think it's different because one, so many CEOs stepped up to engage in this conversation, and both in major corporations and in startup corporations, and I think that Alan and Joanna held their feet to the fire. I mean, they asked hard questions. This film is not it is not a platform for their propaganda. I mean, we pushed and pushed and pushed to make sure that it wasn't just sort of they're checking the box in how they're dealing with their stakeholders. We pushed them to show us exactly what they're doing, not just tell us what they're doing. So you will hear and see in the film what corporations across the world are doing. And you'll also see the difference and hear the difference between the startup companies and the mid-sized companies and the giants of industry. And we'll get to hear from some naysayers also. And I think that was really important. This isn't just one-sided. We're hearing from people who don't buy it, who just say, you know what, it's always going to be about the shareholder, and we need to hear their voice as well. But I think it's important because this will stimulate thinking among, hopefully, young people starting out in business and really help them think through the issues that they're going to face as business leaders and just people in business. It doesn't have to be a leader. It could be anybody making decisions anywhere along the business ladder. These are important things to be thinking about. And hopefully this film will shine a light on how to dimensionalize the things that we need to think about in the future.
Yeah, I love when you say anyone up and down the ladder can make a difference, right? And really starting to plant that seed pretty early is empowering. So now I'm going to turn to Joey. Joey, what role do you hope or expect this film will play in driving change?
I think it'll be an incredible catalyst for change. And it will also give people permission to do something that they had not done before, which is be courageous enough to expand their orbit of caring to include others. I think it's going to rewrite the rules of business. And, this goes back, I get a lot of credit for this movement, but in addition to this A team that has just shared their perspective, I want to bring up another A, the guy who started this whole thing, which was Aristotle, who back in 5 BC said, where your talents and gifts intersect with the needs of the world, there lies your vocare. Vocare is Latin for my role in the world and a calling, not a job, not a career, which are both too small for people's spirits, but a calling. And I think that that's what this film will do, something, will do more than anything else, which will call people to step up and move beyond goods and services to doing good and doing service.
Yeah, change is great. And I think one of the things that excited me early on when you were talking, Joey, was the fact that this is going to be shown in business schools all over the country. And when I was in business school, it was all about greed, so I am super excited that we are going to expose the young people to this concept. It's important. So Joanna, from your perspective, what have you learned from the interviews that surprised you the most?
So I've learned so much from the interviews. I mean, certainly kind of the concrete change that's happening. But honestly, the thing that I think surprises me the most because of the people that we are interviewing is the vulnerability and the humanity, the willingness to say, I don't know all the answers. When you hear that from CEOs in this context, this willingness to, that is surprising, and to Alan's point about the next evolution of capitalism, the next ethos of the corporate world is really around humanity. When you hear that vulnerability, that willingness to admit that I don't know everything, when you hear that from the top, there's something reassuring about that because it is human, right? It is human. And I think knowing that the CEOs are thinking deeply about it to a point where they're not owning all the answers or saying, I know what the end state will be. I think that's promising. I think that's hopeful, because I think that means others will ultimately end up at the table in that conversation.
Yeah, hope springs eternal.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to turn to our trailblazer for the final question. So Joey, when you look at where we are and the progress and the lack of progress, and Alan mentioned that we have more female CEOs of Fortune 500 companies than ever before, but really they only represent 8%. So there's more work to be done. So what gives you pause? I mean, what do you see as obstacles in the shift toward a more inclusive capitalism? And the counter to that is what gives you hope?
Well, I was just talking about this in class today. I'm a professor at Emory, and I've been teaching purpose for the last 20 years. Wow. And that question came up this morning, actually, like, when do we start? And I said, we're much too late. For me to be teaching MBAs and BBAs is outrageous. This is the first time they've heard of purpose. And, great leaders are dealers in hope. And purpose is about hope, but it should start in grammar school. I said the other day, less dolls, more fire trucks. We start creating what people call sheeple. They're following, just a codified system that is really most of the time a meritocracy, when they should be learning about nurturing and empathy and compassion and love and forgiveness in second and third grade. I mean, there's a wonderful little story called Little Miss Flint about a young 8-year-old who wrote to Barack Obama about the water systems in Detroit, in Flint, Michigan. And he read the letter, got on his plane, went to see Little Miss Flint, who's 8 years old, and gave Flint, Michigan $100 million. That's amazing. She's 8 years old. So here's a dealer in hope. And that gives me pause to say, you know what? If we just educated and celebrated purpose earlier, we wouldn't be in the mess that a lot of us are in.
I love that. I love that so much. It is absolutely where we should be as a country. And so as we look to wrap up this panel, I'd like to ask the brand new World Studios team, if you could share any final comments, and I'll start with you, Brad.
This film is the embodiment of who we are as a studio. Our purpose is to heal and repair the world, and our mission, which is what we do as compared to why we do it, is to tell meaningful stories that positively impact people's lives. And I think that this film and our partnership with Fortune in creating the film accomplishes both purpose and mission. So I'll leave it at that.
And Joey, first of all, I want to sit in one of your classes, but any final comments from you?
Yeah, I think we picked the right name, Brand New World Studios, because this is clearly a brand new world. And I think that that was a good decision. It reminds us of our greater purpose, which is to repair and heal the world.
Well, thank you all. And thank you to those who are watching today. I'd like to thank the panel for this amazing film preview and really for tackling what is a very important subject and really focused on our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to the WBC and Edie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Wanya.
Thank you, Wanya.
Alan.
Coming up next, we meet Trailblazer Award recipient Indra Nooyi.
Indra Nooyi is a true pioneer. The former chairwoman and CEO of PepsiCo, she was a transformational leader. She reoriented the company around a philosophy of performance with purpose that's become more standard today, but that's partly a credit to her. It was both rare and bold at the time she did it. Indra became CEO at a time when less than 3% of CEOs of Fortune 500 companies were women. In 2019, she also was appointed to Amazon's board of directors. Her memoir, My Life in Full, Work, Family, and Our Future, will be released soon. I've read it. I can tell you that it is unlike any CEO memoir I've ever read. It captures her very unique journey of breaking boundaries as a woman and a person of color in the upper echelons of the corporate world, and her continued commitment to gender equity and diversity, and her deep concern for the challenges of balancing commitment to career with commitment to family. Indra, thank you so much for everything you have done, and thank you for being with me today.
Alan, thank you for having me. It's a privilege to be interviewed by you. I've known you for many, many years, and I must say you're clearly among the very, very best of publishing people that I've ever met. So it's a privilege to be interviewed by you.
Well, thank you for that, but the privilege is all mine. Can you talk about, without giving away the book, one or two key moments that you think were critical in helping you make it to the top of Pepsi?
So before I get to that, let me first say that I am absolutely delighted to get this award from the Women's Business Collaborative. I think, I've been gone for 2 years from the corporate world, but the fact that I'm still being recognized for these changes we made while I was CEO actually makes you feel warm inside, that these memories and these actions that you took still have a long tail. So thank you very much to the WBC for the award. I tell you, I think back at my career at PepsiCo because I've had to do that in writing the book. And I tell you, the most important thing is I came to PepsiCo in 1994 when the company needed transformation. And it was just beginning to think about how to change the company's portfolio, what businesses to stay in, what businesses to get out of. And I think that I leaned into the transformation as the head of corporate strategy. Rather than shirk away and say it's too much work, I threw myself into the transformation and did way more than my job demanded of me. I got into the detail. I was willing to roll up my sleeves and do whatever work it took to position the company for long-term success. And the fact that somebody who's come from the outside was willing to really throw themselves into the future of the company, I think caught the attention of all the senior leaders in PepsiCo. And they said to themselves, hey, here's somebody that we want to watch, we want to mentor, we want to develop, because she's going to give to PepsiCo way more than PepsiCo is going to give to her. And so I think that was the beginning of a great career at PepsiCo, the fact that I leaned in and the fact that mentors leaned into me.
I've heard you give that advice to others as well. Take tough assignments, be willing to take on the hard ones. It's good advice. You were the rare woman in the upper echelons of management, and even rarer as a person of color. How did that affect the way you did the job?
I'd say mixed, because on the one hand, it was a positive. When I walked into a room, I was different. I was a woman. I was a person of color. I was tall, for a woman I'm talking about. So I think the combination of the three made people sit up and take notice of me just as I walked in. I think the second is I was fearless. Now, thinking back, I wonder why I was that way. But I used to do my homework, and I walked into a meeting completely prepared. So I walked in to project the fact that I'd done my homework. I knew what I was talking about, and I wanted to contribute to the discussion at hand. So people sat back and took notice of me and said, forget the fact she's a woman and a person of color. She also knows her stuff. So maybe this person is somebody to be reckoned with. So that combination helped. On the other hand, I will tell you that very often I was the only woman in the boardroom, only woman in meetings. There might have been 20, 30, 40 men and me. So deep down inside, I've actually got butterflies in my stomach. Do I fit in? Do I belong? Are people looking at me differently? But I always fell back on my core knowledge, because I realized I wasn't there because I was a woman. I wasn't there because I was a person of color. I was there to make the company better. And as long as I focused on that singular goal, that's all that mattered. And that's all I did through my entire career at PepsiCo.
Yeah. You established the philosophy of performance with purpose. What led you to that? I mean, today we hear a lot of companies talking about the importance of purpose, but it was not that common in the days that you did it. What were you thinking? What drove you in that direction?
And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about the whole notion of performance with purpose, and purpose in particular, and ESG goals, and all the pros and cons around that over the past few months. And I'm almost puzzled why it was something frame breaking when I did it, because I'm looking at companies and I say to myself, companies are rooted in communities. Companies are rooted in society. You cannot do anything that harms society or harms communities because you're given a license to operate in every society. And if companies don't do well by societies, who's going to do well by societies? So all that performance with purpose was doing was saying, hey, the world is changing. People are leading sedentary lifestyles. We have to change our product portfolio to make it healthier so that people don't look at us and say you contributed to some obesity factor going down, going forward. So I realized we had to change our portfolio to keep growing. We operated in countries where there was no water. We cannot keep using a lot of water to make fun for you products when communities don't have water. To me, it's a very simple message because I grew up in a city where there was no water. And everywhere I went around the world, I saw plastic waste. And I said to myself, why do we contribute to a plastic waste, which is going to stay in the ground for the rest of our lifetimes? So to me, performance with purpose wasn't a frame-breaking program. It was a sensible way for companies to make sure that you operated with responsibility in every community and society that you were part of, so that you got a license to operate from them.
But Indra, it sounds so commonsensical when you put it that way. It just sounds like the right thing to do. But I was there at the time watching as a journalist. I mean, you got a lot of pushback. There were people who said, hey, hey, lady, stick to selling the sugar water and the salty snacks, please. And don't talk about making people healthy because that's not how you make money.
And it takes that courage to paint that picture and talk about what it's going to take to change the company.
And persevere in the interim, because of course you were right. You were right. In the end, you did get performance by changing the portfolio, but it took a while.
You need to have perseverance, courage to persist, but you also need the board with you. As long as you have the board of directors supporting you, you can make those changes.
Indra, I said I've read your book. I don't want to give it away since it's not out yet, but I will say what makes it distinct. I've read literally hundreds of CEO memoirs. What makes it distinct from every other CEO memoir is that it has a purpose. It's not just your story. You really wrestle with the issue of having a career and having a family at the same time. And I can't think of any other CEO memoir that does that. Why did you make that decision? Why was that so important to you?
Because that's who I am. I mean, I've been married for more than 40 years. I have 2 daughters. They make me whole. If you want to talk about me as a person, without them, I'm just another business executive. To me, my life in full is my life as a whole. And we can talk more after the book comes out, Alan, but I got to tell you, I think I'm bringing to the fore issues that people want to talk about, but don't think it's appropriate to talk about because it doesn't show the alpha side of you. To me, I don't care about alpha, beta, gamma. I don't care about any of those Greek alphabets. At the end of the day, we all are people rooted in families and societies and communities. And it's high time we brought all those aspects of us to the front burner, as opposed to pretending those things don't matter to your persona.
At the time you became CEO of PepsiCo, as I mentioned earlier, less than 3% of CEOs of Fortune 500 companies were women. But even today, we're still only talking about 7 or 8%. Why are so few women rising to the CEO job, in your view, having been there?
I've talked about this many times, and let me repeat it. If you look at the pyramid, at the entry level, there are a lot of women who come into management jobs, and they have the top grades in schools. They are just achievers, high achievers. They are phenomenal. And then you look at the top, there aren't that many women, because in between that pipeline is just broken. If women want to have families, if they want to, somehow balance having a family and the job, is just not possible. There are too many barriers in their way, and they don't have enough support systems. And so I think we have to start to address these issues, because it's no longer a female issue. It's a family issue. It's a community issue. It's a country issue. Because if we don't take the best and brightest of our entire population, which includes women, and allow them to contribute to the economy, we're going to have a huge talent gap, Alan. So to me, everything that I think about is an economic argument, not necessarily a female argument. It's a family argument. It's an economic argument. And I think that's the lens you ought to think through all of these issues.
Yeah, and sadly, that problem seems to have been exacerbated by the pandemic.
Unfortunately, and yes, and people are not recognizing the depth of the issue post-pandemic, especially on women, because they became the school teacher, the cook, the cleaner, the childcare worker, everything rolled into one. And the stress of the family was just overwhelming. So I think that it's high time we thought about every bright brain in the economy should be given a chance to contribute to the economy. That's what our country needs to keep growing. We have a talent shortage today. That's what our country needs to keep growing. If we don't do that, we're going to have to fill the gap with massive immigration.
And so if you had to give advice to a young woman, and I know you have to all the time, people come to you and ask you for advice, to someone who says, yeah, I want to have a career like yours. I want to make it to the top of one of the great companies of the world. What advice do you give them?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't start by saying I want to get to the top, because the minute you start to do that, you start to fixate on having to move to the top as opposed to working your way through a company. I mean, you don't inherit CEO jobs unless your family's got a company. You work your tail off to get to a CEO job. So I would tell people that it takes a lot of hard work. And along with wanting to move up a ladder, if you want to also have a family and kids and things like that, you better build a fantastic support system around you. And I think that's one of the biggest issues we all need to come to terms with, Alan. Communities, how do we all come together to help each other? How do we become each other's support system and restore trust in communities? It's going to be a big issue that we all need to talk about, because no young person can move ahead without a big support system if they want to have a family. That's the key thing. Kids are a full-time job. Being employed is a full-time job. If you want to get to a CEO, my God, there are 3 full-time jobs rolled into one. So think hard before you do all this.
Yeah, you now sit on the board of Amazon, so you're on the other side of the table in that relationship. What can board members do to help get us to where we need to be on this issue?
Well, I think boards have a responsibility to make sure that the company does not discriminate against any group of people, any type, race, gender, ethnicity, orientation, I don't care. The company should be focused on hiring the best and brightest. And once you hire the best and the brightest, don't just focus on hiring. Are you doing everything to give them an environment where they can be successful? Are you working to develop them? Are you giving everybody a chance to thrive? And along with that, are you making sure that they can also support their families while they're working in the company? Whether it's job flexibility, whether it's having learning opportunities so you can develop in the company, are you providing those opportunities? Too often we tell people you should have families where everything is your problem. It's not. I mean, look, you can't park yourself at the door, Alan. You can't park yourself at the door of the company and walk in. All of the issues of the family are on you as you work. The best is to allow people to blend all of that so that you can get the best out of every employee. I think it's going to take us moving from just head and hands to putting some heart into the jobs if we want to bring in the best and retain them.
That's a great point to leave on. Indra, congratulations on this award. Thank you again for all you have done and all you continue to do in driving the world towards gender parity and gender diversity.
Thank you, Alan. And again, thank you to WBC for this wonderful award. Appreciate it.
Wow. What a great summit and what a great film. Thank you, Alan, Joey, Brad, Joanna, and Indra, and of course, Wanya for facilitating all of that. That was absolutely amazing. And you should know better. After 15 years in the movie business, which I spent, you'd think you'd know better than to follow the talent and but let that not diminish the extremely large privilege I have today of saluting the sponsors who actually make this possible for us to put on this summit. I'd like to start with thanking our founding and longtime partner, Diversified Search Group. The chair of Diversified Search Group, which you saw yesterday, Judith von Seldneck, has been working on diversity and equality since 1974 and was the person that received the 2020 WBC Trailblazer Award for Gender and Diversity last year. Thank you, Judith, for all you do every day to empower organizations and diverse leaders. Now, the Women's Business Collaborative is grateful for our gold sponsors and our WBC sponsors in 2021. Their power to change corporate culture assists the WBC in our efforts for parity and, as you know, position, pay, and power for all business women, particularly women of color, and they lead the change across all industries. It's commendable and serves as a guidance to all of us who seek to do the same. They are starting with the Boston Consulting Group, a new 2021 WBC sponsor who participates in our advisory council. Blackrock, a new 2021 sponsor and honored with the 2021 CEO Award, again participating in the advisory council. Deloitte, another 2021 sponsor who engages with the advisory council, and you heard from Larry Quinlan earlier today, thank you. Grubhub, in partnership with WBC, and to sponsor the Restaurant of Her initiative you'll hear more about. State Street Corporation, honored with the 2021 CEO Award and a new sponsor for us this year, thank you. And Wells Fargo, a new sponsor with co-chairs on the advisory council on our women in entrepreneurship and access to finance, which we all know is extremely important. Additionally, the Women's Business Collaborative would like to recognize our silver sponsors in 2021. Their vision and dedication to advancing initiatives of the WBC are appreciated and acknowledged. They are, of course, Bank of America, who's been a sponsor for 2 years, Capital One, a sponsor for the past 3 years. Thank you, Roldy. We appreciate that support, and they participate in our advisory council. CBRE Group, a new sponsor with champions on the advisory council. General Motors, honored with our 2021 CEO Award and a new sponsor who engages with us in the advisory council. Humana, a sponsor for a second year in a row with champions on the advisory council. And Bruce Broussard, as you know, received our 2020 WBC award last year. Sodexo, a 3-year sponsor, an avid engagement with the advisory council, our diversity, equity, and inclusion and action initiatives. And you had the opportunity to see Magic Johnson yesterday, who basically is our CEO of the Sodexo Magic Partnership and all that we're doing in that area. Tata Consultancy Services, a sponsor in 2020 and again in 2021. Allergic and Apathy is a member of our WBC Board of Directors. And TCS participates in our Advisory and Leaders Council and in our Women in Technology and Action initiatives. And you saw him open the summit with Edie on our first day. You know, a heartfelt thank you to the other corporate sponsors. The summit could not have happened without your support and for everything that you do. As stated by Lynn Bourne and Edie earlier today, those of us who understand the only thing that can be done through action, communication, and dialogue. That's the only way we can get any of these changes done that we're trying to accomplish. We have much work to do, but with your support, we will continue to succeed. I'd like to recognize Amazon Web Services, a new sponsor this year, and Melissa Peak, who is a member of the WBC Board of Directors. Archaea, a new sponsor in 2021 with involvement in the Advisory Council. Thank you, Matt Carter. Cigna, a new sponsor in 2021 and participation in the Advisory Council, leadership, healthcare, work streams. Core Civic, a sponsor for the second year in a row and participant on the Advisory Council. Devmar Products, a sponsor in 2020 and 2021. Sharon Reynolds is a member of our WBC Board of Directors and Vice Chair of the Advisory Council. Genuit, a sponsor every year since 2019, and CEO of Kip Wright on the WBC Board of Directors, and co-chair of the Advisory Council and Staffing Work Stream. These people are also busy and so active with us. Greycock, a sponsor for the second year in a row and participant in the Advisory Council. IBM, a new sponsor for 2021, and champions in the Advisory Leaders Council, engagement in the women's technology and diversity, equity, and inclusion action initiatives. Very, very involved. NOC Incorporated, a new sponsor in 2021 with champions on the Advisory Council. Lafayette 148, a 2021 sponsor and avid participant in the Advisory Council. Live Oak Bank. Live Oak is a new sponsor in 2021 and champions in the Advisory Council. Modere, a sponsor for 2 years with Advisory Council champions. Moet Hennessy, a new sponsor in 2021 and participates in addition to in the Advisory Council. We just appreciate all this time, talent, and energy put in by everybody. NetApp, a 2021 sponsor with Advisory Council champions and support from Jerry Mason Hall. Thank you very much for that. News Corp, a 2021 sponsor with participation on the Advisory Council. Republic Bank, a 2-year sponsor with Advisory Council champions and our bank of record by chance. And Sunny Days, a sponsor in 2020 and 2021 and participates in the Leaders Council. Again, thank you to all these sponsors. We know we could not do this work without your support. And we know you also support many other organizations, and none of you are here for the award, but we hope this award helps you with your company and that your people can be recognized by the fact that you're doing such a good job. We thank you. We hope you all on the summit will support all of our sponsors and pay attention to their logos and banners streaming throughout the entire summit. Once again, thank you very much for your time and your support. We very much appreciate it.
When it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, General Motors is committed to getting this right. We are proud to share that women represent more than 50% of our board members, that women are leading key initiatives that lead to a future of zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestion, including our CEO. that our North Star of everybody in will guide us and hold us accountable to becoming the most inclusive company. So we are honored and proud to join the Women's Business Collaborative in celebrating and saluting the honorees. Thank you.
Coming up next, the CEO Roundtable with the 2021 Excellence in Gender and Diversity Awardees.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this such an important segment of the Women's Business Collaborative Summit. I'm Rebecca Shambaugh, and I'm president of Shambaugh Leadership, founder of Women in Leadership and Learning, and proud to be part of the WBC Board of Directors, joined by my colleagues Robert Reese, also a fellow Board of Director for WBC, and Jose Zalestra, a fellow Board of Directors also for WBC. We are excited today to share this extraordinary opportunity to celebrate and salute such extraordinary CEOs who have demonstrated intentional leadership and vision and passion around achieving gender diversity within their organizations. So we want to salute all of our CEOs today. Thank you for your, again, intentional leadership. We honor you, and thank you for being a role model for so many people viewing this conversation today and so many others. So before we get started engaging in a rich dialogue with our CEOs, I'd like to just do a quick introduction, and these are very brief because there is just so much to talk about with the CEOs. But let me start first to kick off with Mary Barra. Mary is the Chair and Chief Executive Officer of General Motors. We salute GM for having 54% of their board of directors who are women, and their extraordinary commitment towards supplier diversity, investing in $663 million that are women-owned businesses. Thank you, GM. GM has invested in such programs as GM Women's ERG, Allied Program for GM, and their Global Women's Council to help increase the representation of qualified and aspirational women. Mary is the chair and founding member of GM's Inclusion and Advisory Board, and a member of the Business Roundtable, where she chairs the Education and Workforce Committee, and also is on the subcommittee for the Racial Equity and Justice Committee as well. So thank you, Mary, for joining us today. We're honored to have you. We also have Doug McMillan, President and CEO of Walmart. Walmart has demonstrated an exceptional commitment and progress towards gender diversity, with 40% of their C-suite being women and 55.18% global representation of diverse talent. Walmart has also invested in $15 billion for supplier diversity, and over 50% of their talent has invested, over 15% of their talent are women. Doug is chairman of the Business Roundtable and serves on the board of directors of the Consumer Goods Forum, the U.S.-China Business Council, and Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art. Welcome, Doug. It's great to have you there, and thank you so much for all your leadership.
Thanks.
Our other CEO is Larry Fink, founder and chairman and CEO of Blackrock. Under Larry's executive leadership, 43% of Blackrock's employees are women, with 47% of women representing all new hires at Blackrock. Larry believes that being transparent and honest are key factors for making real progress towards gender and racial diversity, equity, and inclusion. Blackrock is committed to developing and seeking out qualified, diverse businesses from underrepresented groups. They are dedicated to a diverse broker program aimed at increasing connectivity and engagement with minority of women and disabled veteran-owned firms in the U.S., which helps them to grow their businesses and have greater impact. Thank you so much there for joining us, Larry, and we look forward to having you in the program today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We also have Ron O'Hanley, who's the chairman and CEO of State Street. At State Street, 40% of their VPs are diverse, with the majority being women and 50% of their talent overall being diverse, with women representing a majority of that talent pipeline. State Street has also launched a leading women sponsorship program for women of color, designed to provide sponsorship and mentoring for Black and Latino women. In 2021, State Street was named by Working Mother as one of the top 100 companies to work for, and Seramount's 2021 Best Companies for Multicultural Women. Congratulations, Ron O'Hanley, and great to have you here in this segment of the program today.
Thank you, Becky.
And last but not least, we have David Taylor, the chairman and president CEO of Procter & Gamble. P&G has 40% of their board of directors as women, with 41% women representing the C-suite. P&G has also invested $2 billion per year to women-owned businesses and has made a huge effort to invest in their pipeline and have close to 40% of their women in management roles. P&G has successfully engaged and executed a supplier and diversity program in the U.S. for 45 years and has built a global strategy to really engage and make this such a successful program. I want to personally thank, on behalf of all of us here, a big congratulations. And again, thank you for your, not only your inspirational leadership, but walking the talk and really making diversity, gender parity, a reality within your organizations. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Robert Reese, who will be engaging in a rich dialogue with our CEOs on the why for gender parity and diversity. Robert, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Becky. At the heart of every great movement is one word: why. We're going to hear the why gender parity is important and diversity is important personally to all of our CEOs. Ron, I'd like to start off with you. So you created the 10-point action plan. What is it about this that is so critically important to you?
Well, Robert, thanks very much. And thanks to all of you for the opportunity to be here. It's a real honor. I would also like to start by recognizing and congratulating WBC for doing this, for bringing together so many women, and to help continue to address the problem. Much progress has been made, but the problem's not solved. I mean, diversity, equity, and inclusion have become priorities for all of us for many reasons. But the most important reason is that companies with diverse leadership and oversight are better companies, and they're better at creating long-term value. The data shows this, empirical analysis shows this, so it's the right thing to do. We also know that in dynamic times and in a disruptive era, companies that expect to thrive must be prepared to innovate. And one of the best ways to drive innovation is to harness the power of different ideas from different people. The evidence is clear. Companies are only as strong, resilient, and innovative as the different backgrounds, experiences, and skills and voices that are included. The value creation of a business is dependent on the diversity of our people, their engagement, and their sense of belonging. Personally, I've seen this play out many times in my own experience. When faced with a challenge, diversity of thought is a key. People with different life experiences bring unique perspectives to a problem. When solving problems without the benefit of diversity, groupthink has the potential to take hold and get in the way of the best outcomes. That's why diversity, equity, and inclusion are not only important to me as a leader, but important to our board, our shareholders, our clients, our communities, and our employees. DEI drives long-term sustainability and value creation. Leaders set the tone and direction. As leaders, we have the responsibility to build and foster diversity in our companies and our communities. not only for the profitable growth of our businesses, but also for the prosperity of our communities, local and global. Business leadership matters here. It's an honor to be with these incredible business leaders. I thank all of you that are truly making a difference.
Thank you, Ron. Doug, it's not every day you get to hear from the leader of the largest organization in the world, Walmart, $559 billion revenue in my calculation. So from day one, you have been passionate about gender parity, about diversity. Tell us why.
At Walmart, we have 4 timeless values that we use to guide our actions and shape our culture. One of those values is respect for the individual. To us, that means not only accepting differences to be more inclusive, but celebrating unique identities, perspectives, experiences, and abilities. We see people for who they are and welcome them to create a sense of belonging and enable them to achieve their potential. When individuals and teams perform, we fulfill our purpose of saving people money and helping them live better, and we achieve our other goals. We're encouraged by the progress we've made to increase the diversity of our leadership at Walmart. We're seeing meaningful growth in leadership representation from both women and people of color. We're also using our business and philanthropic resources to address drivers of systemic disparities in society and to contribute to collective efforts to advance equity for all. The challenges of the past 18 months have been disproportionately affecting women and minority groups because of inequalities that existed before and during the pandemic. A recent McKinsey study tells us that 1 in 4 women in the U.S. have considered downshifting their career or leaving the workforce altogether. There's real risk of erasing the progress we've made for women and minorities in the workplace. Our challenge, both at Walmart and across the entire business sector, is to use our resources to continue reshaping our own culture, processes, and policies, and the systems beyond our own companies to create a more equitable society for all.
Well, thank you, Doug. Larry, since 2012, the letter you write to CEOs has really been the harbinger of thought leadership. Talk about gender parity, diversity, and why you're out in front on this.
Thank you, Robert, and congratulations to my fellow honorees. 8 founders when we began Blackrock, 6 men, 2 women. We started over 33 years ago with a commitment to do things differently, to constantly push ourselves individually, but also to push ourselves as an organization, to do better for our clients and to do better for all our employees. At that point in my career, all I knew that Sue Wagner and Barbara Novick were rock stars. I really wasn't thinking about building a diverse firm, but that they were just brilliant people. But over the years, I began to understand just how important it is to have a diverse set of perspective. And that is why we have to rid ourselves of groupthink. Because groupthink is the death of any organization. A more diverse group of colleagues not only will make us a better company, but it's also consistent with the purpose of our organization in helping and create a more resilient and a more sustainable future. This was a journey for me personally, and I haven't gotten it all right all the time, nor did the firm get it all right. But as we began to develop the next generations of Blackrock leaders, we realized that we need to have diversity at the front. And that is why we're taking deliberate steps to improve gender equality with a particular focus on developing women, Blacks, Latinx talent in leadership roles. And we also, over the years, transformed the makeup of our board. If we're going to help our clients manage their money, then we need to look like our clients. We need to mirror them. With a growing number of women managing wealth, not just in their households, but in endowments, in institutions, we need more women to drive our business. At Blackrock, we know that our employees are central to our success, and it's our employees that define our culture. Part of that culture is creating an inclusive and equitable environment that's ensuring that everyone is heard, everyone is recognized and respected. We must be conscious about how our words and actions impact others. This is about developing greater empathy and driving behavioral changes. We are focused on building a culture where people feel respected and an environment where people feel safe. And I want to underline the word safe, to speak up. Hearing the voices of people with various backgrounds and perspectives not only will lead a more positive result, it will serve to improve our culture, it'll serve and improve our business, and overall it will serve our overall firm. And it's critical in attracting the best and brightest to work at Blackrock. As this conversation around DEI grows, the companies that thrive will be the ones that demonstrate they are living with purpose and they have the courage of conviction. Blackrock is committed to be doing that part. I'm honored to be part of this conversation today, to listen, to learn from leaders in the field. It's through this continuous dialogue that we evolve, we improve, we build more success, we build more innovation, and most importantly, we build a more equitable company. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Mary, when you became CEO of GM, you became the CEO of one of the largest enterprises and set an historic message. You have been passionate in all of your actions in driving gender equality and driving diversity. Talk about on a personal level why this is so important to you.
Well, I think, overall at General Motors, we really aspire to be the most inclusive company in the world. And it's not a title we want to hold on our own, though. It's something we hope all companies work because we think that's just going to make a better world. And as a company, we want to reflect the world around us and make sure every employee knows they can bring their true self to work and do their best work, because we really believe if people are bringing their true selves to work and feel that sense of belonging, that's going to lead to innovation and stronger business results. And when you look at General Motors, we have long been a global leader in advocating for women's equality in the workplace. And I would say, I think I sit here today and have the honor of leading General Motors because of those many, many decades of commitment to advancing women and providing opportunities. So I'm very honored, and what it means to me personally is to be a part of a company that has made this investment over several decades. We believe that a gender equal world is a world that is enabled and is inclusive and really will lead to better business results and spark innovation as we move forward. So I'm truly honored to be here today with all of you as we discuss our collective efforts to create and uphold inclusive environments across our companies and across the business world and the world in general.
Thank you, Mary. David, you're completing your tenure as leader of P&G. Throughout your entire tenure, you have focused on gender equality, diversity. Talk about that.
Well, there's two primary reasons that I'd say. One is a values-based reason, and one is just a business reason. At P&G, first on values. In P&G, we aspire to build a better world for all of us, much as Mary said, a world that's free from gender bias, with equal voice, equal representation, and equal opportunity for all individuals, a world where everyone sees equal. We had an interesting film on that point. We want to create a company and a world where equality and inclusion are achievable for all, where equal access and opportunity to learn, grow, succeed, and thrive are available to everyone. Our gender equality efforts are holistic and they're integrated so that we make a meaningful impact in four key areas. First, our employees. Second, our brands. We use the voice of our brands, our partners, and for our communities. We want to ensure we're getting the full value of our diversity by creating an inclusive environment so that every P&Ger can bring their full selves to work. Because we know that the better we represent the people we serve, the better we can innovate for them, communicate with them, and ultimately serve them. One of the reasons why I believe we're delivering strong results, despite the challenging environment we're in, is because we've activated more and more of the full capability of P&G people through an environment that promotes respect and inclusion, an environment that focuses on equal access and opportunity for everyone, so each of us can perform at our best. And just to add to that, from a business standpoint, you think about it, 5 billion people will buy a P&G product this year around the world. The majority of those decisions are made by women. So if our leadership reflects the people we serve, we'll do a better job doing that.
Thank you, David. Now, as the audience, you can see why these 5 were selected. Passion, vision, focus, and true care. And this is the future. So Now we've spoken about the why. We're going to start talking about the board. And in board of directors, I want to start off with Ron. Ron, you at State Street had the Fearless Girl, which really drove to me the idea that we needed more women on boards. How's this working out?
Well, Robert, our focus on diversity has been longstanding, and Fearless Girl was meant to underscore what we had observed in our stewardship activities, that there was just this extraordinary shortage of women on boards and that something needed to be done with it. But we haven't stopped there, and our board has been instrumental in continuing to both support us and push us. Last year, we publicly released the 10 State Street actions to address racism and inequality. This came out after the George Floyd situation. And it was very important to us to follow this up publicly because the great thing about being public about what you do is that you also hold yourself out as being accountable. These actions were designed to foster inclusion, diversity, fairness, and equity, both within State Street, but also within the communities in which we operate, because we know we have a footprint. All of these companies here carry a big footprint, and we can make an impact on our communities. It's not an exhaustive list, but it's a set of priorities that are allowing us to accelerate what we do to progress, learn, and achieve more. They address representation, not just of women, but Black and Latinx. They were addressing talent, development, advancement, and then importantly, how we engage suppliers and governance models. Every one of us works with suppliers in some ways, even in a financial institution. So for example, we were quite pleased to announce that one of the things that we do as a financial institution is we raise money. And we issued an $850 million senior subordinated offering this year. And we used banks, not the usual bulge bracket banks, but Black and Latinx owned banks. And we asked our partners to work with them to make them better so that they could, quote, get this one under their belt, be able to point to it and do others. And we're fortunate to have a board that pushes us. Our board itself is diverse. 42% of the board consists of women and or persons of color. And to oversee these actions, the board and management have established a Global Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Council. Last but certainly not least, we've put measurement behind it. There's that old saying that what gets measured gets managed, what gets paid for gets done. So each of our senior managers has a diversity goal, and it gets measured through the year. Some of these are long-term goals, so they're over 3-year timeframes. We're holding executives accountable, and it gets tied to their executive pay. So this is just a starting place, just as Fearless Girl was a starting place. Progress does not equal completion. We all have more work to do, and I'm really pleased to be working with a group of people like this where I can learn from. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Ron. Now we're going to hear from David. Let's talk about your board. 46% are women, and of your independent board members, 50% are women. How did you achieve this? What was the process to get there?
There's a number of things I'd say. Well, first, as you said, today, women are 50% of the independent directors. It's up from 33% 5 years ago. In just a few weeks, pending the board election by our shareholders, that will increase to 60% of the independent directors. And it's because our commitment to equality and inclusion starts at the top of our company. From our board of directors to me, to our leadership team, citizenship and our equality and inclusion efforts are embedded in how we do business. It isn't bolted on, it's intentional and strategic. The board and I hold ourselves and P&G leaders accountable for our work in equality and inclusion. We set targets and track progress. I do believe personal accountability drives a lot of this, and we have personal accountability at the board with myself and with the senior leaders. Representation is an ongoing commitment. It's one of the many ways we make and measure our progress. From the board level on down, we believe that equality benefits all of us. It will take all of us working together to make a bigger impact. And while we've made progress in many areas, we know we can do even more. We're committed to setting stretching, achievable, and meaningful representation targets for women and for multicultural women, expanding our sourcing capabilities to ensure we attract and hire diverse talent pool that reflects our consumers, and investing in initiatives to support, develop, and advance all women and support their advancement around the globe. One of the things I feel best about is today across our whole organization, we're 48% women and globally, we're 50% women of our total workforce now in the US. And this is something the board is engaged in each year in a way that to me supports the actions we're taking as a company.
Thank you, David. Mary, you've really set the bar. You've 54% women on your board. How did you accomplish this? What does it mean to GM?
Well, first, what it means is we have an incredibly capable and strategic board that I really think helps General Motors set our strategic direction and then holds us accountable. And, this happened over a period of time. We have a pretty rigorous process as we look to build our board to make sure we have the skill sets for the company going forward. We're in an industry that's transforming, and as a company, we are working to lead that transformation. And so it's been very deliberate, but I can tell you the strength of our board and the impact of the diversity on our board has really been enormous. The different backgrounds, different experiences enable our board to have various points of view. And I completely have seen that it has led for us to make better decisions, more well-rounded decisions after having robust debate. So it has really been a strength of the company as we move forward. And it really cascades through the company. Like others, our board holds me and our leadership team accountable for driving engagement, diversity, and inclusion. We measure all three, and we regularly report to the board, and we set goals, and everybody has requirements that they need to achieve each year as we work to attain aspirational goals that we've set for out into the future. So it's very much a part of how the company is led, starting with our board right through leadership.
Thank you, Mary. Larry, you've said that board diversity is a pillar. As a leader in investments, what's the return on investment?
Well, let me just start off and say we have two responsibilities. As you suggested, Robert, that we own a lot of shares of a lot of companies. And so we have to be focusing on how each company where we have ownership evolves. And we need to make sure that these companies are moving forward in all ways over the long term. But before we focus on how we vote on our shareholdings, BlackRock has to be instrumental as a firm itself. So we have to focus on what we are doing first, or we can't ask other companies as to what they're doing. And so we have two missions. And so because of our shares that we are responsible for on behalf of our shareholders, we put a great deal of effort on building the most diverse board that is feasible. A board that is not just diverse in gender or in color or race, but diverse geographically, but also diverse in their fields of expertise. And we believe a diverse board is critical in every way to help us navigate all the complexities that we all have in running a big global firm. I made a commitment that we'll be over 30%. We achieve that for women on our board. I expect to be way over that shortly without getting into any more details than that. But it is our objective. It is the board's objective. And because of that, as a more transparent and diverse board, that is driving us as managers internally to making sure that we have a more diverse organization too. Now, taking that forward, it allows us then as a corporate steward of our shareholders' money, as we look at the companies we invest in, that we have a lens that is important, a lens that making sure that companies are focusing on all their stakeholders and making sure that their stakeholders are diverse and their stakeholders are broad. But most importantly, the way that can be achieved, making sure the composition of a company's board and the composition of a company's leadership team are meant to be diverse too. So we look at it through these two lenses, but the most important lens I need to look at it, are we living what we're asking other companies to live? And I'm proud to say we are.
Well, congratulations. Thank you, Larry. So, Doug, you are president and CEO, so you could talk a little bit about board selection, but what I mostly, and the audience mostly wants to hear about, is your C-suite. You have 2.3 million people. That's almost twice the number 2 organization in the world. Talk about your focus on C-suite.
Yeah, it's so important that the C-suite, the leadership of the company, look like our customer base and our associate base. And with that number of associates, we look like the 24 countries that we serve. So just think of the U.S., for example, and how diverse it is. Our leadership team needs to reflect that. So my direct reports are 50% men, 50% women, and Kath McClay and Judith McKenna run 2 of our 3 big business segments in the business. And they, together with the other leaders, are focused on executing our strategy to become even more diverse and inclusive in time. And that includes stating our intentions, shaping culture with the information that people receive, the experiences that they have, the stories they're told, but also ensuring all of our policies and our processes deliver that outcome. So things like pay equity take rigor and discipline, and you got to do the math and have the routine, for example. It's important that as we recruit and as we promote, those same kinds of disciplines are in place. And so that leadership team you referred to is responsible for that along with me.
Well, thank you. We've heard from our team of CEOs about board. We've heard with passion, great leadership. Now we're going to shift over to talking about the C-suite and pipeline. Becky, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, all the CEOs. Doug, I'm going to pick up with you again. And we talked about the C-suite, but there's the pipeline, right? And, a lot of organizations will say, let's focus on who's ready now, right? And so we miss or regret to focus on that key talent, whether they espouse to be leaders or executives or not. They're there doing the work. And given you have one of the largest, employee-based organizations globally and a huge marketplace position, tell us how important your leadership is in building that robust pipeline. And, 1 or 2 things that you're proud of that's allowed you and your leadership to do that.
Yeah, it is so important. I mean, if you look at our situation, we have about 75% of our store management teams that come from hourly ranks. Our leaders that are in home office roles frequently come from the stores. So we grow talent from within. And so we've got this great pool to take advantage of to do so. 55% of our associates globally are women, but only 45% of our management is currently comprised of women, and only 33% of our officers. So in a nutshell, you can see the opportunity we have to pull through with that pipeline and have an even more diverse leadership team. And that's what we're focused on doing. So identification of talent, we got all kinds of talented people with great experience, degrees, and other things that we can pull from. All the processes related to that are really important in our company. We do things like create Ledbetter U, where people can go and get college credit at the expense of the company to help further their careers, and many other things to try and pull through even more talent from the company. There's no need, for example, to go look for great African-American talent outside the company in most instances, because we're the largest African-American employer in the country. So we have that pool built in.
Well, pipeline is certainly your ambassador for P&G, for Walmart. So obviously your investment and your leadership in setting the tone has been remarkably effective. So thank you for that. I want to move on to David at P&G. David, under your executive leadership, P&G has an impressive 41% of the women in their C-suite. People would like to know, I'm sure all of us, how have your organization, what steps have you taken to open up those doors and create those pathways for women in the C-suite?
I think it starts with clear aspirations and, frankly, accountability. You have to personally make it important to yourself and to your leadership team. And P&G is committed to achieving equal representation at all levels of the company. And in a company like P&G, where we're primarily a promote from within company, we hire outstanding people out of schools and from other careers. And then our job is to make sure we can identify and advance them. And we worked very hard over the last several years to get up to above 40% of our senior leadership I'm proud to say of our 5 large multi-billion-dollar global businesses, 3 of the 5 are led by outstanding women. And we've done that by looking at the results across the company and making sure that we both see and invest in, less judging and more developing. And to me, the difference in mindset is important. Once you decide you want to be 50-50 throughout the company, in a company like P&G, and my guess is that my other peer companies on this event, we all have outstanding talent in our company. It's about identifying them, giving them the right career opportunities, and then personally intervening to make sure they get the development and opportunities to advance, the critical roles. And that's happened. At more junior levels, we're right now at 50-50, and we're moving up the organization, and we won't be too long before we're 50-50 throughout. We're there at the board. We're there now in the middle of the organization. We're hiring just above 50-50. And because, again, from a promote from within, we're moving up all the way. And I'm also proud to say we've checked pay equity, even. Women's view of, are there opportunities for me in this company, are equal to slightly above men today. That's different than it was 5 years ago. And I give credit to my senior leadership because they've all owned the accountability, the personal responsibility to make it happen.
Great examples. I want to move on to Mary. Perhaps what are some things that you have done personally in showing up as an executive to help to achieve this 30% and to personally engage these women to lean into their leadership and achieve their best self?
I think a couple things. First, for the most senior leaders in the company, the top 250 roughly, they are all approved by my leadership team. And one of the requirements as we approve a promotion, we look to say, was there a diverse slate? And my question always is, if there wasn't a diverse slate, what are you going to do to assure that there'll be a diverse slate within 3 years? And that, and then questioning that and asking the questions to make sure that that's really happening throughout the organization. The second thing is I meet with every member of the team once a year, and we go detailed into their organization to look at the pipeline, look at the hiring, looking at attrition, looking at promotions to make sure that we are achieving the aspirational targets that we set. And then I would say a third thing, I meet with all of the senior women leaders in GM 4 times a year. And I can tell you this started many years ago. In the first meeting that we had, I said, my goal is simple. I want to make sure that we get to a point in the not too distant future where this room is not big enough for when we all get together. And that was really motivational for the team. And as we meet, we talk about, we learn from each other and we talk about how we can create that upward mobility. One of the sessions each year, we call it expanding the network. And we ask each senior leader to bring 2 additional women leaders so they start to participate in the dialogue and know that they have a role to help develop the entire company. And then lastly, I'd say, I think it's also very important, if you look at how important technology is in all of our companies in every aspect, we need to make sure that we start developing women, female leadership before they even get to the company. Middle school is when girls are making decisions about STEM. And are they going to lean into a science and math type of a curriculum or not? And so we do a lot of work, and it's one of my personal passions around education and making sure that women are pursuing STEM careers, or at least having an understanding of what is coding, so they can participate in the opportunities that are going to be available to them as they go to high school and then pursue different career paths after high school. So it's a multifaceted program and initiatives that we have to encourage more women in the workforce.
I love that integrated approach. And number one, I've heard the accountability throughout the day, and as Mary's punctuated, is so important. Setting that path forward. And Mary, thank you. I mean, just showing up and being visible to these women, I think once they see it's possible. Anything's possible, right? For me to aspire to achieve my leadership executive goals. And I think starting early, way before they even think about what they're going to do when they grow up, right? So to help and shape and support them in their thinking and help them to believe in themselves. So thank you so much for that great advice and guidance. I want to focus now with Larry from Blackrock. Under your executive leadership, Larry, Blackrock has 43% of their employees who are women, and 47% of women represent new hires. Larry, what is BlackRock doing that has paid off in attracting and building a pipeline of women and diverse talent, particularly as we are in the post-COVID, and I think even challenged more with the hybrid environment, the face-to-face environment, and challenging even more for women in the work-life piece?
Well, Becky, as you know, it has been challenging in this COVID world, and so we have to be more resolute in terms of making sure that both men and women alike feel like their careers can be built and they have great opportunities for career growth, and they can make BlackRock their permanent home. And that is so important. I think one of the foundations of us, we have the lowest turnover of almost any financial services company, if not all financial services companies today, because we try to make it a home. But we're still not doing enough. We're not where we should be. This most recent year, 55% of the associates who are coming into the firm are women. We need to make sure that we are helping them in pathing their career. Where we were guilty, and I look back into where we weren't giving enough support, was we weren't helping all the young people, men and women, about creating a career path for them and helping them design a career path. And so now we are a lot more prescriptive, but much more hand-holding with everybody, especially women, because we want women to be in the jobs that are the highest paying jobs within the firm. We are, we have done a full audit for jobs, equivalent job. Comp is the same worldwide. I could say that very proudly. However, we have always had some of the highest paid jobs. We did not have as many women. My objective now is to make more and more of the highest paying jobs to be places where women want to go. And those are more, in my industry, is more the portfolio managers. And as we said earlier, the women who are making decisions with household finance now. And so why shouldn't we have even more women helping us make those investments? And so we're taking a much more proactive review. And then importantly, it is about culture, creating leadership forums for women. It's about the culture of creating an inclusive culture. It's about culture, making sure that we have initiatives that are helping guide and helping them, that they have a safe environment where they could ask questions and grow together. And then on the making sure that we're doing this properly. In my upcoming board meeting later this month, we are going to have a 2-day session on succession and planning. And every leader who makes a presentation, their diversity, their roles and responsibilities that they're making, everybody's accountable for that too at the board level. And so the combination of making sure we have a culture of safety and a culture of helping people in advancing their career, that this can be their permanent home. But importantly, we're making sure that everybody's living up to those requirements. And we review this with great detail at every business in every country, making sure we're living what we're talking about.
Larry, thank you for that. I think if people know that they have a part in helping to shape their career and their aspirations, that's a key driver to want to stay with that company. And I think culture, it's a lot about culture. We can do all these things for women leaders, but if we don't have the culture that people feel like they're embraced, they're accepted, and can be themselves, right? Then it's very difficult to have all this effort really come to bear. So thank you, Larry, for all your great effort there. All right, well, we have a few minutes left, so I wanted to turn it over to Robert. Our other lever of, diversity and gender parity is on supplier diversity. So we have a few minutes for all of you to comment on that because of all the great work that you've done in that area. So I'll turn it over to Robert.
Thank you, Becky. And I'm going to start with Doug. Doug, $15 billion investment in supplier diversity. That's extraordinary. How was that paid off?
Yeah, thanks, Robert. It's really important that we sell relevant items, of course, in our stores and online. And to sell relevant items, you need to have a diverse supplier base. And we do get diversity through companies like P&G and the great work that David and his team are doing. But it's also really important that we embrace and reach out to small and medium-sized suppliers. Sometimes access to capital is the issue. Sometimes access to the purchase order is the issue. And we work to provide both a financing program to help them build supply and the purchase orders that are right sized to help them fulfill demand. And for some people, a little bit of hand-holding helps, like to get them started. Maybe they should sell first just on our website. Maybe they should sell in 100 stores rather than reaching thousands of stores. Growing them at the right pace and helping them be successful at each step of the way is something that we're focused on. We're also a member of the Women's Business Enterprise National Council, and we donated the women-owned logo to them to help build consumer awareness. With this logo on items that we sell, you'll find that. And we've been a member of that board for the last 6 years to try and help foster an entire community, not just those that we deal with directly.
Thank you, Doug. David, you have $2 billion on women-owned businesses. So talk about that.
Certainly, we believe, much like Doug said, women's economic empowerment is an area of focus throughout P&G's global value chain, and it's embedded generally in our business practices and our purchasing strategies. When our supply network reflects the diversity of our consumers, employees, and stakeholders, our community will be better. It'll thrive, and our supply system is stronger and more resilient and more innovative, which has been really important during the pandemic. Building on the strong foundation of our 45-plus-year-old U.S. supplier diversity program, we do spend $2 billion with women-owned and women-led businesses around the world, but we're committed to do much more. We're committed to help them become a growing part of our global supply chain. In fact, at the recent Generation Equality Forum in June, we committed to spend $10 billion cumulatively by 2025 with these businesses. And to accelerate progress toward this ambition, we're partnering with many institutions to drive the change needed, including We Connect International, WeBank, UN Women, and more. We're also supporting capability building of women entrepreneurs, further developing the tools and the definitions and the infrastructure needed, and driving collaboration amongst companies and other industries in some cases to join in and advance these efforts. In addition, as one of the world's largest advertisers, and this is what I'm most excited about, we're leading change and collaborating across the creative industry with the goal to have equal representation in front of the camera and behind the camera, and to have gender and intersectional representation throughout the entire creative supply chain. And given our size, this is one we can influence the entire industry. And it's one we're deeply committed to. And the more we've done it, the more our communication connects with the consumers we're trying to connect with. So I think it's consistent with our values, and it's been very good business to do this.
Thank you, David. Larry, let's talk about your commitment in capital to diverse communities.
Once again, we have two big priorities: how we invest our money, or our clients' money, and helping our clients, our savers, to understand where best they could attract the best long-term returns. And we believe investing in some of the underserved areas of the world, of America, are turn into some great investments for our savers, for our investors. But two, as a fiduciary to all our savers, in terms of making sure that we are protecting their savings, we have to ensure that all the companies we invest in, that they have the appropriate DEI strategies, that they're moving forward. They're moving forward to making sure that they are hiring the best talent. They're moving forward that they can be connecting with more and more of their clients worldwide. We need to make sure that every one of our companies where we invest in are building a better community and being a part of those communities. And this is one of the reasons why I think some of the other winners today, these are the companies that identify that are doing that. They're building a better employee base, a more diverse, a more DEI strategy related to employees, related to their communities, and related to all their clients. And so a combination of how we are investing our money on behalf of those savers, but also how are we judging all the companies that our savers are investing in, that we are moving them forward. And so it's a huge responsibility, and we take that responsibility very seriously. And to that extent, we have the largest group of corporate stewardship team in the world, making sure that we are we're identifying the best companies, and so we could invest more of their savings in those companies' bonds and stocks. And so this is a major component and a commitment that we have for all of our investors worldwide.
Thank you. Mary, so what I love is your women dealership network. Talk about what you've done there.
Well, approximately 80% of the influencers in vehicle purchase decisions are women. And so it's really important that as we reach a very diverse customer base, that we have women dealers as well as women suppliers. And right now, we also added, or created, I should say, a inclusion advisory board last year, and there are both dealers and suppliers on that council because we recognize we try to share everything we're doing to create diversity with our dealers and with our suppliers, but we also realize that we can learn from them. And so it's been a great process to hear ideas from suppliers, ideas from dealers on how they're driving diversity within their own organizations. And so across our business, we're very committed to being inclusive and equitable and making sure that we support our women dealers as well as our women suppliers in the business so they can continue to grow.
Thank you, Mary. So we've spoken about the why, boards, CEOs, C-suite, pipeline, and we've spoken about supplier diversity. Now we're going to talk about vision. And I think a CEO's job can really be boiled up into just 6 words to get from here to there. So we're going to talk about the future. Ron, can you tell us about your vision for gender parity and diversity?
Our vision for gender parity is really quite simple. It's about we live in a world that's mixed and diverse. Our client base is mixed and diverse. The people that we care for in terms of who we manage money for, or to the extent we're servicing assets of those that manage money, are diverse. So our vision is very clear. We need to represent the world in which we live and operate. Second element of that vision is that diverse groups, whether they're businesses, whether they're not-for-profits, whether they're governments, diverse groups reach and achieve better outcomes. And it's those 2 things that are driving our vision and will continue to drive us in the actions that we take.
Thank you, Ron. And when I think of you, I think of one word: fortitude. Now on to Doug.
Well, Robert, I do think vision is really important. The case for diversity, equity, and inclusion in business is really well documented. Numerous studies have shown that diverse and inclusive businesses attract and retain talent, foster innovation, and better reflect the character of those they serve. And inclusive, equitable societies are more resilient and productive as people feel empowered to achieve and contribute to their full potential. Our associate base is a reflection of the communities we serve, widely diverse in terms of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation and abilities, as well as religious and political views, culture, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Our stakeholders have indicated they expect us to be a transformative force for equity in our business and beyond. And so that's our vision. We welcome that responsibility and enjoy working with others to help solve problems, large and small. The people that have been recognized here today and the companies they represent are problem solvers. This past 18 months, more than ever, have shown us that we're stronger when people are heard, included, and empowered. And we need to keep finding ways to leverage our collective strengths to create a more equitable society. It'll take all of us to bring about that change that we want to see. And that's the vision that we embrace at Walmart.
Well, thank you. And I will say the word that comes to me when I think of you and everything you've said today: caring, genuine caring. Mary, your vision.
Well, as we said, we're on a mission to become the most inclusive company in the world, and we want to work with other companies so we all share that mission. But we know having a goal isn't going to get us there. So we need interim goals. We need to make sure we're taking action. We need to make sure there's accountability and transparency. And at General Motors, we work toward, as we work toward creating the more inclusive culture, we encourage leaders to focus on 3 guiding principles. First is focus on your words. Are you listening and engaging in conversations that elevate the collective understanding and inform the actions to address inequality? You have to understand and listen before you can take action. And then it becomes your deeds. What are you doing? Support what you say with what you do, and advocate for equality by building on all of the existing initiatives that we have. And then finally, it's setting a culture that is truly inclusive, where everybody has a sense of belonging, and making sure that we have a safe environment where differences and diversity are respected and valued, and reflect how we recruit, how we hire, and how we develop and promote. So that transparency becomes very, very important in making it real. So our goal is to bring employees and all of our stakeholders along this journey and try to influence change that will close gaps. We know we're making progress, but we're not there yet. So we're continually striving to do more.
Well, thank you, Mary. And the word that comes to mind when thinking of you is perseverance. You're just not willing to fail. It's not an option. So now let's go, David, your vision.
Simply stated, my vision is to unleash the tremendous human capacity that exists in our company, and to be part of unleashing the human capacity of the many stakeholders that we serve. And you think about, to do that, it is to allow all of our people to come to work every day as themselves. It's to create literally the 50-50 across the world, up and down the organization and across the country, even in areas where it may not be fully embraced yet, to be a leader and set the stage by role modeling the outcome we want. And I'd say that starts with the individual, myself, having both the accountability and the personal responsibility, and owning that vision, and then working with the board. And I'm proud that the board understands, embraces, and wants to lead with me that change. And then it's the company leadership, and then more broadly, the culture. And when we see indications like men, women having equal views of opportunities ahead, pay equal across men, women, attrition, all of those things are indications we're making progress, allowing people to come to work as themselves. And what that does is that it just unleashes the tremendous human capacity that exists in our company. And we can be part of in how we communicate, how we leverage media, unleashing the human capacity outside our walls. And to me, that's an exciting and a very inspirational vision.
Well, thank you, David. And the word that I think of when I think of you is accountability. Now, we wanted to have, as a finale, is Larry, because what you do is you're really the precursor of what ideas follow in the CEO world. So talk about your vision.
The process to build a more just and equitable society is not going to be easy. It's not going to be quick. We all have to be accountable every moment. Driving real change requires a long-term commitment, not just from public companies, but a long-term commitment for all of society, a long-term commitment from governments. We must begin this journey by examining our own culture individually. We must look at our practices, our talent practices. We can't just stop there. We must use our voice, and that's what I try to do. Our voice, and to work with others to advocate for change within our industry, within our society more broadly. Building a more diverse workforce is a top priority for Blackrock. We know that a diverse workforce is indispensable to our creativity, to our success, and ultimately to our shareholders. It's how we are going to answer the biggest questions and solve the toughest problems. An inclusive, equitable environment enables us to draw from expertise across all the spectrum and getting us a unique experience for everyone within the firm. Every company, every individual, including CEOs and the boards, need to re-examine and examine where they could do things better, where we could promote diversity. And importantly, this isn't just about a workplace issue, and I think we spend too much time just focusing on workplace issue. Society needs to do a better job too. But importantly, we as leaders, we as CEOs, we are the ambassadors to our communities, and we have to have that voice. And in this divergent world, our voice is more necessary than ever before. But we need to be consistent. We need to have an open dialogue about this, and we can't be afraid. We need to have a voice, and we need to have a voice of long-termism, and we need to live it every day with our voice.
Well, thank you, Larry. And when I think of you, the word comes to mind is passion. So I want to thank this whole panel, extraordinary job, and you can tell why these are the leaders driving gender parity and diversity forward. We're now going to hand it off when Becky and we say thank you for working with us. And now we're going to hand everything off to Jose Zelstra, who's instrumental in putting this together and is going to give her summary.
Thank you to these incredible CEOs and all that we learned about their demonstrated leadership and commitment to gender parity and diversity. I'm sure everyone, having just listened to this session, will agree that these CEOs clearly lead by their values and take personal responsibility for advancing women and people of color within their organizations as well as outside their organizations. As David Taylor at P&G said, we need to unleash human capacity. These leaders are clearly shaping the culture of inclusion and using all their resources to make employees feel at home, as Larry Fink puts. And given the size and level of influence they have, they not only care about diversity and equality within their own organizations, they feel it is their responsibility to build a better world. As ambassadors to communities, David Taylor mentioned, or corporate stewards at Blackrock, these CEOs are role models and want to create a positive impact on society as purpose-driven CEOs and organizations.
Wow. Thank you to all of our CEO Award winners for their discussion on how to build diverse pipeline and workforces, how to truly create strong ERG programs, and to ensure gender equity and diversity is not only in the boardroom, but in supply chains. Now we move to the specific issue of diversity, equity, inclusion, and building a truly inclusive workforce where everyone feels that they can belong, be authentic, and be powerful. I would like to introduce Ben Hassan, Senior Vice President, Chief Culture, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer at Walmart. Ben, take it away.
Thank you, Gwen. I can't tell you how excited I am to host such an illustrious panel. It's actually a little intimidating, but I think I'll be able to get through it. So the title of this panel is Diversity Across the Pipeline, Women of Color Leading the Change. So we're going to start by asking each of the panelists individually to tell us, first of all, what your role and responsibility is at your current company, and a little about your personal and professional journey to the role that you sit in today. So, Michelle, let's start with you.
Thank you, Ben. So I am, pardon me, Michelle Gadsden-Williams, Global Head of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Blackrock. Now, I'm what you call a lifer in this work of DE&I. I've been a practitioner for 30 years. I started my career in marketing and product development, and after about 5 years of doing that work and doing some soul searching about what I wanted to do in my career and understanding what kind of impact I wanted to have in those organizations where I was employed, I soon thereafter transitioned to strategic planning and organizational development. And growing up, my father used to say, you are not here on this earth to occupy space. You're here to make a difference, and it's up to you to determine what that difference is. Well, I found that difference, and I felt that in the work of DE&I, I can make a meaningful, substantive difference in the organizations where I am employed. I've led DEI for a number of multinational companies and industries, including consumer goods, big pharma, financial services, and professional services, specifically at companies like Merck, Novartis, Credit Suisse, and Accenture, both inside and outside of the United States. I've lived in Switzerland for 10 years, Istanbul, Turkey for 5 years, and Hong Kong for 3 years, all leading diversity practice. I chose to join Blackrock in September of last year for a number of reasons, primarily because I was convinced during my interview process last summer, and even more so now, that this is an organization that really wants to accelerate progress and to really lead in this area. And there are three things that I typically look for in my conversations with CEOs and other leaders when it comes to this work. It's the courage to act, the commitment to lead, and the conviction to change. And if any of these things are missing from that conversation, I tend to look the other way. As you can imagine, I've seen the good, the bad, and the indifferent as it pertains to this work. And what I've learned over the years is that indifference serves no one. And as a chief diversity officer, we are change agents and constructive disruptors. And our goal is to leave an organization in better condition than when we entered. We help organizations transform their cultures to ensure that every single person in it can realize their ambition or their North Star. So as you've heard from our chairman and CEO, Larry Fink, we are truly invested in leading in this area, and I want to be part of that evolution.
Michelle, thank you so much for your lifelong commitment to the work and to society in general. So next up, Carla.
Thank you, Ben. It's a pleasure to be here with you and the panelists, and I want to thank the WBC for having me today. So my journey into HR hasn't been one in which it was a direct passion initially for me. My background really did start in consulting, and I actually ended up having an opportunity to move into HR consulting. And I think that that is where I got the bug and the passion around HR. But primarily in my career has been at IBM. I am what most will call a lifer at IBM. I'm in my 22nd year, and I've had the opportunity to have numerous roles as an HR generalist, in talent, doing strategy work, executive development, executive planning, transformation work. And I also had the pleasure of living in Asia for about 3 years, which was an amazing opportunity to not only live abroad, but to also do some great work working with and helping our teams grow and transform in those markets. I had the honor to be able to compete for this role last year and selected as the CDIO of IBM. This is actually my dream job. This is the role that I really aspired to have at one point in my career. And I'm really excited. I think that the work that I've been able to do around D&I through the various roles I've had in HR has really positioned me for this role. I am excited about the work we're doing and the journey ahead of us. But I am really, really focused with our leaders at IBM and our IBMers around how do we really have meaningful change, systemic change that's going to be impactful to address the issues that we all face as CDIOs. So thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Carla. And to those listening in, we're halfway through. You can already see how fantastic this panel is going to be. Next up, Sherry.
Thanks, Ben. It's so wonderful to be here with everyone. Why don't I start by introducing myself this way? I'm first generation on my father's side, born in this country. My family hails from the US, Jamaica, and the Cayman Islands. I'm fourth generation African-American women with an advanced degree. My daughter will be the fifth. I am married to the love of my life. I have 2 college-age children. I have a learning difference, which means that sometimes school was hard. I have lived, worked, and studied outside the United States. I have worked for 5 different companies across 6 different disciplines. And what I can tell you is that even with all of that, I get to sit in this chair, in this seat, at one of the most important and influential technology companies in the world. You see, what I just shared with you are my dimensions of the diversity, the things that make me uniquely me, my human dimension, what I was born with, my cultural dimension, the things that I picked up along the way in life, and my work dimension. And I can honestly tell you that I sit in this seat because the journey that I had was not a straight path. It was one that had twists and turns. I have to tell you, I spent the early part of my life feeling like I was writing with my left hand and I was really right-handed. I went to school to be a lawyer. I studied business and law, and when I got out, I took a sales job. And I have to tell you, I never looked back. I finally found like I was in that place and space that authentically would allow me to be me. But along the way, where you spend your time matters. I spent so much of my time working at Kodak and Xerox, spending time with people, EROs in particular, raising my hand to help along the way. And I have to tell you, is then that I found a path into DE&I. Will forever be grateful to the amazing Candy Castleberry Singleton, who is now over at Amazon, who said, hey, you know how to execute like nobody's business. Come here and do it with me. That said, that path took me to where I am today, finding my purpose in a role that you probably won't find in the same way in any other company. You see, 10 years ago, I had the amazing opportunity to meet a then sales leader who said to me in an interview, what you do in your day job has incredible value in what I do in mine. You see, what he knew to be true was that he was a technology leader who was about to embark on this multi-billion-dollar market called collaboration, and it was going to forever change this opportunity for diversity to get in the room at the table and for people to participate, which would ultimately deliver better outcomes, because that's the promise that we said diversity would always yield. Here's what happened. I now sit in a seat. I am the Chief Inclusion and Collaboration Officer and Vice President of Inclusive Future and Strategy here at Cisco. I'm forever grateful to the amazing Chuck Robbins, who is our CEO, who took a big bet on that vision that there was value to create at the intersection of inclusion, diversity, collaboration, and technology. My team sets the people strategy for the company. We're responsible for all things that you know and love about DE&I, and we are also ushering in what it means to leverage the power of inspiration as currency as we build towards our purpose to power an inclusive future for all. It is an absolute honor to be here and on this panel with these amazing women. And Ben, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
See, I told y'all I was a little intimidated, and we still haven't finished yet. So now, next up, Sherry, thank you so much, and it's so good to see you again. Next up, the amazing Calandra.
Hello, thank you all for having me. I'm Calandra Gerald. I am a diversity and inclusion executive at Bank of America. I am sitting in for the amazing Cynthia Bowman, who could not be here today, who is our Chief Diversity, Inclusion, and Talent Acquisition Officer. And my journey is a little different. I am first generation college, first generation corporate America. I grew up with blue collar workers. Let my grandmother tell it, I am the senior vice president of Bank of America. I'm the only one. Please don't ruin it for her. But I like to think my journey is one of authenticity, my unique rural upbringing, and where preparation and opportunity just collided. I've been with Bank of America 24 years. And over that journey, I started as an administrative assistant. I took my passion for what I didn't see when I grew up and got involved in our first employee network, the African American Networking Initiative, which is now the Black Professional Group. And I started being visible and really contributing. And I moved into human resources as a learning consultant. And then I did instructional design and talent management. And then I met the amazing Cynthia Bowman and our former Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, Jerry Thomas. And they invested in me and said, you know what, everything you've been doing up until this point, this is your moment. Come over and lead women and people of color strategy for us. And this was when the GDI organization was really storming and forming. And I love this job and I love my journey because I have the humility and the really rolling up your sleeves enough to really know what it's like to have to grow your career and get pulled through the pipeline. But I also understand that I want to be the woman that I needed when I first started my career or that I didn't see when I grew up. So it's just a pleasure to be amongst this esteemed panel. Thank you for having me. And I can't wait to get into this conversation.
Yeah, Calandra, thanks so much for sharing that. And isn't it interesting how sometimes our parents think we run the whole company? Yeah, my son, he runs Walmart.
Don't tell anybody.
Like, I'm like, Dad, I don't run Walmart. Come on, man. Come on. Michelle, we're going to go to you. Now, you spent the majority of your career in diversity and inclusion space. So from your perspective, how have you seen the work of the Chief Diversity Officer over the past 20 years change? And then have you seen anything different in the last 18 months?
Well, thank you for the question, Ben. So the role of the CDO has really evolved over the years. And it's interesting, as I was preparing for the panel, I was reading an article in the Financial Times, I believe it was yesterday, it was published, that the role of the CDO is the fastest growing C-suite role since 2020. Now that's a shift in terms of this work. And I'm talking about diversity of yesteryear, when we were talking about diversity in the context of affirmative action, then it was diversity, then it was DI, DEI. And so whatever vernacular you want to call it, it's all the same to me. And another interesting fact that I came across is that the appointments of CDOs grew 84% as a proportion of the total number of senior executives hired this year alone. And so the question becomes, for those of us who have made this our life's work and our purpose long before the worldwide call to action for racial and social justice, in the wake of the fatal attacks on George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and so many others, in my view, this is not just a moment, but this is a real movement, which is driving the evolution of the role. The work itself has changed. The conversation has changed. The vernacular has changed, and thus our strategies have changed. With the convergence of societal injustices and a global pandemic, the discourse and the engagement of racial and social justice, inclusivity, and well-being in the workplace has increased exponentially, more so than I've ever seen in the past. And so these incidents have really raised a level of consciousness around DEI. And as a result, the stakes have gone up in a lot of organizations, and ours is certainly included in that. The commitment to DEI has become even more critical. There's a war for talent in the marketplace that continues to present a challenge for all organizations. And the changing work models due to the pandemic has really shifted and impacted our talent over the past year. So that said, most companies have decided to take a more holistic and strategic approach to the effort. And this is going to require a different kind of CDO, more so than diversity practice of yesteryear. So like most organizations, we've evolved in this space and we've integrated equity into our strategy, which really, again, symbolizes the maturity of diversity in practice. This is a new terminology that we've infused into our work. And in my view, it's the most important factor in the equation, where we're all now re-examining all of our policies and practices and programming to ensure that there's fair access to advancement, fair opportunities, fair outcomes for all employees. But the role is just not relegated to talent and culture. It's about our customers, it's about our clients, and the impact that we're going to have on society at large. So our strategies are now more reflective of that. So it's a lot more comprehensive, it's a lot more holistic, but the CDO now has a seat at the table in the C-suite. And I think that the role has definitely changed in the 30 years that I've been involved.
Just brilliant. For those out there listening, I hope you're taking notes. I wish I could, but I can't as the moderator. So Michelle, thank you so much for that. Just brilliant. So Carla, I'm going to come to you next, and Calandra, you get ready to follow up on this question as well. So this is one of those myths that just drives me crazy all the time. Quote, there are not enough women of color in the talent pipeline. Could you share your own perspective around this, and maybe what does the data actually really show?
Yeah, so look, we're gonna debunk this myth today because I find it to be a big distraction and a detractor for really addressing that we do have talent in the pipeline. So let's really look at kind of the demographics. So the World Economic Forum, they actually benchmark the number of women just in general at about 40% in the workplace, job-ready availability of talent. And when we look at the majority of the US population being women at about 51%, and when we really dig into women of color in the census data, just recently in the US, 38% of the US population are people of color. of which 40% are women grads. And of those women grads, 30% are women of color. So you have this thriving availability of talent, which represents about 25% of the workforce. And you have this thriving growth of skills where women of color are growing, these populations are growing. And so the availability is there. I think what we get really focused on is the why not, opposed to seeking and looking where the talent does exist. So I would like to really focus in on what these barriers look like and really these biases that we often are in a position of really being able to remove so that we can have these entries of opportunity, but also to really change your strategy, your diversity strategy around the talent for which you want to hire. So it's important to really access that talent. So broadening your pipeline of competition, the workforce is there, the skills are there, the education levels are there. I think that it is where you're going and where your strategy is actually focus is what's needed. So I do have a few ideas, Ben, on how to address this, because McKinsey had a really, really great study last year that they did on Black women. And as a result of that study, they talked about where the talent exists. And they talked about the Black community as well overall. And in that strategy, they talked about location strategy. Well, did you know that 60% of the Black community are in the South? Did you know that Native American populations are in the American Southwest? Did you know that Asian women are either, people of color are either in the West Coast or the East Coast? Did you know that our Latin population we're going to predominantly have in the American Southwest or the South? So, and it's really digging deep into the specific location strategy. Are your businesses set up for success, where they're actually going where the talent exists? And are you building an ecosystem around where people of color live, work, and educate their families and their children so you can drive increased representation of your talent? So that's a big part of the strategy. Partnering with organizations that have access to support your talent outlook is really, really key. And ensuring, lastly, that your diversity strategy around hiring and retaining your talent really, really focus in on diversity, diverse panels, diversity of the people who are actually hiring your talent, interview practices that are set up around skills, anti-bias training to ensure that you're hiring with your recruiting teams as well as your hiring managers, that they have the tools that may be preventing them for taking a chance on this talent that is out there and qualified. So set goals and you will see progress if you're intentional.
Spot on, spot on. We saw that McKinsey study. The other thing that was interesting in that study was that the jobs that were growing and the places where they were growing were not the places where people of color were actually living.
That's
really,
right.
Really interesting work.
That's
so, Calandra,
right.
more on this point. Thank you so much, Carla. That was amazing.
Yeah, Carla, that was spot on. And just to kind of amplify your point, we do not have a pipeline problem. I think we have process problems. And if I think about that, what's your recruiting strategy? So to your point, are you recruiting at HBCUs? What's your HBCU strategy? They mostly sit in the South. So how do we attack this very early? One of the things we've learned is that you've got to capture talent with a lens on diversity very early in their career, because a lot of us just don't have the pedigree and the background of the majority. So what's your recruiting strategy? Where are you actually going after? What do your job specs look like? Are they attractive, right, to women and women of color, or are they just generic, where you've got more of the same applying? You made a great point. Do you make sure that you are enforcing diverse interviewers? So who are you looking at on the other side of the table? You want to see yourself. Again, you can't be what you can't see. And then if you are in the organization, how we're pulling people up that are already in the company, again, giving them the equitable opportunities and the visibility that we don't often get. So sponsorship, advocacy, making sure that they're not all in the same types of organization like staff support. And then lastly, creating a culture where you have that sense of belonging and you feel like you can really succeed, because you can have all the women of color in the world, but if you don't have a culture where you feel like you belong and you're valued, you get zero value from that diversity. So I completely agree with you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So, Sherry, I've been on a couple panels with you before, and I know you are dying to get in right now. So I'm going to jump to you. So when we were preparing for this conversation a few weeks back, this idea of pet versus power came up. I had never heard the concept before. I found it very interesting. I started asking other people if they heard it, and there's very few people who have heard it. So can you explain for the audience what's the meaning and how has it personally impacted you, Sherry, in the workplace?
Absolutely. Thank you for picking up on that from our prep calls, because it is absolutely a phenomenon that was the biggest revelation in my personal career and had the potential to be the biggest derailer of the opportunity for me to reach my extraordinary. And if that is true for me, it's probably true for many, many others. This concept of pet to threat is a concept that comes out of a body of research out of the University of Georgia. Dr. Keisha Thomas did this body of research, and what it says is that for many women of color, in particular Black women and Latinx women, there is this motion that happens with our career, our progress and our success comes on the heels of the way in which we help in the organization and ultimately climb that ladder and then ultimately take on those leadership roles. But something happens between the climb and landing in those roles of power that does move you from this place where you are adored, you're a pet, you're not a threat, and then you are. And maybe I can just give an example in my own career. Personally, I'm a pleaser. I have grown up that way in my personal upbringing from my family. From a workplace standpoint, I was one of those people, always raised my hand, always willing to help, always delivered big. And what happens when you do that is that you then get tapped to help people over and over and over again. Their careers continue to grow. So you are helping them help grow. And at some point, it does benefit you as well until it doesn't. And here's when it starts to transition. It starts to transition when you are then leapfrogging into those seats where you have power and budget, a P&L, headcount, and decision-making rights. And in that moment, when you are showing up the same way you did before you sat in that seat, but with breadth and depth and prominence, where you have influence and visibility, people start to feel some sort of way. They start to perceive you in a different light. They start to use words to describe you when you're showing up the same way that are completely different than before. Listen, I have to tell you, I got to a place where I am beyond tired of being misunderstood and having others use words that don't reflect who I am, what I deliver, and the value that I bring. Instead, I have to tell you on this journey, what it has taught me is, one, we got to talk about the pet versus threat phenomenon. We have to talk about how it is impacting and stalling and or derailing the careers of incredible women of color. And then we got to start helping people understand how to take agency to overcome it. I have to tell you, if you are sitting in that seat right now, wherever you are, and you are seeing some of this translate into what you are experiencing in your career, my advice to you would be threefold. Agency matters, and you have it. You just got to exercise it. What that means is, for me, my three things that I did was, number one, I had to start telling my own story, right? Because the way in which people told my story before, oh my gosh, she's the helper, versus, oh my gosh, she's really tough. Went from helper to tough. Nothing changed except for my power. Look, you got to tell your own story. You got to give people the words to use to describe how they are experiencing the same person you were before with this expanded remit, because you are in purpose. And then you also have to find a space and place where you can enroll them, because the longer they sit on the outside feeling some sort of way, the more they're going to feel some sort of way. So how do you enroll them in the success of what's possible given the work that you are driving? And then the last thing is get your own data. I have to tell you, there were so many meetings that I had with people where they would share with me data points like, don't be so perfect, or, you know, your bar is too high. Listen, get your own data. You know how you're climbing. Create the space for you, the narrative that you want people to have, enroll them in the work that you are doing, and make sure that the intentions of those around you are in support of the purpose that you are on this earth to deliver. But the pet versus threat phenomenon, it is real. And it can leave you in this space and place where you are misunderstood if you don't exercise your agency.
Awesome. Awesome. Very clear. So thank you for that, Sherry. I think many have now been educated on this notion of pet versus threat. So Michelle, this next question is you before we go around with a wrap up after this question. So I steal shamelessly from really smart people all the time. It's a group out of Greensboro, North Carolina, that says, in this work, diagnosis dictates treatment. You got to spend the time to diagnose what is the problem you're trying to solve before you actually try to solve it. I'm also a big fan of Brian Stevenson that says you can't solve a problem until you're willing to get proximate to the problem. And so this next question is one of those getting proximate to the problem questions. So Michelle, what can women do differently to support one another? And why is it important for white women to support and sponsor women of color?
Thanks for that question, Ben. So first, I want to start off by saying that I personally believe that it is my indelible responsibility to support, coach, mentor, sponsor, advocate, champion another woman. And I know that there are many of us who share that same perspective. But unfortunately, research has shown that women of color, we still lag behind white women in organizational access, in upward mobility, and other key indicators of leadership success for a variety of reasons. So I would encourage white women to be a lot more conscious and intentional in terms of how they wield their power, utilizing their internal collateral, removing barriers, influencing and clearing pathways for all women, specifically for women of color. Now, change will only occur if and when there's an acknowledgement that we as women, that we're not a monolith. Women of color, we have a very different life experience and a different identity in our workplaces. And unfortunately, women of color, we have the double bind of gender and race to contend with. So change happens through an increased awareness, a cultural awareness, so that differences can be acknowledged. And so what I would encourage all of us to do is to become a lot more aware of our own identity, our own privilege, and how it affects the perception and the treatment of those of a different cultural background. To speak up and to speak out against false assumptions of others, to be intentional but authentic in building relationships with women of color. This will create and build trust among the sisterhood. And take the time to educate yourself on the historical context of women of color, its impact on their personal and professional lives. And the last thing I would say to this point is, proactively engage in cross-cultural sponsorship relationships. Women of color are typically over-mentored and under-sponsored. We need your advocacy and your support. And so when one of us succeeds, we all succeed. So there you have it.
Awesome. That was called mic drop. Thank you. So we've got a little over 10 minutes left. And so I wanted to spend time on this last question to get some final thoughts from each one of you. So we're going to round robin. Carla, you're going to go first. Calandra, you're going to go second. Sherry, you're third. And Michelle, you'll close us out. So Carla?
All right. Loving what I'm hearing today, Ben. Pet versus threat. This is all goodness. So look, I have three things that I think are really, really important in this moment. And And Michelle, I mean, you just really hit the nail on the head. You have to acknowledge that this is an issue and that it has to be changed. So I am really big on being bold and making commitments. So that is the first thing that I think is really, really critical. To be bold and make commitments means that you have to get the people in power in the room to decide that there is an issue, but also to act and to determine what you're going to do about it. You're going to set goals. You're going to have aspirations. They're going to be bold and big. And you're going to really, really track progress. And you're going to be really transparent. You're going to talk about it in your D&I reports. You're going to talk about it in your town halls and your organizations. You're going to talk about it to your boards, your leadership team. So it has to be intentional. So that's what's really, really important here. You have to insist on making room. And what I mean by that is, if your leadership team isn't representative of a diverse group of leaders, you must insist that you make room on your team with your leaders at every level, in every role, in every part of your demographic of your business. You also have to insist that you do that with partnership in an inclusive way with your allies. So allyship is so important to our success. Just as Michelle stated, how white women are so important to women of color growing, is because women actually are the ones who actually promote and develop other women at a higher rate than men. But we also cannot do this without men. We have to do that with them in an inclusive way, and they are big allies to make this change very meaningful. And then lastly, because I'm with a tech company, to accelerate change, data, AI, analytics, it informs your decisions with data and facts, the science-based. No way you can cut it. You can remove all the myths. You can debunk everything that you hear on the why not. If you use it to inform and to help make the right decisions for your organizations to grow around inclusion and diversity and belonging, you will be successful. This is how you're going to show up practicing these inclusive behaviors in your organization. So I'll leave you guys with that, Ben.
Thank you, Carla. All right, Calandra, we're coming up on time, 2 minutes each.
Absolutely. I'll give you a minute back, actually. I'll be brief. And because I am in financial services, I'll say lead with the business, right? You know, the power of the purse. If you think about the spending power and the client base of women, and to Michelle's point, we're not some monolithic group. You know, we are well in position. We, diversity and women and focus on multicultural women and women of color is no longer a moral imperative. It is a business imperative. Mm-hmm. So leading with the data, making sure that you can stand flat-footed in front of our clients and our communities and say, here's what we're about. The second thing I really wanted to reiterate is the advocacy piece. We don't need saviors. We need allies, advocates, sponsors. We need people giving real-time feedback. What are people saying about you when you're not in the room, so that you can work on those perceived gaps? I love Sherry's point about head to threat. I wish I had $1 for every time someone gave me feedback and they didn't give it directly to me. So how do we kind of start opening up that feedback loop where we can really start to build our careers and focus on things that really matter to pull us through? And then lastly, just support other women, period. We started something at Bank of America. I was proud to be a part of this, Women Ready to Lead. And we brought women in at all levels. So senior leaders, but also entry-level women. And we literally shared our different experiences. And we're not some monolithic group. The unique challenges of a Latina versus a Black African-American woman versus an Asian. And if you can do that early, think about what that looks like when these women grow into senior leader roles. So again, I think it's support, advocacy, declaring it as a priority, and remembering that when we support each other and we lead with women, it's just good business.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Sherry?
+1 to what they said and whatever Michelle's about to say. I'm going to leave you with 3 things. Transparency matters. As you are doing this work or any other work that is about creating opportunity and possibility for people, we have to be transparent about how we're doing both the wonderful things and where we need work. The second thing is look for value vacancies. Look, this ties back to data. Instead of using the predictable data, I would recommend that we start looking at the unpredictable data and we intersect it and we look for those value vacancies that have the biggest opportunity for us to really understand the opportunity for creating value for people and communities in our companies. And then the third piece is don't go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. I'm going to leave it at that because I'm at my 2 minutes, but thank you, Ben. Thank you.
You're awesome. You're awesome. Michelle, we leave it to you to close us out.
Oh, the pressure. I honestly believe that it is an empty argument when people claim that there's not enough women of color in the talent pipeline. Full stop. In most organizations, talent is equally distributed, but the opportunity is not. And there are plenty of qualified women and men of color in the pipeline. And building a diverse talent pipeline is really not that difficult. And like anything else, it's going to require relentless focus, dedication, a little ingenuity, a corporate culture, and a work environment that embraces and invests in all talent. So let's all do our part and make room for others, as Carla mentioned, and to build diversity across the pipeline. Let's get some skin in the game. Let's change the game.
Awesome. So for those listening in, I told you that this was going to be an amazing panel. I am humbled and honored to have the opportunity to moderate this panel. And we'll just say thank you from here. Thank you all for listening in. Thank you to the panelists. I think it was amazing. And I think there is knowledge there for each and every person who's open to creating a more open, honest workplace for all, a place where everyone can feel like this is the place that I belong. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And I look forward to continuing the connection with all of you. I pass it back to the WBC.
Be a step ahead. Work smarter and harder. The journey to workplace equality has long been considered women's work, but building the workforce of the future is a collaboration. It takes all of us to be open, to be leaders. Change doesn't come easy, but we believe our job is to make the world better for those who come next. So today, we remember to stay a step ahead of what's comfortable, to work smarter and harder to do the right thing, the equal thing, the bold thing. Because once you see the power of inclusion, you can't look back. Stay tuned. Up next, a Trailblazer Award conversation with Lilly Ledbetter.
What an honor and humbling experience for WBC to present the WBC Trailblazer Award to Lilly Ledbetter. And how great to have Rachel Feldman do the honors. Rachel Feldman is a veteran film director and screenwriter, as well as a gender equity activist for women behind the camera in Hollywood, merging her personal, professional, and policy passions. She's been dedicated to sharing Lilly Ledbetter's remarkable story in a dramatic feature film she has written and will direct and release. The star active nominating actress Patricia Clarkson will play Lilly. we're delighted to have Rachel introduce our Shiro for the US and on the global scene, as no one has done more for gender parity than Lilly Ledbetter. And for that, Rachel Feldman.
Thank you, Edie. And hello, it's such a pleasure to be here with everyone from the WBC today. And Lilly, what a pleasure to see you and spend some time with you. I want you to know that getting to know you during the process of preparing my dramatic feature film, Lilly, based on your life and your work, has been a treasured experience for me in my life. And I am deeply honored to be the one presenting you today with the Women Business Collaboratives 2021 Trailblazer Award. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to accept the award today. And I am really honored to receive the WBC award and to be a trailblazer. Just to have that title, that is so honorable for me, because that is really what I really wanted in life, was to make a difference for other people.
Absolutely. Beautiful. You know, you paved the way for pay parity with the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Restoration Act of 2009. Your leadership and activism have been critical to moving the needle forward, not only in public policy, but also in driving corporate change for fair pay and gender equity. So we commend you for your tenacity in pushing for change. You are a shining example to all of us. Thank you. So I'm going to get started with the first question. The Fair Pay Act was the first bill President Obama signed into law, making it easier for workers to challenge unequal pay. What did this action mean to you at the time, and what more needs to be done beyond this legislation?
Seeing that pen go across the paper when President Obama signed that bill, I knew what it meant to the young women and the workers out there today, because what it did, it opened the courtroom doors back up, because what the ruling in the Ledbetter case had closed those doors. And it is so critical that women and minorities have the right to stand up for themselves if they learn they're being discriminated against. And that's what that did. And it was exactly like what Justice Ginsburg said. She said it's insidious that these people think that women do have equal pay. We don't. And the problem is it goes on forever.
Yes, thank you for that beautiful answer. In your beautiful 2013 memoir, Grace and Grit, that I recommend everyone to read, it's a beautiful book. It discusses everything from your upbringing to your time at Goodyear and your journey as an activist. While many of the news headlines that people know about focus on court cases and legislation, the memoir gives a narrative perspective and lets us dig so much deeper into your character. One consistent theme throughout your journey has been persistence. So what kept you going through those losses and challenges, and what advice do you have for women facing similar struggles today?
The persistence came from knowing that I had a case. It was right. It was the law. And I had been discriminated against and been shortchanged, which I knew that that was breaking the law. And I just was asking for what I was entitled to and had legally earned. Not more than I had really earned, but exactly what I had earned. And it was right that I stand up and do that. I couldn't let it go. I just could not let it go. And I knew going into the lawsuit that it would be a long time before I would get my final verdict. And most likely, I would never get what was due to me and my family. But I had the right to go to court and stand up and carry it all the way to the Supreme Court. And then Justice Ginsburg's challenge helped Congress to decide and helped me to make a change and change the law back to where it should be, so that other women and minorities across this great nation can stand up for what they have legally earned under the law. not a gift, but what's entitled to them based on their ability and their work. And the problem is, Rachel, as you know, that we have talked about so many times, this is not only today, but it's tomorrow and it's your retirement. It goes on for the rest of your life. And your pay decides and determines who you are, your respectability, and how you can raise your family, save for retirement.
Brava. So equal pay is clearly about dollars and equal salary, but it's also about respect and recognition and overall equality in the workplace. Is there something that you learned at Goodyear about respect or lack of it in terms of being valued as a worker?
Well, I learned that Goodyear had not really respected who I was when I learned about my pay, because that's one of the ways that a company has to show an individual their respect and their thinking about that individual. But the problem was, looking back, I felt like been taken advantage of, because I was an excellent manager. I worked a lot of overtime. They always called. They gave me an award in the early 90s for outstanding performance on the job in my department. And I was handpicked for one of the 4 managers to start up the light truck radio. So I knew they valued me some. They just didn't value me enough and respect me. And I think that's where the fact that I was a woman, that's where the fact I was a woman played into being less respected with the pay.
So how did your experiences with the original lawsuit and the Supreme Court case and then the eventual legislation expand your view on the importance of achieving equality?
It really helped me to understand that we had not achieved in the previous years what I thought we had in this great country, because when I watched President John F. Kennedy sign equal pay in 1963, I felt sure we had equal pay. We had the law. It was just never enforced in all of the workforces around the country as he expected. He expected the employers would take that bill and take that law, and they would pay their workers, women, minorities, for their ability and their contributions, but they didn't. So I realized then how little we had and how far we needed to go. So I had to keep speaking. And when that verdict came out in the Ledbetter case, it was no longer about Lilly Ledbetter and my family, but it was about all of the other American families across this nation, because this is an American right and the law had been passed. There is nothing better said than equal pay for equal work for everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Right on. We'd love your thoughts on the fight for equal pay in 2021. Companies like Salesforce have spent resources, time, and money to ensure equal pay. Do you have advice for these companies and the individuals within those companies?
I do. In fact, the few companies that have picked up the ball, so to speak, Rachel, and started treating their women and their minorities equally and equitably, and make sure that they're getting treatment with pay, promotions, and benefits, they have had better bottom lines. They are more successful. They are noticed more around the world and in business greetings around the world, because they are more successful. And I have worked with several companies, not only Salesforce, but others, who have changed their policies and procedures. And that's what I mean when I talk about making a difference for the other people who come after me. But these employers that have programs like that, the people can't wait to get to work, and they want to give 150% of whatever they have to give. They do not want to shortchange. They work as if it was their company.
Exactly. What's the main message you'd like to leave with working women who are just starting out their careers now?
My wish for all young women is that they have the confidence and the courage to start the conversation about pay equity when they're interviewing and pursuing a job. Now, I know you don't go right in, but when they know what they can bring to a company or to a job, then they will have the confidence to present that and the courage to speak out about their contribution. And therefore, the prospective employer will be able to help them and get them into the right salary to start, because pay is so critical. You cannot afford to start out too low because it goes on for the rest of your life. It's your daily income for you and your family. It's saving and building for retirement and goes on for the rest of your life. And if you miss that beginning, you've missed it forever, because it is gone forever. There is no way to recoup it. It's gone.
Thank you, Lily. This has been so wonderful. Huge congratulations on being a WBC Trailblazer. I'm so honored to have been chosen to be the one to give you this award today. And I hope that those in the audience who are interested in your life and your work, or interested in investing or donating in our dramatic feature film about you, will visit our website at www.lillymovie.com. Lily has 2 L's, to see how they might want to get involved. Thank you, WBC. Thank you, Lily. This has been an enormous pleasure.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you to WBC for this honor, and thank you to everyone, and congratulations to my fellow recipients of this award this year. What an honor to be considered among you. That was just an honor in itself, but this has been a tremendous honor, and I am so grateful to you for this award. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Lily, for all you have done and continue to do for women, pay parity, and gender parity. We cannot wait to see the movie about your accomplishments. Now we'd like to talk about the men who are part of our movement, each man who is what we call an ally of her, and to discuss with these men the steps they have taken and best practices for ensuring that both men and women work together to drive true impact in gender equity and diversity. I would like to introduce Pat Shea. Pat is a serial entrepreneur, board member on multiple corporate boards, including the WBC. Pat, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gwen. I am so excited to be facilitating the WBC's first ever Ally of Her panel. The Ally of Her is an initiative to invite men into our work, the work of the WBC. Men such as our WBC board members, advisory champions, partners, honorees, men who have made the advancement of women business leaders a priority throughout their careers. A knowledgeable woman once told me, in fact, she could be on today, Brittany Cole, whenever you're having a conversation about equity, it's always wise to include those currently in power, those who are holding the present status quo in place. The WBC recognizes that men's leadership, advocacy, and sponsorship are fundamental to our achieving equal position, pay, and power. And while recruiting great women leaders is the first step, retaining women leaders is definitely the second. Retaining women requires efforts of inclusion in creating a company culture where women are valued, respected, and able to contribute their fullest brilliance. And because frequently women are still the only women in the room, male allies are critical in developing that inclusive culture. Modeling ally-type behaviors, being sponsors, champions, amplifiers, advocates, upstanders, shifts the culture, creating an environment where all feel welcome. Let me be clear, we are not asking men to save us. We're asking men to join us, to be our allies in the pursuit of gender, diversity, and pay parity in the workplace. That's why today we've invited 5 global thinking, world leading men to share their successful stories of partnering with women leaders and serving as allies of her. Let me first introduce Matt Carter, CEO of Ariaka, connecting enterprises across cities, countries, and clouds by delivering uncompromised application performance. David Fischette, President and CEO of Go West Creative, helping national and international brands tell their story through live and virtual events and creative content. Damon Heininger, President and CEO of CoreCivic, providing quality corrections, detention, and residential reentry services that better the public good. Dr. Mahmood Khan, CEO of Evolution Foundation, a global leader focused on extending the healthy lifespan of all of humanity. And Yosing Preesing, Chairman and CEO of Manpower Group, sharing a passion for preparing the workplace for tomorrow. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have seen so many impressive leaders present over the past day, but this panel is no exception. I'm so excited to hear from you. So let me start with my first question. As CEO, you are responsible to drive a culture that attracts, retains, and advances the women leaders that we want in our workforce. What have you done to make that come true in the organizations you lead, and what's been most successful for you? And David, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then I'm going to ask you to turn it over to one of the other male leaders on the panel when you're finished.
Excellent. Thanks, Pat. Thank you so much for having me here. I hope my internet is good. I just got a little unstable notice, but hope you can hear me. So our company has been around for 37 years, and our company has several. It's privately held. It's got several shareholders, but the majority of the company is still held by myself and my ex-wife Robin, who founded the company with me. And from the beginning, she was really the driving force of what the vision of the company could be, but also helping us form the organization and what the culture would strive for. And so having that sort of that co-owner, that partner from the very beginning has really helped shape my thinking on how to develop diverse ways of approaching work, approaching work life, and approaching workload. Fast forward to today, my C-suite, consists of three people. Myself as CEO, Eileen Valois, who's our Chief Operating Officer, and Amy Killett, who is our Chief Financial Officer. And having these two women as my daily partner in operations of the company has been invaluable because they're both strong women with incredible reputations in their given fields. And they both have a unique ability to help me see any of my blind spots when it comes to staff issues, relational issues, issues of diversity, anything that I may need to look at from a different perspective. So I feel having those strong female leaders in the company has really been the number one attractor of other women that want a career where they can actually see a clear career path moving forward. And so in addition to that, we're constantly developing new programs, training and educating the staff, and giving them opportunities for CE courses that help them advance. But all of that is great. But I think the most important thing is that we just continue to understand that everything is fluid. We need to continue to listen to our staff and our other leaders as we develop, what the company culture looks like going forward. I'm going to send it over to you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you, David, Patricia. Three parts to your question. How do you attract, retain, and advance women? Well, first of all, you can attract. My experience has been go out and personally recruit the candidates. There's nothing more powerful than sitting down with the candidate as the senior executive, in this case, the CEO, and saying, I need you on my team. The second piece of that is your track record. I mean, we're all very senior executives, so we have 20, 30, 40-year careers. And it's a small world. When I took over as vice chairman of PepsiCo, I had 9 direct reports. All were men, all were white, and all were engineers trained in the United States. Now, very simple statistic. 2/3 of the people who bought PepsiCo's products were women. Not one was represented in the team that designed the products, engineered the products, distributed the products, let alone sell them in. So it was easy. The rationale, go out and recruit. When I left PepsiCo as vice chairman, of my 9, 5 were women, 4 were men, 3 were from different parts of the world, 2 were of color, and since then, 3, now 4 are in C-suite or CEO positions. So, you can talk about the hypothetical. I'm just going to give you the numbers. Those numbers are your best selling point because the word gets out there. Those candidates go out, talk. And so when you need a position filled, there's nothing more powerful than saying, you want to talk to somebody to see what it's like to work for me? Here's 4 people you can talk to. And I believe you need a reference not only as the candidate, but you need a reference as the hiring person too. I think that's very powerful. And I found that I've never been shy to sort of say, hey, go talk to somebody who's worked for me. And now in terms of advancement, I think I've answered your question. And I'm sure we'll come back to it.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. That was great. David and Dr. Khan, both of you learned the secret that strong women follow strong women. So Damon, what do you want to say about this topic?
Well, let me just first say I'm so honored to be here, Pat. Thank you so much for having me on this panel and this distinguished group of panelists. So a little bit about our company and then answer your question. We have about 14,000 employees in our company. Vast majority are what I call the frontline workers that do tremendous work, correctional officers or detention officers and their duties on running a prison or jail or detention center. It's probably shocking to this group that just over half of that workforce, which is probably about 10, 11 or 12,000 individuals, are women. So, we're in an industry that has a stereotype that this is an all-male type industry, and we've tried to break that down. And I think we've been very effective on that. And this may be a tad provocative, but I'll just say it. What I've learned, especially for correctional officers, women are better communicators. We need the very best communicators on our front line of working with individuals that are going through really difficult, stressful, and traumatic path and journey. So that may be an obvious point, but it's really, really, I think, notable. So to the question, management team and board, a little different strategy on both. Management team, we try to build that leadership team from the ground up. So for those 11 or 12,000 correctional officers and half of them being women, I want them to be the next vice president. I want them to be the next head of HR or other functional area within an organization. And I think we've made good progress on that. We've got 3 women at our VP level, and I'm very proud as CEO. Our first 2 female named executive officers within my tenure. One was head of HR and one is head of real estate, and they were fantastic. And what was notable about those placements is they came from other parts of the organization. So the head of HR was in operations. The head of real estate came from government relations. And it was about a day of what in the world are you thinking, putting them in those positions? And then it was like, that makes a ton of sense. They're super talented, smart, and they have really proven themselves in both roles. The last thing I'll just say on the board side, I don't think we've used a headhunter in probably 20 years in recruiting board members. And so I try to play the long game. So it's, people like Pat that I, see in the local community and maybe local community or charitable boards. And I think, man, they'd be fantastic on our board. And then our most recent female director, an individual is fantastic, Stacia Hilton. She was a former director of the United States Marshal Service under President Obama. When I first met her in 2003, I knew I'd love to get her somehow in the organization. So that was a very long game. That took a while, but we got her on the board, and she's fantastic. And for all the points that have been made, it just adds so much richness, both at management level and the board level, to have that diversity. So thank you.
Thank you, Damon. I know you're women leaders, and they are some really dynamite people. Great choices. So Jonas or Matt, what are you thinking?
Well, I think a lot of the points that have been made by my esteemed panelists are, right on point. Making sure that you have, leaders, women across the board representing your organization, ensuring that there are opportunities for the up and coming women to feel like they can aspire and achieve in your culture. But some of it, though, too, Pat, is also taking a step back, and what I've tried to do in every environment I've been in. Some of it is living a life. And I've been around women my whole life. And I've come across women, the good, the bad, and the ugly, just like you find in any sort of, human being. And often, I would ask, if we were, starting this company, from ground zero, would the company be the way it is in terms of how we get work done, how we make decisions? And so to a large extent, what I tried to do is to change the paradigm and ensure that women are not, what I'm not interested in is a woman who, unless she wants to be, I don't need a woman who wants to be a guy, right? And to live by the paradigms that men have defined as this is what you need to be, to be successful. How do we help women not just necessarily fit in, but to actually shape and create the kind of environment where they feel like they've had input in creating an environment that accommodates the variety of thoughts and differences that women bring to the party. And so some of that is the people whom I have on my team, the types of inputs that we garner as a team. Are we thinking and adding input, getting the right input to help reshape the way in which we get work done? And you'll be surprised just how much more creative, how much more productive, how differently we go about doing things by just being able to change the paradigm around how we operate as a company. So for me, it's really been about ensuring that women feel empowered to shape the environments that they want to create versus, hey, figure out how to try to fit into this already defined environment that's been defined and created, for decades and centuries by men. And so, and that takes I realize it's a different approach, but it takes a kind of a CEO who is open to questioning and trying to attract people who are motivated and curious and willing to be bold. Because throughout, one's career, I've met women who just go along, get along, be along, and operate the same way any other guy. It's just a guy in pants and a woman in a skirt, sort of. And what we don't want is a woman to feel as though she has to be like, a guy. Be you and help to shape the environment that actually allows you and others like you to be successful. So I'm very much focused on that, shape and create the environment that works best and accommodates a wide variety of types of folks. And I believe those things make us a much better organization.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. We heard today and yesterday a couple of times a reminder that culture eats strategy, it eats policy, it eats planning, it eats everything for lunch. And including women to create the culture is really a fabulous way to build an organization that will retain brilliant women. So Jonas, bring us home on this one. What are you thinking about your best practices? What have you done?
I think in this great panel and for this great discussion, I think from my fellow panelists, you've really heard the three ingredients that we believe are necessary to move the needle on female participation at all levels of the company. You need a great culture conducive to inclusivity and diversity. You need the CEO's commitment, buy-in, and overt leadership, since it is a business strategy. And last but not least, you also need targets. And when I look back at my tenure, almost a decade of being a CEO of a publicly listed company, I thought at the beginning that the fact that it's the right thing to do and that the business case is clear and positive in terms of women's participations at all levels, that in itself would, because it makes good sense, start to move the needle in the right direction. Turned out it didn't happen. And so when I looked at what needed to change, the first place to look, obviously, is you as a leader, me as a leader. What was I doing to making sure that this moved? And the realization that this was an important initiative an important project amongst many. So when I elevated this as part of a business strategy, at Manpower Group, we employ hundreds of thousands of people across 75 countries every day. We understand the demographics and that women are an underused talent pool with tremendous potential in a world where the demographics in most developed countries and in most developing countries is stagnating. We need women to participate at all levels to see economic prosperity and growth. So we elevated, and I elevated this in terms of a strategy and made sure that we treated it as such. We added the targets that you need to measure the progress of a strategy. And that includes, knowing, of course, that we want to have senior and executive leadership being, as initial phase, 40% women. Overall, as a company, we need and want to have 50% representation of women. 56% of our women today are of our managers are women, and 40% of our board, up from 6 or 7 years ago, are women. So you used to say, to get something done, you need to measure it. That is true, but it's necessary but not sufficient. You need to have targets, you need to measure them, you need to publicize them, you need to hold leaders accountable to them in terms of their compensation, as well as to the public eye. So we report all of these numbers publicly as part of our overall ESG and sustainability objectives. And the board holds me and sets these targets for myself and the management. They hold us accountable. And when those things came together, along with a culture of conscious inclusion, realizing what we need to do differently to create an environment where women can thrive at all levels, that's when we started to see a very significant shift. So, we know this is doable. We know what levers you need to pull to make sure that you can execute on the objectives that you have as part of this strategy. And we know that we're a much, much better company for it, and that we will compete and win in the market because of this strategy.
Brilliant thinking, brilliant. Now that's fabulous. That was worth the price of admission. You are quite an ally. So I'm going to stay with you for a minute, because one of the things I wanted to hear, the WBC, we want to invite men into our work. I said that earlier. So what is it? Why are you, Jonas, such an ally for women? And what have you seen that's benefited you or benefited your company? What's been the outcome of your passion of supporting women in this way?
My first boss was a Chinese Malaysian business leader, Mrs. Ho Nyuk Chong. So, my whole life, I've had the benefit of working with extremely talented women and men. And I've seen that the mix, the diversity of thought that you can bring into a C-suite, into a management team, into any aspects of the business, where you have a great representation of very talented people, is and has been tremendous. Because we all have different perspectives, we all have different views of what can move the business forward. And I've lived this experience myself. As I mentioned, it was my first experience straight out of the business school in Malaysia. And ever since then, I've known that we always want to have, and that I always enjoy having colleagues that have diversity of thought. And I think increasingly important in a rapidly changing, disruptive environment, you need to have different views represented at all decision-making levels to run your business in the best way possible. So I think that's sort of my foundational belief, that this is a fantastic way of getting even better business results and, of course, a really high-performing organization.
We are really making progress when diversity and inclusion has moved from a strategy to a value to a belief. And I really appreciate you using the word belief. Thank you, Jonas. Who would like to go next? Talk to me about why.
I'll jump in.
Thanks,
just
David.
because I just want to comment. It's the quote of the day, and I just have to say that, Jonas, CEOs need to have overt leadership in these areas. I just love that overt leadership, right? It's not just a passive, but in being aggressive about it. And I think that summarizes it so well. So thank you for that. Pat, I'll jump in on this. Like I mentioned before, the company's 37 years old this November. And for 30 of those years, we were located in Los Angeles. And, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, some of these big cities have a different approach to racial equity and gender equity, I think, than you would see in other parts of the country. And I think I was relatively blind-ish to the depths of the situation until I moved to Nashville, right? And Nashville, obviously, my eyes were very much opened to matters of racial inequality, being in the South, but also around gender inequality. And it was about a little over 5 years ago that the great Pat Shea commissioned our team to produce an anti-domestic violence piece for the YWCA called "We Are the Lions," and we launched that together. This piece, we launched it with YWCA and the UN Women, and a few weeks later, I was contacted by the UN and asked to participate in a panel on gender equality because of this piece that I had created with Steve Connell's spoken word artist. And so, I have to go to New York and go to the UN and speak to 1,500 delegates from all around the world with this panel of, experts on gender equality. And I'm thinking, why am I here? Right? It's like these people have dedicated their lives to this cause, and I'm here because I created this piece that I believe in, but I was relatively new to the game. So I was pretty intimidated by that. But I didn't necessarily feel like I had earned a spot at the table. So I had to really think about what is true for me. And I'm the father of 3 grown daughters, right? And I'm thinking, as a dad, what would I do? What would I not do to make sure that my daughters had all the same opportunities that anybody else, man, woman, gender fluid, and anybody else had in the world? What would I do, right? And as I look at my company, it made me look and realize and go, okay, all right, so am I treating all of the female employees, male employees, am I treating everybody the same? Am I making sure that there's opportunity for everybody inside of my company the same way I would make a path for my own daughters? And so that's how it became really personal for me, and made me shift in my thinking. So, in the results of that, you say, what were the benefits of that? Bigger vision, better communication, which has absolutely created a more sustainable and effective culture inside of the organization, which ultimately makes us more efficient. So that's my 2 cents.
That's David. That's great. And I just have to give him a shout out. That small little piece he did for me had over 10 million views, probably now 12 million on the internet. So it was quite a successful, creative way to end violence against women and girls. So Matt, what are you thinking? Why is being an ally a passion of yours? And where have you seen the benefits for you or your company?
Well, it starts really with how I grew up. Growing up in working class Boston, I had a variety of friends from different backgrounds, and women were part of my friend group. And as such, I learned a lot of different things from them, and as well as others, attributes and characteristics that I wanted to emulate. And so it really started with the sense that, gee, if Jenny over here is somebody whom I knew, I grew up with, whom I had a great deal of respect for and looked up to, is being denied an opportunity because she's a woman, I find it unconscionable. And so it started there. And recognizing that people like a Jenny or whomever, Keisha, whomever it may have been, would be not given that. I felt it's a mission, it's a passion, it's something that I feel totally committed to. That how could we deny folks like this an opportunity because they are a woman? So to some extent, Pat, it starts with attitude, values. What kind of person are you? You know, that you would walk into an environment and not be able to see, not be, I don't think we can use that as an excuse any longer. We have to be curious minded. We have to be intentional. We have to, if you're sitting around a table and all the people sitting around the table are white males, does it prompt you to at least ask a question like, gee, are there any other people that you may have considered to sit around this table? And if your answer is that you didn't even think about it, then you're the problem. And therefore, then we got to go get on you. And not in a way that's shaming you, but it's like, hey man, have your team over here. You got a lot of folks on your team who could be helping us that we haven't even brought to the table. So it starts with attitude, values, and the people whom I grew up with. And there were a wide variety of them, and women whom I had a great deal of respect for. And I want to be, and I have been, an ally to ensure that women whom I knew in my life, who I know could do the job better than I can do the job, or who can help me help us, that I want to make sure that those folks are being given a fair shot in life. It's just a thing in me about unfairness that just, I can't allow it. I got to speak up on it. And so that's where it comes from, Pat.
Perfect. Thank you. That was a great story. I really appreciate you sharing that. Damon or Dr. Khan?
I'll take it. Look, again, I'm going to go back to some examples to illustrate the point. I've served in 3 roles. Currently, I served on the board of directors of Spectrum Health, a large health system. I currently serve on the board of Reckitt Benckiser, $60 billion market cap British company. And of course, as I mentioned, I served as vice chairman, and I'm going to give you very quick examples in all 3. When Spectrum Health needed to appoint a new CEO, we as a board got together, picked the best candidate we could. Happened to be Tina, who's a woman, one of the few women running a large health system. COVID hit, and Tina did a fantastic job of steering Spectrum Health. It's dozens of hospitals, thousands of physicians navigating COVID in Michigan and across the upper Midwest. Not an easy task, we all know that. However, she had the skills, it was the right decision, we backed her. So why am I passionate? One proof point, history, experience keeps telling us that. The second, and you had Indra Nooyi talk earlier, Indra was my chairman who recruited me to PepsiCo, and when she said, she had coined this term, performance with purpose, little did I know that she was going to hand it to me and say, Mahmoud, you're going to chair this across the world and build a team around this in addition to your quote day job. Tough task. You've got a company like PepsiCo operating in 198 countries, hundreds of thousands of employees, and billion-dollar brands, dozens of them, right? You know the story. And now to take them into sustainability, water, energy, packaging across the world, I picked a woman, and I picked a woman to lead that for me, to bring the other business teams together. One, because she listened. Second, she was firm. And third, I'm a firm believer, you've got to give your best talent the toughest assignment and then back them. And by doing that, you send a strong message. Everybody knows who's behind the candidate. It's going to get done. The stick is always there, but you rarely want to use the stick. The organization knows that. And of course, the rest is history. You'll read some of it in Indra's book. You heard Indra's comments around it, but we were able to transform PepsiCo into the very different company it is today. The third example I'm going to give you is when Reckitt Benckiser needed to hire a global head of R&D, I worked with the CEO to go out and recruit the right candidate. And the third, in that example, also, the global head of R&D today, for the first time in its history, is a woman. And so each one of these I've both actively been involved in recruiting, helping appoint, or directing them. Second, I've seen the business results. And so I'm going to conclude by saying this is not for me, one of those nice things and all the rest of it. I don't count numbers. I go out for the best talent, give them the best assignments. And it might be you end up with, you've got 9 people, 3 are women, 4 are women. In my case, it was the majority became women. So our C-suite, it was the men who were the minority. And it wasn't because that's what we started doing. We were appointing the best candidates we could find from wherever they are in the world. And the last thing is, in my new job, we're about to launch this global, very large foundation doing research across the world, taking on major disease challenges. My first senior most appointee is actually a woman. So it's worked for me several times, not because it's the right thing to do, because they'll deliver as well as any guy. I'm not saying either is better. You got to get the best talent. There is a talent war. And while there are a lot of people looking for jobs, there's very few candidates who fit those senior posts, which will going to require tough leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. You have quite a reputation in the world of business, but I have to tell you, when I was working with your staff in preparation for today, the way that those women spoke to me about you, I was very excited to get to meet you and to hear your story. So thank you. So Damon, what are you thinking about? Why is being an ally so important to you? And what benefits have you seen?
Oh, this discussion is so good. I'm taking a lot of notes here, Pat. So again, thank you for having me on this panel. First part first, let me just say 2 groups of individuals really influenced me to be an ally of women. First is my wife, my mom, and then my mom's mom, my grandmother, all professional women who have done amazing things and during their career. And just to see kind of firsthand their leadership and what they were able to do in their respective professions and vocations, this is really inspiring to me. So I'd say number 1. Number 2, when I moved to Nashville in '95, coming from Kansas, Leavenworth, Kansas, which has a lot of correctional facilities at the federal and state level, it was kind of a foreign idea having a female being a warden of a prison. When I moved to Nashville with the company, and I give credit to my leadership team that was in place back in the 90s, we had like 5 women that were wardens of prisons. And not only were they doing great work for us as a company, but they were national voices on corrections. They were raising the bar on quality and standards and accreditation, and speaking to opportunities and leadership development opportunities, I should say, for women in the profession, not just for our company. So I'd say those 2 groups are what makes me think about this all the time. The last part of your question, let me just say the benefits, a lot of that has been covered, but let me, I guess, dig in just to one piece that's been touched on by several of the panelists, and that is, if you look for the best talent, and it's for women, but I've also had this conversation with men too, is to say, don't pigeonhole yourself in a certain area of the business. So if you're in operations, you can be effective in HR. If you're in HR, you can be effective in our legal team. And when I first got into this role, there was a lot of conversations I had to say, this person is the best person for this role. And I'll again go back to Beth Mayberry, who was head of our real estate. But she was in government relations. Well, she's only been in government relations, but she is our best talent. Every big, hairy issue, problem, challenge we give to her, she delivers and she makes it happen. And she's a tremendous leader of people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm really, really proud of the fact now, I think we've got a culture that we think about when we got a role filled. We don't think about, well, it's only got to be in that vocation, in that area. They could be from anywhere in the enterprise. And if it's a woman, then absolutely put them in, if they're the best talent, put them in that role immediately. And we've been well served with that. The last thing I'll just say is a benefit, and you touched on this, I think, in the very part of your comments, Pat, and that is putting people in these roles, both women in the management roles, but also the board level, it just brings more. I mean, so we've got more people kind of going through the organization who want to aspire to leadership level. And Pat, you actually have helped with this, but I think in the last 2 years, I think I've had 4 or 5 women knock on my door saying, hey, I'd love to join your board. And that's fantastic because, historically it's always been men. But if I've got someone externally that's looking at our culture, looking at our business, looking at our mission, looking at the board makeup, and looking at our management team, saying, hey, I want to be part of that team. That's pretty dang fantastic, flattering, but I feel like we're doing something right. So thank you.
Thank you, Damon. That's great. I love how you don't define positions by gender at all. And I know that about your reputation in our community. So I'm going to throw a question out, and I would just like your first response. As I mentioned, we want to invite men into the work of the Women's Business or Women's Business Collaborative. But I have found that many men, though supportive of women, don't see themselves as an ally. They're not really stepping into that sponsor role or that champion role. They're not thinking that they need to amplify and advocate. How can we best invite men, good men, men who are really believe the same things that you gentlemen believe? How do we invite them in? How do we get them to commit to be allies and join us on this work for diversity and gender parity?
Let me throw one out. Yeah, look, I'm a scientist, as you obviously obvious. Let me give you a scary statistic for the United States. 50% of all industry-based scientists in every industry in this country are over the age of 50. In the next decade, half of the entire country's scientific workforce is going to be retirement eligible. You got to do two things. You got to find every scientist you can to keep innovation and technology going for this, because this country is built on technology and innovation. It doesn't matter which industry you're in. The second, it's been the powerhouse, right? The second part of that is it's going to be men who are going to be helping getting creative in shaping that workforce. Quick example. A lot of women finish undergrad, come into the science workforce, have a family, and can't finish graduate school. So at PepsiCo, we went to Rutgers and said, we've got labs, you can grant PhDs. What if my female scientists stay in the lab, work in our labs on projects and work on their PhD with you? We'll give them the time to do it. The first batch is ready to graduate. They never left the workforce. Now they can graduate on and with a doctorate move on in their career. It's going to have to be guys, not because it's the right thing to do, because in 10 years from now, if you're a science leader, you won't have scientists to hire. I don't care which agency you go to, whatever you do, because half the workforce will have retired. And we can't fill it with immigration because the countries we used to take them from, China, India, needs those technologists for their own economy. How are you going to solve the problem? It's very simple. You're going to have to change your ways, and it's going to take the men and the women working together to fill that gap. To me, there's no better argument.
Great suggestion. Thank you, Dr. Khan. I love the idea of just showing them the data that they need to see a change has to occur. Other ideas on how to invite men into allyship?
Yeah, I'm gonna go from scientist to creative guy, right? So very, very different perspective, right? Because for me, I think is it marketing, right? How does the WBC really get their message out to men? Because and again, this is my opinion. I don't have stats, right? But my gut is that I think there are a lot of men out there that go, "What? There's parity. That's fine, right?" But what's the issue? But women have jobs, and they don't realize the level and the disparity that exists. So for me, it's how does WBC and organizations like this amplify the message in a way that can be received by men that turn the light bulb on to get more men to join in to the process. So, that is, it may be oversimplified, but that's what I see could really help the mission is like, how do we amplify the message?
David, you just sounded like a scientist, man.
I love it. I love it. Jonas, what are you thinking about this? How do we invite more men in?
I think, all of the men that you're thinking about, generally, I believe are in favor of, better representation. So I don't think they would argue with that. I think they would be impressed by the data. And it may give them, more impetus, and especially in times like these when you can see talent shortages abound. A lot of companies and operations know that, it's very difficult to find people. So to access and to attract women in from the talent pool into the organization is going to be a business necessity. I would argue there are two components that are important. One is that you are making it part of your business strategy. It's not to do good. It is clearly to run the business better, but you have to elevate it as a component of a strategy. And I think, and I'm only speaking from my own, own experience, when I didn't do that, and it was part of a overall strategic initiative that was important, like the other 25, then, things are moving along, but they are sort of not moving at speed, at scale, and with intentionality. When you elevate this to a point where you say to Dr. Khan's, as well as to David's point, that, hey, the data is pretty clear. If we don't have good representation, we won't attract great female talent at all levels. This is going to be a business issue for us. So we need to really make sure that we move the needle faster so women feel that this is a company where they can work and they can succeed. I think that is a very important part. The other part is this notion that we all have a bias. And I see myself as completely unbiased, but left to my own devices, I am sure that I would love to, to recruit mostly guys that like playing hockey and have a slight tinge of a Swedish accent from where, their native country. So we all have biases. The trick is to be aware of the biases and what behaviors convey that bias and create mechanisms so that you don't let the bias overtake in your selection processes at all levels. So we make sure as a mechanism always to have a diverse slate for our recruitment. So you have to have a diverse slate and you have to have a diverse interview panel. Mm-hmm. The idea that you're going to be attracting great female talent into the company and, you're going to circulate this talent to 3 male leaders to constitute the interview panel sort of defeats the purpose. You're not showcasing that. So we make sure that we have both of those always covered so that we can try and counter, what men and women may express differently. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but at least we've covered that angle to make sure that we are not exhibiting unconscious bias, but rather that we're consciously including all aspects of the talent that we're interviewing.
Thank you, Jonas. So we are almost out of time. I only have about a minute. Damon, Matt, is there 1 or 2 words you want to say?
This is an obvious point, but lead by example. So
if
you make it important, then other male leaders will see it's important and they'll follow the lead.
Thank you. Matt, what about you?
I would say that I think things have changed so rapidly. I think men are more vulnerable and maybe more concerned in reaching out because it could be interpreted differently. And so I think some recognition where women can actually help men help themselves to help women move over the chasm. I think there are a lot of men, I hear it from guys, I'm not going to go in that room with Pat because it could be perceived as something different. And I think we have to recognize that we live in an environment now, rightly or wrongly, that there are men who are maybe holding back and saying that I may put myself in a compromised situation. Not that they're right. I think it's something we have to recognize. And how do we get more men to be able to feel confident in helping women and not feel like there's going to be retribution?
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate all of your time today. You guys have been fabulous. Your words are inspirational. I will be back in touch as we continue to develop our Ally of Her program and initiative. I just want to close with this thought. If you're a man and you're listening today, please join us. If you know a man, if you know a good guy, invite him to the table. We want to have more allies because we know alone we are amazing. But we also know together we will be better and we will go further faster. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Gwen, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you.
We're overwhelmingly committed to promoting the WBC's gender and equality objectives. I, in addition to our leadership team, have dedicated our efforts to driving our collective objectives throughout the entire staffing industry. We're making great strides. We're becoming stronger together. And our initiatives are being recognized and adopted by the customers the staffing industry supports. We live this every day.
At this time, we would like to invite all of our virtual attendees to proceed to their breakouts. Please click on the breakouts icon on the left side of your web browser and join your session, which will begin shortly.
Welcome back. Coming up next, a panel discussion on women leading the way in media.
This is an historic day of first, of leadership and champions of change. And this is our media panel of those that have given their lives and their commitments to driving the support for women's media leadership at its best. So first, to introduce Lisa Nicole Matthews of Associated Press, and the president, the 114th president of the National Press Club, but the first to have an all-female board of leadership. Lisa, for you and your Edward Murrow Awards and for all you do to advance women and diversity, we salute you. And as you serve as moderator, we have to note that two names that are historic in our lexicon of media leadership are Judy Woodruff and Nina Totenberg. Judy, what you've done in terms of not only the NewsHour and PBS, but co-chairing and building the foundation for the International Women's Media Foundation, and all you've done to support women. And Nina, to you, as the one we know, the friend of our Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and respected you so for driving women and change and all you've done to be the Supreme Court superstar that we know. You all are legends of change, and we salute you. And with that, Lisa Matthews, moderator, thank you.
Thank you so much, Edie. And thank you for inviting me to be a part of this remarkable two-day summit to celebrate gender equality and diversity for business women. I am especially proud to be with two legendary women pioneers in the media. I want to welcome Judy Woodruff, a broadcast journalist who has worked in network, cable, and public TV since 1976 and is currently anchor and managing editor of PBS NewsHour. And Nina Totenberg, an award-winning legal affairs correspondent who has worked for NPR since 1975. I'm just amazed. It's fantastic to have you ladies here. Both of you have led the way for women in media and continue to do so today. So we're limited in our time, only about 15, 20 minutes. So I'll ask each of you to respond with some short answers so we can cover as many questions as possible. And I'll start with you, Judy. And I'll just say our panel title is Leading the Way for Women in Media. And as I mentioned, Judy, I'll start with you for the first question. And this is a big one, kind of loaded. What are the biggest challenges for women in media today?
Lisa, thank you. And I just have to quickly salute you for your leadership in the media role at the Press Club. And absolutely want to salute my friend and dear colleague in public media, Nina Totenberg, for her extraordinary career. I'm so honored to be here along with you, Nina. The biggest challenges are legion. They have to do with the fast-changing technology. We are all faced with challenges to learn. Literally day by day, the technology landscape is changing, and we have to change along with it. And that involves not just the internet, it's social media, it's every aspect of our business that forces us to think faster, think on our feet, and be there when we have to be there. And the other piece of this is of course, the racial and gender reckoning going on in this country, that this is a moment, women have waited and waited for decades to be given opportunities for promotions, for hiring, to make a difference. And this is the moment for women to push through that door. And if that door isn't open, to knock it down, figuratively speaking, I hope always. But to say, I'm not going to wait any longer. And for women to support one another as this happens.
Absolutely. Nina, can I get your thoughts on that? Because you weighed in on that pretty significantly in a recent book when you talked about your early days at NPR.
Well, NPR was always a wonderful place for a woman to work because the fact is that it had mainly women correspondents, and the reason was no man would work for that woman. And so it really wasn't until we organized a union and started trying to get salaries that were pretty much co-equal for the same kinds of positions and began to have an institutional way to push that we got better salaries. And today I would say they're decent. You know, they're not network news kinds of, you know, commercial news kind of salaries, but they're decent salaries, and we have every prospect of continuing that way. I want to say how honored I am also to be on this panel with Judy and Lisa. And, you know, when they call you a living legend, you know what that means? That means you're old. So all of the technological things we've had to do in the last year and a half, I don't know about you two, but me, I have had to learn to do things that I didn't think I could do. And I have to say that NPR was extremely helpful in making it possible for me to do those things, giving me a personal person, not a large training room online, to be able to master those techniques that I had to in order to be able to file and to be part of conference calls that were not on Zoom, et cetera, et cetera. I want to say one thing about the future, and that is, and it feeds into the whole question of work-family balance. People like me are used to the idea that you just do what you have to do, because we've been here so long that we go back to a time when if you asked for time off, it really, for any purpose whatsoever, it was deemed a female request, right? So somehow it singled you out, and you never wanted to be singled out that way. But now we face a world in which we have a 24-hour news cycle. We have far more platforms that we have to serve than we ever did before. Not only, when I came to NPR, there was one program, All Things Considered. It wasn't even as long as it is today. Today, we have 3 major 2-hour programs that are constantly updated. We have digital we file for. We have social media we so-called file for. We have a million other duties that weren't there. So that when I was young at NPR, I covered politics. I covered the White House sometimes. I covered the Congress sometimes. And I covered the Supreme Court. And, oh yes, the intelligence community. I mean, we only had about 10, 12 reporters. You just did everything. You couldn't do that today and be a significant news organization.
Well,
so
I always
very different.
Yeah, I always say that women are fantastic multitaskers. It's kind of like in us to be multitaskers. I'm wondering if I can hear from both of you how you think women are specifically, how women are leading the way in media, because when I look out, you know, the horizon is still filled with a lot of white men. How are women actually making moves in, and can you point to some folks who we're seeing who are making those changes? And just how strong is diversity within media now, including women?
It's such an important question, Lisa. And I have to say, since I started out as Edie mentioned, back in the 1970s, when there were very few women, there was one woman at each of the television news organizations in Atlanta where I started out as a reporter. And it was as if there was a quota. We've come such a long way since then. That was all those decades ago. So I'm so proud to say that in public media at PBS, the head of PBS is a woman, Paula Kerger. The head of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is a woman, Pat Harrison. The head of the station that produces the NewsHour, our producing station, WETA, the public station here in the Washington, D.C. area, Sharon Rockefeller, a woman. The executive producer of the NewsHour, Sarah Just, a woman with decades of experience in broadcast journalism. My colleagues, I'm so proud to say, include individuals like Amna Nawaz, who has a great career coming to us from ABC and NBC and reporting before that. Yamiche Sindor, who worked in print journalism before she joined television. Lisa Desjardins, the list goes on. And I look around the landscape, the women of NPR, the women who are finally getting their bylines on the front page of the great newspapers of our country. And I speak about it like it's as if it's print, because it still is in part, but of course, so much of it's online, it's in social media, but more and more women are being recognized, women of color, women of every ethnic background, and it can't come, a moment too soon. We are moving in that direction, but it's taken some really terrible moments in our history. The death of George Floyd, in many ways has awakened us as a country again to the need to reflect all of America in our reporting. We can't cover America unless we look like America.
Yeah, you bring up a really important issue about, why it's important that we cover gender and diversity issues. Nina, you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I remember a time when the white men who ran newsrooms, and that was just about everybody in the newsroom, looked around during riots in African-American neighborhoods and realized they had nobody who didn't stand out and who could actually report on what was going on. And that was the first time I remember the light going on in their heads, that you just can't have the same stamp out of an individual and cover the waterfront of what's going on in American society and American government. And It has happened over and over and over again. I'm very lucky to work in a place that has always been significantly female. Yes, there were white men at the top, at the very top, the CEOs, but the vice presidents for news for a long time have been women. And the executive producers of the programs have been women and minority women. Kenya Young was the head of Morning Edition for a long time, and now she's a vice president of I don't know what. And I'm very lucky to work in a place like that, because I remember that for a very long time in my young career, before I went to NPR, I was either the only woman or one of two women who worked in the newsroom at all. I was the only person usually on hard news and at all, and sometimes there was another woman covering something else. So, times have changed, and I think that it's important that we keep going. But I have to tell you that I sometimes wonder about how we do it. Will it redound against us?
Right.
Will it mean that, for example, men don't want to travel with you alone? Don't worry about me, I'm an old broad, but some younger woman, because they are very cautious about how they behave with that person. Or will, at NPR, we do something that I think has produced real results, but frankly gives me pause. We actually count the gender and race and ethnicity of the people we're interviewing as a way of measuring how are we doing for outreach. And that gives me pause. It really does.
It's unfortunate we've gotten this far and we're having to do that kind of thing, right?
Right. So we have to think about it and make sure that we don't make mistakes that hurt women.
Right. You keep referencing your young career. So I know we probably have some young people watching this, and young women specifically. I'm wondering if you and Judy might share your top tips for aspiring female journalists. What should they do? What should they not do? And what skills do they need today to be successful in the field of journalism?
Lisa, I'm really all about the basics. I'm a big believer in, if you're going to go into journalism, if you want to be a reporter, to study whatever interests you have in school, to stock up on all the information you can possibly gather, then learn the tricks of the trade, learn the actual hands-on skills that go along with reporting, with editing, certainly with writing. I mean, that writing is essential, whether you're going into television, online, radio, the New York Times. I mean, it all has mushed together now. You have to be able to write. You have to be able to figure out, work with video, audio, lighting. You've got it in editing. I mean, it all comes together. You've got to learn it all, but get the basics down first. And I say this because I think, sometimes we forget as we push ahead to the things we want for the future that we often don't spend enough time talking about the basics. To me, those are the fundamentals, the basics of journalism. But beyond that, don't take no for an answer. If you're a young woman and an opportunity one door doesn't open, I think I said this earlier, be prepared to keep knocking on that door and push that door through if you have to. If you're not finding a receptive audience in your boss at your first job, then look around to see, who is going to listen to you. Make sure your colleagues pay attention to what you're saying. I find our newsroom is much more open today to younger voices, to the newcomers in our newsroom than certainly it was in my early days of journalism, when nobody listened to anybody who hadn't been there 10 or 15 or 20 years. Today, we want to hear from the younger generation, and young women should expect to be listened to. So it is a new time. It doesn't mean that you're not going to meet with resistance. And the last thing quickly that I'll say, Lisa, is don't be discouraged. I mean, there are going to be disappointments. There are going to be failures. It's part of life. Don't let it deter you. Just keep going. If you want to be a journalist, if you're interested in this field or whatever your field is, keep at it.
Right.
I just want to second everything that Judy said. Good writing is probably the most important thing after getting the facts and making sure that they're right. Because you need to tell a story and you need to keep the audience interested. The other thing I would say is that you need to be curious. You don't just be formulaic. Be curious. If there's some little thing in the back of your head and you think, oh, that's probably not what most people want to know, it probably is what most people want to know. At least ask the question and try to get a real answer. And be, as Judy said, persistent. If you have to call somebody at 9 o'clock at night Eastern time because it's only 6 o'clock or midnight because it's 9 o'clock on the West Coast, and that's the only way you're going to find them at home, do it. I mean, I don't care what it happens. You really have to work hard being a journalist. I mean, if any of us learned anything from the 4 years of Donald Trump, it's that you have to work hard. And in his case, the day never ended. I don't know how the White House correspondents did it.
So true. So very true. One final question to Judy and Nina. What would be the headline you would like to write in the future on issues related to women?
Well, mine would be, for the first time in 25 years, a president has named a man to the Supreme Court of the United States.
For me, can I just say that I would like for us to stop caring so much about what the First Lady is wearing in our pool reports and in reporting. I don't know why people care so much about what the First Lady is wearing. How about what the First Lady is saying? So just want to say that. Did you have one, Judy?
If I could say one, it would be for the first time in history, women have been chosen leaders of the top 20 nations in the world. So the world is being run by women. Who knows whether that's going to happen in the near future, but one day.
One day indeed. Okay. So thank you again, Nina and Judy. You both are remarkable women, and we are fortunate you are leading the way for women in the media, and we expect you to continue for the foreseeable future. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, Nina, and Judy, for writing the headlines for today and the future. At the WBC, we are collaborating, we are accelerating, we are reshaping and creating. We're amplifying, or as some say, shining a spotlight, and we are empowering. We are doing all of this together. Individuals, companies, organizations, the workforce, all the way to the media. So to close out this amazing day and a half, I'm turning this over to my partner, sponsor, and inspiration, the CEO of the Women Business Collaborative, Edie Frazier.
Thank you all. This has been so inspirational. And as Judy Woodruff said, if the door seems closed, knock it down. And we keep going as we accelerate our goals. So can we say that the first day and a half of this summit has been the greatest learning and development experience? And now it's time to say first, thank you. Thank you to all the participants. Thank you to our speakers, our sponsors, to our organization partners, most of whom you heard from on the 9 actions. Thank you. And can you join me and even clap wherever you are for Gwen Young and our amazing team at WBC. Thank you. And can we also say to our event partner with technology, Go West, to that team, you really worked some miracles as we kept on time and we really engaged everyone. Thank you to Go West as our partner. And now what we're going to do, because like you, I have at least 30 pages of notes and we've got thousands of chat remarks to go through, but we want to tell you that the recordings are available and Gwen Young will make sure already yesterday's are up on our site, but we just got the ones from today. But she will be working with our team to get those to all the registrants. The registrants were 3,500 plus people. And we say thank you. The bigger deal is to ask you for your feedback, but we're asking you for your call for action. For those that are already in with us, and on the advisory or leaders council or in the action initiatives, what else can you do as we thank you and as you build the sisterhood? And again, we want to emphasize our sisters of color and now with allies of her with our men. What are you going to do to move up women of color and diversity with us? And which men can you nominate to us for WBC? I want to tell you that Gwen and I and Pat Shea and all of us are going to be waiting for your emails, for your nominations. Our whole team wants to listen to you and we want to keep amplifying. So I think as you see, the incredible CEO remarks, the Trailblazer remarks, the 2 films that will be out, the Lilly Ledbetter film that will hit the movie theaters by the spring, and the companies of purpose. Why is Mona Lisa smiling? There were so many remarks in the chat. Yes, we are a part of that. We will be in a kickoff presentation of that film, but it'll also be shown in all business schools. So what we want you to do is tell us what you're going to do. And not only what you're going to do against the call to action, but what can we do to support you in that cause? We said this morning that leaders only are good if they build other leaders, not followers. So what we want to do is, who else do you want to bring in as leaders against this movement? as Lynn Bourne and we challenge, if we've accomplished this much and we are holding ourselves accountable now, what can we be by 2025 and 2030? We don't have a lot of time. We've got to be big. We got to be bold. It's not evolution anymore. It's really a revolution to really change these numbers of parity. If you listen to the sessions, and we were able to go in and out, the fascination on those companies that are public putting their pay parity data out, some within their companies to all employees. But what we're seeing is the totality of leadership. So step up with us, tell us what you want to do, and tell us where you want to be a thought leader, because Gwen and the team will accelerate everything that we are doing on the roundtables, on the social media, and in our areas of what we can do jointly with your brands so that we co-brand in this movement to drive the change. And good news, so just as we said yesterday that Fortune named their first woman, when we get together on October 13th for the Women CEOs in America at the National Press Club, and when we start to galvanize every issue, like the Enterprising Women Conference in November, everything we look at, we want to take the data and tell the stories. So give us your data, give us your stories. Gwen and her team have built our website to be a one-stop shop where you can go and give us information, query the information, and let us know what we can do for you, with you. But again, the call for action of what you and your teams are going to do. And then there was a lot of what you can do in terms of what you're going to do individually, and think through that and let us know your actions and let us tell you ours. We are proud, we are humbled, and again, it was said over and over, hear the voices. I think Gwen has that we're going to have the one song again. But if you want to sign up on the Advisory and Leaders Council, let Gwen and me know. If you want to get involved, more active in the 9 actions, as our companies, we want to delve deep. It was extraordinary for the CEOs and for the Trailblazers to lay bare their data and their stories and to say they're not doing enough. They all pledge to get to parity if they're not there now. And we know that with the entrepreneurs, with the capital issue, with the women in tech, we are going to change the pipeline. We are going to lift each other up, and we're going to do it with a sense of urgency. With that, Gwen, I turn it back to you. I thank you for teaching us so much. I'll tell you, if you feel like me, you feel that we can listen to each other, give each other the ideas and the momentum, and then take the leadership and run. Gwen?
At the beginning, staircases and all, following the footsteps, running faster, racing in the moment. Somebody call my name. Can we get together and rattle the gilded cage? 'Cause we were born to rise and shine. Yeah, we were born not before, but right on time, right on time, right on time. Right on time, right on time. We are right on time, right on time. Right on time.
Changing for the moment, never mind the proof. She's moving sideways.
All those highways. How she's gonna get there? Somebody raise the roof.
Raise the
Fables and folk tales,
they rarely tell the whole truth.
that we were born to rise and shine.
Rise and shine.
Yeah, we were born not before, but right on time. Right on time, right on time. We are right on time, right on time. Yes, we are right on time, right on time. We're gonna tell you now, right on time. Everybody wants to have a secret. We get up, we get down, we're not messing around.
No, no, no.
Watching ivory towers fall to pieces. There's a will, there's a way, there's a price that we pay on the back before. Together we get more and more and more and more. We were born to rise and shine. Yeah, we were born not before. Right on time, 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 right on time. We are right on time, right on time. We are right on time. Start at the beginning, staircases and all, following the footsteps of running faster, racing in the moon. Somebody call my name. Can we get together and rattle the gilded cage? 'Cause we were born, rise and shine. Yeah.